Biden regime has done since the scene of the crime right here in this building, where they stole the 2020 election. Look what the Biden regime has done. I don't need to go through of how they destroyed this country, particularly on the invasion, overspending, the economy, and inflation, right? The invasion, forever refused to back off. But what they've done is something even worse. They've turned the legal system. They've turned the legal system. Whether it is banking, and they have the president, this nation's head since Abraham Lincoln, and they're about to put him on July. They're going to send multiple years in prison. You understand that, right? You understand what they're doing? They're going to limit how he can travel toward the beach. Why is that? Steal the election. Under no circumstances they have the Trump administration take over. They can't rule the country. They don't care about how many votes. They're going to fight us every way. Now, we're Charlie, and you guys workshop, get out the vote, the ballot, voter integrity. But just winning in November, from November to the 6th, Jamie Rash going to steal January 6th. He's going to talk about right now. Trump's insurrectionist. And we will never certify an insurrectionist. Nebraska talks about it all the time. That's what we handle by just one seat. And then starting on high noon on the 20th, President tries to take Trump's hands off James Bible. Now are all you folks going to be there on that day? You better be. Have one hell of a party that night, are we not? They haven't seen a party like that since Jackson showed up. Taking the drapes out of the White House. I think after Biden, we're going to have an exorcism, correct? For Joe Biden and Dr. Joe Biden and Hunter Biden for Joe Biden and Dr. Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, all in the Biden have exorcism dogs. That's where the real world starts. We're going to have to. The real work's going to start on Avenue the 20th, and the first thing we got to start the forever war. The real work's going to start on Avenue the 20th. We got to stop the forever war. Not a penny to Ukraine. No more money. Not a massive spending. Not a penny. What's destroyed the economy? We also have to begin. We've got to stop the massive spending. And what's destroyed the economy? We also have to begin and we need to get it back of independent cryptocurrencies, not a central bank digital currency where they're going to control. And we need to get it back of independent cryptocurrencies, not a seal the southern border. We got to start the deportation of 10 to 15 million. And most important, the southern border. And we got to start the deportation of 10 to 15 million illegal alien invaders. That's the three big things. But trust me, on the afternoon of the 20th, we're also going to start. That's the three big things. Trust me, on the afternoon of the 20th, we're also going to take on this rogue element, the Patriotic deep state. We're going to run them all out of town in the state and to take on this rogue element, the Praetorian deep state. We're going to run them all out of town. Hey, Merrick Garland, let me give you a heads up, bro. You're not going to be able to have your Department of Justice send a memo and say, oh, he shouldn't be prosecuted. And you're not going to be able to have your Department of Justice send a memo and say, oh, hold it back, should be prosecuted. And then we go say, oh, the lies I'm not going to prosecute Joe Biden for holding back the tapes. After that is not the case. We're coming the lies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, the senior members of DOJ that have prosecuted President Trump, Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, the senior members of DOJ that have prosecuted President Trump, Jack Smith, retribution. This is about saving this republic. This is not about vengeance. We're going to use the Constitution. This is about saving this republic. We're going to use the Constitution and the rule of law. We're going to use the Constitution. We're going to use November 5th is Judgment Day. The rule of January 20th, 2025 is Accountability Day. November 5th is Judgment Day. January 20th, 2025 is Accountability Day. You're going to have a man up here tonight at 6 o'clock, the 6 o'clock this evening, or thereabouts. You're going to have a man up here tonight at 6 o'clock, the 6 o'clock or thereabouts. President Trump is coming here both to give a having been to a rally point conference before. Charlie Kirk. President Trump is coming here both to give a speech, a rally. President Trump, when he takes this stand tonight, and you guys, is now eligible. President Trump, years he takes this stand tonight. Is now eligible for 700 years in prison. They bankrupted him. They've smeared his name. They want him to serve July 11th. They're going to start by giving him a 700-year prison sentence. They've smeared his name. And on July 11th, the custodian of where he can go and how he campaign in direct election interference. Be the custodian of where he can go and how he can campaign in direct election interference. The federal government, or whether you're down in the state of Georgia. Let me tell the people that have done that to President Trump. Whether you're in the federal government, and we're going to get in Georgia, you're in Arizona, and to the fullest extension of the law. We are going to go and get every investigated, prosecuted, in fullest extension of the law. We are not going to stop. You're going to be investigated, prosecuted, and incarcerated. This has nothing to do with retribution. It has nothing to do with revenge. This has nothing to do with retribution. It has nothing to do with justice. Because retribution and revenge might be another order of magnitude. We've got to go back to the beginning. We've got to go back to Russiagate. We got to go back to who did that. We've got to go back to Mueller's commission. We've got to go back to Russiagate. We got to go back to Mueller's commission. We got to go back to Mueller's commission. We got to go back to Andrew Weissman and Emmett. We've got to go back. We got to go back to the pandemic. We got to go back to the George Floyd Summer of Love. We've got to go back. We have to go back. We have to go back. We have to go back to 3 Summer of Love. We have to go back. We have to adjudicate how they spelled it. 3 November of 2020. We must go back there. And we've got to adjudicate how they stole it. Who stole it? We have to go to January 6th. We have to go to January 6th. All of them. The first direction must be investigated. Chris Ray, all of them. The fifth direction must be investigated. On the afternoon of January 20th, we must free the 1,400 patriots and must incarcerate January 20th. We must free the 1,400 patriots and must incarcerate the criminals. Every patriot and patriot grave, from the Revolution to the Civil War to Normandy, every patriot grave, from from the revolution to the Civil War to the now 80th anniversary, which is big as every week we gave all to give you this republic. They demanded what you allowed to happen. Well, guess what? We gave all to give you this republic. Look what you allowed to happen. Well, guess what? The criminal after the January 2025. The criminal that's where it's going to start. That's an accountability on Wall Street. The criminal Silicon Valley. That's when it's going to start. That's when accountability day starts. And we must go there.
The Biden-Harris campaign, they're clipping this right now. Look at this. This is all they're talking about. This is not all we're talking about.
President Trump's talking about peace and prosperity just like he gave us for 3.5 years. We're talking about the Chinese Communist Party. President Trump's talking about peace and prosperity. He's talking about he gave us for 3.5 years. He's talking about He's talking about backing down China. He's talking about he won the war in Ukraine. He's talking about getting the Middle East. He's talking about backing down China. He's feckless old man can do. Only a strong man can do. President Trump is going to get the tax cuts back. We've seen what a feckless old man can do. Massive federal spending. President Trump is going to get the tax cuts back. Not just for criminals. Not just the federal spending. He's going to support every single alien. Not just He's going to support every single illegal alien that came here. Joe Biden's wife. And you're going back home. But that leaves plenty of time to set things right. And that's where you come in. But that leaves plenty of time to set things right. To be governed by criminals. You're the vanguard of this revolution. We are not take apart the FBI to be governed by criminals. The American Gestapo, that building on Pennsylvania Avenue, we don't need $400 million for a new headquarters. You're not going to need a headquarters. You're not going to be the FBI. On Pennsylvania Avenue, we don't need $400 million for a new headquarters. You're not going to need everybody to be the building. We're going to take it down ugly slab by ugly slab. It's the ugliest building. We're going to get everybody out of that building. We're going to take it down slab by ugly slab. So there'll never be another building there again. And we're going to do what the Romans did to Carthage. Salt earth around it. So there'll never be another building there again.
They go, oh, they want to get rid of the FBI. They're doing such great work on terrorism. They're doing such great work on this.
In Main Street, they go, oh, they want to get rid of the FBI. They're doing such great work. You haven't gotten anything right. The CIA hadn't got anything right in 50 years.
9/11.
Because you're spending all your time going after rosary at abortion centers. Because you're spending time going after American rosary at abortion centers. You're going after moms and dads going to school boards. You're an American Gestapo, and it's going to end on our watch. And we're going to rebuild something else. There'll be something that comes up and is rebuilt along the lines that's appropriate. Not a federal police force, not a federal police force that's in citizens' business. Not a federal police force kicking down doors and arresting innocent people. Not a federal police force that are kicking down doors and arresting innocent people. The DOJ is going to be on a short leash, like the CIA is going to be on a short leash. In MAGA will run things. The DOJ is going to be on a short leash. Uniparty. It's going to be a new day. In MAGA will run things. The globalist elite uniparty will not run things in this country. Here's the whole reason I came here today. Is about President Trump and the team around President Trump. Now here's the whole reason I came here today. Rogers is about President Trump and the team around President Trump. Whether it's Alex Jones or Rudy Giuliani or Alex Jones or every person, Alex Jones defended President Trump. Whether they're a lawyer, Alex Jones, every person. That is defended President Trump, whether they're a lawyer, whether they're a media person, Tucker Carlson. They're trying to defend people. They're trying to lawyers defending people. They're trying to take their law licenses away and scare. And they will send everyone in this audience to prison also. They're turning people into political prisoners. That's why they're coming. And they will send everyone in this audience to prison also.
that you have
that's
to
why they're coming
Trump.
for Trump.
Whether it's President
But the
Trump,
concept,
Alex Jones, that you have in bed. James President Trump, or Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, we're just the first wave. We're like the first O'Keefe. You're the second, the third, the fourth. It's next man up. We're just woman up. We're like the first wave, the Normandy Beaches. You're the second, the third, the fourth. It's next man up. The only way we lose is if we quit. They know that. The only way we lose is if we are two-thirds of the nation. They know that. 75% of the nation. We just have to get the word out to them. We are two-thirds of the nation. Anybody falls, maybe 75% of the nation. We just have to get the word out to them. That's your anybody falls, everybody's taken off. Put in jail. They're bankrupt. Step into the breach. Nobody else. Check these out. They lost their license. You must step into the breach. Nobody else. Check your country will be saved. If you commit to that, if your task and purpose is saving your country, this country will be saved. Understand, you're exactly like the Patriots in 1774 and 1775. You're fighting a tyranny. Understand you're exactly like the Patriots in 1774 and 1775. You're fighting like 3%. You're fighting your monopolistic economic power. They never had more than a third. We have over half the nation right now. Then 5%. Biden didn't get 81 million votes. The 74 million votes won a landslide right now. Biden didn't get that. I know that, and they know that. The 74 million votes in a landslide that defeats us. You know that. I know that. They know that. If we don't stop, the only thing that defeats us is every single day. If we don't stop, on November 5th, when you send a message, when you send a message to Davos and Brussels, and on November 5th, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Beverly Hills, Davos and Brussels, they're going to know that MAGA is not only ascendant, Silicon Valley and Beverly Hills. They're going to know that MAGA is not only ascendant, MAGA is in charge. Between now and Election Day, they're going to try to take out so many people. And that's where it's next man up. Between now and Election Day, they're going to try to take out so many people. Are you prepared to give it all? Are you prepared to leave it all on the battlefield? It's next woman up. Are you prepared to fight? I can't hear you, and they can't hear you. To leave it all on the battlefield? I can't hear you, and they can't hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. Victory or death. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very simple. Victory or death.
Pushing back. We need to stop this nonsense. Our United States Constitution. Americans is aware. Committed to pushing back. We need to stop this nonsense.
Welcome to the People's Convention. What a great great start. Welcome to the People's Convention. Looking forward to, and I love that it is the People's Convention because really that's what this is about. What a great three words that set us apart from every other People's Convention is really we the people. Those three words set us apart from every other nation in history. We, and I want to talk to you about that today because there'll be a lot of great ideas that we discuss, and ideas matter. We certainly have the ideas. And I want to talk to you about that today. There'll be a lot of great ideas that we discuss, and ideas matter. We certainly have the ideas that people like to restore America, make America shine on a hill again, or as a lot of people like to say, but it's not America great again. Done. Let me put it this way. Our Constitution has some amazing ideas in it. The idea that our rights come from God, our Constitution has some amazing ideas in it. The idea that our rights come from God, responsibility from a king or a dictator or a government just being a textbook. The idea of limited government and responsibility names on a declaration. But those ideas just being a textbook. Not for 56 beside the signs or names or thousands and thousands of names of history and that our honor, and the thousands and names of the generation since. And so ideas matter, but I want to talk to you about the people, the next generation, because the people matter. And so ideas matter. I want to talk to you about the kind of people that the people. Because the people matter. The ideas, but it's the people that make this happen. Because it's not just the ideas, but it's the people with the courage to make those happen. But what happens is we have these wonderful topics into a number of we get excited about the potential of what happens. We work hard to we have these wonderful topics. We get excited about the potential of what happens. We work hard to and then we see the same out of Washington. And so we can come to a time like this, where our hearts are sick, hopes deferred, our hearts are sing. This nation we love to a time like this, where our hearts are sick, people go to Washington just to fill a seat, and not nation we love. We're sick of having to fund the people go to Washington just to fill a seat and not make change. We're sick of having to fund the demise of the very people we love. It's going to take some courage. But how do we change that? Let me tell you, I was in a meeting just this last week, and it's going to take some members of Congress talking about something. I was in a meeting just this last week, and we were with some members of Congress talking about some of the things that happened, and some of the strategies they're going to take, and what have you. One of them said, well, I sure hope we have a lot more backbone, because we're going to let our policy be dictated by that policy. I sure hope we have a lot more backbone, because we're going to let our policy be dictated by those names. It takes people. Oh my God, the country's gone. We got to learn the thing that I think we need to understand about Washington. It takes people with spirit that stand down. Here's the thing that I think you understand about Washington. And this is how it works. It's spirit that now we have a funding deadline every September 30th. How many of you can tell me? And this is how it works. September 30th is going to be this year. We have a funding deadline every September 30th. How many of you can tell me? You know that when September 30th is going to be this year. Because every September 30th we get to this funding deadline. September 30th. You know that you Congress. And then the chicken little every 30 we get to this funding deadline. And then the chicken little tax stuff. Well, the whole world's going to put our nation in debt. That has with kickbacks and stuff, all the special interests, anything for the debt, put our nation in debt. Oh my gosh, children debt. The Republic will not survive. Same thing for the debt ceiling. Oh my gosh, the world's going to crumble. The Republic will not survive. We came to what was our FISA deadline. In spite of the massive corruption we've seen out of our intelligence last year, we came to what was our FISA deadline. In spite of the massive corruption out of our intelligence community. Ran for Congress as a constitution. Still we had people who espoused society's vote to take your rights away and give them the right to search you without a warrant. It became the deciding vote to take your rights away and give them the right to search you without a warrant. In the Intelligence Committee,
gave us all these chicken little stories.
Why?
Well, because we went to I asked them, I said, what do you think the briefing's going to be? I can tell you what it wasn't going to be. No agency. I asked them, I said, no power in Washington going to come back and say, thank you for that. It wasn't going to be. No agency. No power. Our budget is too big. We're going to return it. No, thank you for that authority. They're going to have it anymore. They're going to do everything they can. Our budget is too big. We're going to return it. It's really our job to make sure that we go to DC and take the power and give it back to you. They have the power. But it's really our job to make sure that we go to DC and take the power and give it back to you. The American Revolution was not a great government. It was the free people. And yes, the American Revolution was not a great government. It was the free people. That is to keep you free. And yes, one of our jobs is to keep you safe. But we have a greater responsibility than that to keep you free. Fear is what can sometimes keep parents from standing up. But I got to tell you, you're not going to have my kids' minds. You're not going to have my kids' bodies from standing up. It's what keeps standing strong. You're not going to have my kids' minds. You're not going to have my kids' bodies. Sometimes even embracing that culture. It's what keeps they're speaking truth in a lascivious culture. We have got to even embracing that culture because they're afraid of somebody to fear. We have got to have the courage to say, we will not bow our knee to fear. What's incredibly incredulous to me about this is sometimes, and especially in Washington, you'll hear this, they'll label fear and they'll give it. What's incredibly incredulous to me about this is sometimes, and especially in Washington, you'll hear this, they'll label fear and they'll give it this amazing designation, something along those lines. Well, that is not the right way to go. Scripture tells us God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love. That is not the right way to go. Scripture tells us God has not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and love and a sound mind. And look, let's be honest, the United States was not built for the faint of heart. If you want to go somewhere where you can be a ward of the state, let's be honest. If you want to go somewhere where you can throw away your dreams, if you want to go somewhere where you can be a ward of the state of mediocrity, if you want to go somewhere where you can throw away your dreams and pursue of happiness, you can here on the state of mediocrity, never being able to be. That's not what America was built on. Have the pursuit of happiness. You can do that. There's one of the people who stormed the beaches of Normandy. That's not what America was built on. We're the people who take skies. We're the people who beaches of Normandy. We're the people who conquer the moon. We're the people who say, give me liberty or give me death. President Donald J. Trump. I can tell you one person who gets this. President Donald J. Trump. He's had some great ideas. Some ideas have done really well for the United States of America, but I'll say a lot of people he's had some great ideas. Some ideas have done really well for the United States of America, but I'll say a lot of people that also have great ideas. But they haven't had the courage. People of courage. They haven't had the fortitude to pull it off. Jeremiah 29:11 says this. It says, I know the plans I have for you, plans of courage in the future. Jeremiah 29:11 says, I know the times I plans you will hope. That scripture was written when the people of God were going in through a very difficult time. Hope at a time when it was a promise that you would make it through. That was written that what you had lost would be restored once again. And it was a promise that you would make it through the time, and that what you had lost would be restored once again. That scripture, I went and I looked and I thought, what's happened for the time when the promise was fulfilled? But with the rest of the scripture, I went and I looked like Daniel. They literally promised the thing you cannot pray again. And that's when you get these stories like Daniel. They literally passed the law saying you cannot pray again. I'm going to do it anyway. And of course he said, open my doors, I'm going to pray anyway. And then you had three people named, three young dudes that do it anyway. I'm going to throw my door, I'm going to go anyway. Then you had everybody in the culture has the bow down people. Shadrach, whatever you say. They built an idol and said everybody in the culture has to get us to this idol. Whatever you want to call it in our generation. They said, we're not going to bow. The absurd that they're trying to get us to is normal. And then you had someone, they said, we're not going to bow. Who said, whatever you want to not going to bow for such a time. And then you had someone named Esther. Who said, I believe I am called for such a time. What gives me hope
in a season like this is not only that we have the great ideas, which are so important. What gives me hope in a season like this is not only that we have the great ideas, which are so important. We are not going to bow our country. We are going to fight you. I believe you are called for such a time as this. And we are going to join together and do everything we can. I believe you are called for such a time as this country. And we are going together and do everything we can to make sure stay in the fight. This country, keep the courage, keep the faith. God bless you. God bless this nation of fight. God bless America. Keep the faith. And may God bless this nation we love. God bless America.
The Nebraska GOP.
The people will now be in charge of the Republican Party.
There's a new face of the GOP.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, before you sit down, I have a question for you. Stand up for me. I have a question for you. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe in the America First movement? I have a question for you. Stand up for you. Do you believe in the America First movement? Do you believe in the America First movement? Thank you. That's what I thought. Do you believe in the America First movement? Three tenets that we live by. Thank you. That's what I thought. Know the rules. In Nebraska, we have three. Well, you're doing this today. You're showing up. Show up. Thank you so much. Know the rules. Thank you for Turning Point and achieving. Well, you're doing this today. Because I want to encourage you. Thank you so much. I want to empower Turning Point action, and I'm also here to ask for some help. Because I want to encourage you. When you look at state parties, how they look at what's happening, and I'm also here to ask you for some help. The biggest thing that's happening, because you look at state parties, you look at what's happening across the country. What we're finding out, though, is that when you show up at the state parties or at your county parties, that you are here. You're asking, how can I help? What we're finding out, though, is that when you show up at your state parties, sometimes you're asking, how can I help? And they'll say, I can bring my time, talent, just show up at elections. I want to be a part of donate or get your vote there. So in July of, but you're saying I can bring my time, talent, and treasure. Nebraska, I want to be a part of this. We're ready to have our own independence day, and we're ready to bring the people back to this party. Nebraska said, you know what? We're ready to have our own independence day, and we're ready to bring the objective of our party is to maintenance the government of, by, the objective of our state party is further our principles. We cannot do this without by and for the further our principles. We cannot do this without you. I want you to know the rules. So here's my request to achieve an objective. When you go back, I want you to show up. This year we have one objective. I think we're all unified in that. I want you to achieve an objective. Our objective is to make sure that this year we have one objective. Re-elect, I think we're all unified in that message. Our objective is to make sure that President Donald Trump is re-elected to that same contract. Am I right? November 6th, we don't want to look backwards and say, you know what we should have done. You know, but to that same context, November 6th, we don't want to look backwards and say, you know what we should have done. And that's where the leaders of the party could have done. Because after November 6th, there's nothing left. More thing. And that's where the leaders of the party, which is now you, one more. After everything in Nebraska, we're fighting for one more as well. That's the other message. I have a map to show you. One more. In Nebraska, we're fighting about 1 years ago to change how we do our elections. To show you. In Nebraska, we decided about 30 years ago to change how we do our electoral votes. And what happened with recensus, which strangely enough, is that we actually gained as Republicans 3 more votes. You start to think about through the electoral Rust Belt, which strangely enough, when you look at the next slide, and you start to think about the Rust Belt and the Rust Belt and how those potentially. And so on the next slide, you're going to see what we believe is going to happen. Nebraska starts to mean more. And I don't like that number. Do you like that number? And so on the next slide, you're going to see what we believe is going to happen. I didn't think so either. And I don't like that. You like that? It's what's called winner take all. I didn't think so either. Help when we make this support. We have what a great idea. Winning is what's called I'd like to win more, don't you? I'm going to help when we make the support. Because what a great idea. Winning. I'd like to win more, don't you? But as you're hearing yesterday and today, we have a lot of Republicans winning a lot of elections, losing our country. But as you're hearing yesterday and today, you're going to hear from President Trump, because a lot of elections in Nebraska, we're losing our country. $1 million. We're losing our school board. Nebraska's Democratic Party. Because of this one blue dot in Nebraska, we want to know who is donating $1 million to the Nebraska Democratic Party. Jeffrey Katzenberg. You want to know who is donating to that party? You're learning from Turning Point exactly how they feel. Jeffrey Katzenberg. And I'm looking at it going, I've got a blue dot. You're learning from Turning Point exactly how they facilitate winners. And I'm going at it going, I've got a blue dot here, $1 million into one district. If I just say winners, so we're going to do a push this year, and we're going to do winner take all in Nebraska, because once we go to the next slide here, this number, so we're going to do a push this year, we're going to do winner take all in Nebraska, once we go to the next slide here, this number, 269 is elected now in Nebraska. You all have made a difference, and I can guarantee you right now that I will get you 5 electoral votes. We talked about these as all battleground states. That map looked different 20 years ago. And I want you to think about this. Don't think that we're just fighting about all battleground states. That map whatever 20 years ago. Don't fight for these. So don't think that we're just fighting for Nebraska or Michigan or whatever battleground. We don't fight for now. That's why we have to unify your states. We have to learn our best practices on the battleground showing up. That's why we have knowing the rules and achieve an objective. We have to learn our best practices and showing up. Do you believe in the American movement and achieve an objective? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the same question. Do you believe in the American movement? An unapologetic Republican, an unapologetic American. Then be an unapologetic Christian, and you go and engage your state party, unapologetic American, you go to Idaho, you do not fear, and you go and engage your state parties, you come to Nebraska, you go to Idaho, you go to Wisconsin, I believe in you, and this party believes in you, Turning Point Action believes in you, and your president in November 5th, I believe in you, this party believes in you, Turning Point Action believes in you, and your president in November 5th, Donald J. Trump. One more. When you go back, one more thing. You find one more phone call, one more phone out to the people. One more. You go back, one more thing. You find one more phone call, you go out to the people and Nebraska's their part. Winning November 5th. Thank you all very much.
Country in the world. They do not have to be screwed up. They're terrified that we are going to save this great country and they do not be screwed up. We are going to save this
District of Communism yesterday. It sure does feel good right here in this room. Flying out of the District of Communism yesterday. It sure does feel good right here in this room. My reason why, and I tell you what, these guys down front right here, you all great. My reason why. I tell you what, these guys down right here with your socialism signs. You know, that was my first campaign slogan. Save America, stop socialism. You that was my first. But we have a bigger fight. We have a bigger fight, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to talk to you about it. Well, I want to come out. We have a bigger fight. We have a bigger fight, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to talk to you about it. Well, I want to come out and you all promises. November 4th, politicians that do that. The real campaign war in this country cycle. November 4th, 2020 is when the real civil war in this country started. They stole the election. They stole the election, and I was a newly elected member of Congress, but they stole President Trump's election. They stole the election, and I was newly elected. I thought to myself, I can't believe this. I'm from Georgia. I knew Georgia voted for Donald John Trump. I knew it. I can't believe this. I'm from Georgia. I knew Georgia voted Donald John Trump. I knew it. I called up Matt Gaetz. I called up some others. And so I called up my friends. I called up Georgia. I called up Matt Gaetz. I called up members of Congress. And I said, we got to get together and do something about this. And I found out that I organized a member of my colleagues object well over 100 electoral college votes. I called senators. I organized my colleagues well over 100 votes. And I'm very proud of it. I'm proud that I objected to Joe Biden's electoral college votes on January 6th. I'm very proud of it. I'm proud that I objected to Joe Biden's electoral college votes on January 6th. And then I was shocked, absolutely shocked, at what happened that day. Americans, and then I was shocked. An election, by the way, Americans at what happened that day. Owned the election. Americans protested for the election. By the way, American citizens owned the election. God paid for the election. By our Constitution, to have free and fair elections. Have God-given right. By our Constitution, to have free and fair elections. You have the right to bring your grievances before your government. Because you have the right to bring your grievances before your government. Because guess what? You will empower that government. And your tax dollars about the election for that government. There's nothing wrong. The American people empower that government. So if you protest about the election on January 6th, nothing Democrat protesting it. That's right. And any Democrat and any election on January 6th. And any Democrat, anyone that wants to and any Democrat and any socialist can go to hell. From the mainstream media. And anyone that wants to continue to shame us for January 6th can go to hell. USA. Because let's be real. Let's talk about the justice system in America. Let's talk about the weaponized government. Let's be real. Let's talk about the justice system in America. Because ever since that day, our weaponized government has changed. I was in Washington, D.C., and I'll never forget when the Biden administration, our entire country has changed. I was in Washington, and I'll never forget when the Biden administration Speaker of the House brought in nearly 30,000 national guard allowed in there. They turned our complex into a military base. They proceeded to shut down, and you weren't allowed in there. The Americans weren't allowed in there. They masked children. They shut down. They closed the country. They silenced COVID. They kicked you off social media. They masked children. They shut down very core of our freedom. They silenced all for a virus they made in a lab very core of our freedoms. All for a virus that they made in a lab in Wuhan, China. And yes, Dr. Anthony Fauci should be tried for crimes against humanity. And yes, Dr. Anthony Fauci should be tried for crimes against humanity. I can assure you, if I have anything to do with it, we will lock him up. He belongs in prison. Well, I can assure you, if I have anything to do with it, but what they did to our country is prison in a wartime. And ever since then, but what they did to our country is something you only see in a wartime. And ever since then, look at what has happened. He tries to help January 6th defendants. Frequently cares about, talks to, and consistently tries to help January 6th defendants. These people, what you need to know, these people are being locked up for years and years and years. By our federal government. What you need to know, these people locked up years and years. By our federal government. While the state federal government completely organization, which is an organized anti-American organization. They completely violate our BLM riots, attack police officers, they completely ignored violent BLM riots. Burn attack police officers, they kill the same time, $2 billion damages in our street. But yet at the same time, this government make sure that every single one of you lock you up, that if you dare Washington, and your entire family will suffer for them, they will lock you up. Do you think that we are free in America? Are we free? Suffer for it. No, it's certainly not. We are free in America. Are we free? They have ripped our border wide open. We're millions and at the same time they have ripped our border wide open. We're millions and at the same time they want to tell you on television all around the world have invaded our country. And at the same time they want to tell you on television why they care about our country Ukraine. We can't find on a map why hundreds of billions of dollars of your money should go and pay for a war in a country that is not affecting our country. And listen to this. This one has me beyond pissed off. Now sorry government. This has me beyond pissed off. These same people that aren't smart enough to even government. These pathetic individuals. These same people that aren't smart enough dollars in debt. The simplest task about put our people $34 trillion in debt. I mean, talk about math. People that have ripped our border open, allowed terrorists, drug dealers, human trafficking, child sex trafficking, that have ripped our border open, allowed terrorists, drug dealers, human trafficking, child sex trafficking, the worst of racists, criminals, they come in America. Donald John Trump. How are all high and mighty and self-righteous, and that is the greatest thing. The only thing they care about is putting President Trump in jail. And here's the greatest thing. The only thing they care about is putting President Trump in jail. And here's the one thing that has myriated. This pathetic trash, Alvin Bragg from New York, fake charges, his fake felony charges. It is a bunch of bullshit. His fake charges, his felony charges. It is a bunch of bullshit. And convicts Donald Trump in New York. Now, New York is the same state. And he goes and convicts Donald Trump in New York. New York is arrested by the great police officers in New York. They arrested alien monster. Was arrested by the great police officers in New York. They arrested this guy, scumbag, but came down to Georgia and killed our girl. They released him. And then that scumbag came down to Georgia and killed our girl, Lincoln Riley. The state of New York convicts a former president and the Republican candidate for the United States of America on fake charges, but yet they release the Republican candidate that murders an innocent young America on fake charges. We do not have a country anymore, ladies and gentlemen, that murders an innocent young woman. We do not have a country anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We are the reason why I'm talking the way I'm talking is because I work in Washington. I want you to understand. I work with these people. The reason why I'm the way I'm talking is because I work in Washington, D.C. I work with these people. They have the most unreliable ideas for your future. Oh no, you can't buy a gas or diesel future. By 2035, they want every single driver. Oh, you won't have a choice because you can't buy a gas or diesel. Yeah. Oh, you won't have a choice because you're a bunch of climate allow everyone in across our border, and then it gets worse. They want you don't allow everyone in across our border, and then you're hateful if you don't allow all these people suddenly become citizens. And by the way, I serve on the Homeland Security Committee. And all the Democrats say that all these people are invading our country. And by the way, I serve on the Homeland Security Committee. And all the Democrats, they don't like the weather, apparently, where they are invading our country because of the climate. It's ridiculous. Did you know that? But they don't like the weather, apparently, where they come from. They want to pack the Supreme Court. It's ridiculous. They will destroy justice in America. They have further plans. They want to pack the Supreme Court. They will destroy justice in America. They hate justice, but it gets worse. They want to take away your gun. They want to take him off the Supreme Court. But it gets worse. They want to take away your gun. Your right to defend yourself. That's right. If this government disarms the American citizens, you can forget it. But that is their greatest goal. Disarm their American citizens. And think about this. Here's what I want you to understand. That is their greatest goal. That is their greatest goal. Because they have not yet stopped. And think about this. I want you to understand. They will stop it on average because they have not yet stopped. They're locking up thousands of protesters on average, one a day. On average, 2 days. One a day. Attendee. They don't have a protest, whatever you want to call them. It's arrested one a day. On average. 2 days. One a day. They don't have a chance to put them in prison. They are going to put President Trump about the Republicans in Washington when they put President Trump in prison. How do you think we're all going to feel about the Republicans in Washington when they put President Trump in prison? I don't know how we can let this happen, but it will get worse. It will get worse. Think about it. I don't know how we can let this happen. But it will get worse. It will get worse. Think about it. And they have a dementia patient. The White House. Doesn't that concern you? It's true. It concerns me. And they are in the basement about him losing. Doesn't that? And now they don't have it on the campaign. It concerns me. He ran in the basement in 2020. I'm worried. And now they don't have it. I'm worried so much that I talk to as many people worried about that. Because I'm telling you, I'm worried. I'm tired of hearing how I'm worried so much that I talk to as many people as I can. Because I'm sick of tired of hearing how we're going to win. I think they're going to steal November. And they're practically measuring the drapes for the White House. And I'm sitting here going, so here's what concerns me. The fact that they aren't worried about Joe Biden being their candidate. So here's what they are unapologetic. The fact that they aren't worried about Joe Biden like Donald Trump. The fact that they are Peter Navarro. Innocent grandmothers that protest abortion like Donald Trump. People that just walked in the Capitol. Innocent grandmothers that protest abortion. People that just walked in the Capitol about it right now. While poll after poll after poll has Donald Trump winning the election. You better unapologetic about it. Poll after poll after poll has Donald Trump winning the election. You better be concerned. That means because I'm time to. And here's what that means. I'll leave person you know behind Donald Trump. That means I don't care if you like him or not. I don't care if they like him or not. Behind Donald Trump does not matter. I don't care if you like him or not. I don't care if they like him or not. Most important, it does not matter. But I can tell you right now, because we already lost our country. Everybody says the most important election of our lifetime. But it's about getting it back. We already lost our country in 2020. 2024 is about getting it back. Thank you.
Our own government is being turned against its citizens. This government isn't even doing its most basic responsibility, which is to securing arms. Our own government being turned against its citizens. This government is doing its most basic responsibility, which is securing
God bless you all. What an impressive crowd. My name's Davidson, and I love this country. God bless you all. What an impressive crowd. My name's Davidson, and I love this country. How did that come to be? Back in the 1980s, the Cold War was going on. Ronald Reagan was president of the United States. How did that come to be? Back in the 1980s, what was going on? You go straight down. Ronald Reagan was president of the United States. My hometown, about 3 hours here. You go straight down I-75, and you go through a little town. And can you imagine a country so united? Now Reagan, everybody loved Reagan in 1984. He won 49 out of 50 states. And can you imagine a country was so united? Not everybody loved Reagan. We knew. But he won. Was largely divided out of 50 states. The godless different time. On the one hand, the world was largely divided between the godless communists. Today, on the one hand, our country and the God-fearing American people. Let me just describe a little bit. I enlisted in the Army. Today, see our country, and they send me over to Germany. Well, let me just describe a little bit. Get over to Germany, the Army wall is up, graduated high school there, and they send me over to Germany. And I get over to Germany, and the wall is up, 10 special forces trains, getting trained, and this guy steps up on the stage, he goes, that's Germany, where the 10 special forces trains, getting trained, and this guy steps up on the stage, he goes, stay down, this is going to be one of the most famous days down. We couldn't 9 November 1989. Well, that's a pretty bold intro to your talk. So we went over there for Thanksgiving break down. We couldn't believe it. Like, no way. I got to cross through checkpoint Charlie and see people coming. So we went over there for Thanksgiving break into West Germany. And I got to cross through checkpoint Charlie and see what they were coming. They were like, is it like this German side into West Germany? I was a kid from
rural Western Ohio. What they were saying, they were like this everywhere. And it was Berlin, cities, and we have small towns, rural Western Ohio. And I thought, open at night. You mean, and they've got fresh milk. Big cities, we have small towns, everything. And the stores are open. They were not looking for more fresh milk. They were looking for more freedom. They had been lied to by the people on the other side of the wall. They were not looking for more government. They were looking for more freedom. In one generation, they had been lied to by the people on the other side of the wall. In one generation, go back to Ronald Reagan's most famous sayings that sound like freedom's never more than one generation away from hyperbole, but today that sounds like hyperbole. Today, y'all know it's not hyperbole. We're on the precipice of this country. This country, and if we don't defend it, who else will? And if we don't defend it, who else will? I'm so encouraged to see so many people out here today doing it. And that's the thing about when I served in the Army. That's the thing about when I served in the Army. It's not word. It cost everything. But for some of my friends, it cost everything. Our country, though, has lost its way. Our country, though, has lost its way. During the Cold War, it was cold because we were always fighting. We were selective. The country had developed an idea. The country had developed an idea. We should define the mission of exactly what it is we're trying to achieve. We should know exactly what it is we're trying to achieve. That seems to have slogans like as much as it takes, as long as slogans like as much as it takes. That's the mission in Ukraine right now. That's the mission in Ukraine right now. To do what? As much as it takes to do what? Bankrupt America? As long as it takes to do what? That's how we defeated the Soviet Union. That's how we defeated the Soviet Union. So today, Russia is not the Soviet Union. So today, Russia has not spent the last 25 years. Vladimir has not spent the last 25 years building the world's most lethal military, wealth of 5 years, plundering the wealth of Ukraine. And look, it's just on their cause. And look, it's not their cause. It's not our war to fight, and it's not our war to fund. When America does get involved in the world, we can really make a difference. In Korea, you can see where that difference is starts. South Korea is a first world economy, first world healthcare, there are emissions sending healthcare, there are emissions sending other places of the world, other places across the 38th parallel. But just across the 38th parallel, you see China back a different world. Koreans and China back the North Koreans will do, and America back South Korea. There is good and evil in the world, and you can see the contrast of ideas in the world, and you can see when President Eisenhower took office, when President Eisenhower took office, he quickly said there has to be a path to peace. True peace treaty. There's not a negotiated agreement, but there has resulted in a negotiated agreement that has resulted in a similar path could be achieved. I would say that a similar path could be achieved, but it will take leadership from a decisive president. But it will take leadership from a decisive president, like President Eisenhower, and frankly, like President Trump. That war was totally preventable. That war was totally preventable. On August 31st of 2021, the United States and Afghanistan, the most unimaginable way to know that you don't serve in uniform, you don't get the military out first, and then you don't get the military out first, trust the Taliban to get behind, and trust the Taliban to get the other way. Military stays there to sit out, when the military mission is accomplished. The very next day, the Biden administration, entered into a strategic partnership agreement to support their membership in Ukraine. To support their membership in the European Union, and to support their membership in the European Union, and they've continued to press that as the objective. If you ask Lindsey Graham, neocon's another word for not conservative. Neocon's another word for not conservative. Neocon, you guys get that right. Neocon, not conservative. So look,
I get that, look, we have a big party and we need all those folks to have a big party and we need all those folks to have a majority. America reject those ideas by America is made stronger by being constantly made stronger like Eisenhower knew, by made stronger like Eisenhower knew, by it's possible, reaching arrangement when it's possible. And preserving America's strength. The business of America has been business. We could have a strong economy. But one of the other things Eisenhower did and did well, border security is national security. And frankly, he deported quite a few people. That might be what we need to do after this. And that might be what we need to do after this. You've got more than 10 million people that have come into our military illegally. We don't use our military to secure our borders. We should. If you want to fix recruiting in the country, there's a couple of things you can fix in the country. You don't need a woke military. You need a military that's... You don't need a woke military that's laser focused on fighting and winning wars. You don't need a directionless compass. You don't need a directionless compass that accepts every invitation to war that's extended. Frankly, we need a focused invitation. America first. We need a foreign policy. America first. Foreign policy. You need to keep building our strength. You need to keep building our strength on war fighting, not on woke agendas. When it comes time to recruit, enlisted men and women in charge of the university training, special training, to be able to come up with all this race theory, critical race theory, ideology. People naturally to do this, and frankly, what people naturally to do this, enormously what they've found is enormous enough high school education isn't enough time to get send you off to the complete. So they want to send you off to the state-sponsored and load everyone up with lots of debt. Load everyone up with lots of debt. They say they want it to go away. They say they want to go away. They say they want to forgive debt. They're transferring it to you. They're not forgiving student debt. They're transferring it to you. And here's the next problem with that. And here's the next problem with programs that load everybody up with debt, that load everybody up with debt, even the ones that want to pay for it themselves, even the ones that want to pay for it themselves the right way. They don't want to turn off or keep the indoctrination going over. They want to keep the indoctrination going. If we're going to get the focus to those kinds of things, we need to do those kinds of things. We have an all-volunteer force, and we have an all-volunteer force, and we should keep it that way. We are debating a draft. We are debating a draft. The very first amendment that I passed, don't draft our daughters, was an amendment, don't draft our daughters amendment. I would hate to think that our country gets to the point. I would hate to think that our country gets to the point that we need a draft people that voluntarily stronger by people voluntarily. But here's the reality: defend our country. If there's nothing you hold so dear, if there's nothing you hold so dear, you're willing to commit to defend. What kind of country is worth defending? This country is worth defending. And its ideals are unique in world history. You guys are taking an otherwise beautiful day outside. Because you're the people that are their needs not words. Because you're the people that are words are so good. We appreciate words are so good. We appreciate them. But part of the disconnect is between the words and the deeds. The gap between the words and the words. Say about the people that the one thing I will say about the people that Memorial Day gave everything. You're honoring the people that actually gave everything. Those people had deeds. You can't just give a good speech. Those people had deeds. You have to show up and go do it. You actually have to show up and go do it. Lots of men and women in our country have worn our uniform. Lots of men and women in our country have defended freedom in that most direct way. Defended freedom in that most direct way. In a different way. But you guys are on the front line in a different way. The far left committed to a long march. The far left committed to a long march to take over every institution. They've been working to take over every institution, whether it's academia, the military, the government, the schools, the government, everything, sports. Heck, they've even taken over sports. They've even taken over sports. When you look at what's on the line, when you look at what's on the line, we have our own counterinsurgency. We're going to do it because you are the young men and women. We're going to go out. You are the young men and women, and we're going to go out and take every lane in our country and reclaim it. We have to restore a government small enough to restore a government small enough to fit inside the Constitution is going to take a long, it's going to take lots of deeds, not just words. And it's going to take lots of deeds, not just words. So thank you for being with your help, committed to do that. God's help, God's blessings, restore this great country and make America great country and make America great again. God bless you. God bless you.
I probably could go on. I probably could go on. This is an Here's what I'm doing. Here's what I'm doing.
Dr. Carson, everybody. Dr. Carson, everybody. This is a, how you doing, everybody? How you doing, everybody? Good to see you. This is a homecoming for Dr. Carson. Dr. Carson, you grew up not far from here. Dr. Carson, you grew up not far from here.
I grew up several years. Detroit gets a bad rap on it. And you know, Detroit gets a bad rap on it. About being a horrible place. But I can tell you here, there were a lot of people here thought the right way. Believe in America, climb the ladder of opportunity, to climb the ladder of opportunity, and they believed in the difference between right and wrong. Law and order, right and wrong. That was Detroit. Law and order. But that was Detroit. What has happened? But what has happened? People who actually is that a lot of people who actually have the right way and have the right values aren't willing to stand up. And the fact of the matter is, you cannot be the land of the free stand up for everybody.
Dr. Carson, you are one. I believe you are one of most Americans alive today. I truly believe that. I truly believe that.
Well, thank you.
You have saved countless lives personally. You have saved countless lives personally. You've also impacted millions of public testimony. I want to stay on public for just a second. I want to stay on Detroit story for just a second. Your story being one of the top surgeons to being one of the remarkable surgeons, and it's one that is only possible in America. I believe in America. I believe that if more about Dr. Carson learned in critical race theory, our country would be in a much better place.
And you know, there was a time when individuals like myself who worked very hard, who believed in God, who believed in the right values that made this into a great nation, values that made this into a great nation, celebrated. But now denigrates faction that denigrates Uncle Tom's and all kinds of Uncle Tom's and all kinds of they don't appreciate the things that they're more interested in getting people to believe. They're more interested in getting people and teaching little white children and teaching little white children that they're black children and minorities, that they're black children and minorities, that they're victims. How is that supposed to make the country better? How is that? There's no way that does anything except cause division. And remember this. America is, the United States of America is the major one world government to one world government in our Marxism. And that's why there's such a they cannot overcome us militarily. They cannot overcome us militarily. The only way they can overcome us strong. So the only way they can overcome us is work with the fabric of our country. Work with the fabric of our country. They denigrate families. They denigrate. They drive wedges. They drive wedges of race on the basis of race, age, political affiliation, gender, political affiliation, driving wedges, you name it, driving wedges. When the fact of the matter is, when the fact of the matter is, unity, our strength through our early parts. There were times in the early parts of our country where we had 100 miles, only 25 miles, only 25. They spoke different languages. They spoke different languages. Survived. Not only did they thrive. Why did they thrive? Because they understood the concept. That was something that you heard very frequently. Not what's good for this group. Not what's good for this group. That this group had a problem before. So now this group had a problem before. So now this group has a problem. And that is the thing that is so, and that is the thing that is he recognized the rising tide. He recognized the rising tide. Don't try to separate people. Let's work together. Let's work together.
So Dr. Carson, right after this dialogue right here, you're actually the president visiting before he comes and visits us, by the way. Before he comes and visits us, by the way. And Dr. Carson, looking at Republican politics, it is hard to find example of 40 years. It is hard to find example going to the Bronx, where candidates are going to the Bronx. What is your takeaway or your impression of President Trump's takeaway or your impression of President Trump's don't always go into communities that don't always overwhelm Republicans?
President Trump doesn't run around with his finger in the air saying which way the wind is blowing. And he's very different. He's very different. Neither one of us. First time I met him, neither one of us were running president. I was Mar-a-Lago. Somebody came up to him and talking. Somebody came up to him and said, "Rod Stewart is here. I don't care. He's here." He said, "I'm talking to him. I'm talking to him." But You know, I think people genuinely know that he cares. I think people genuinely know workers at Mar-a-Lago. I know the workers at Mar-a-Lago. He knows their name. Talks to them. Love him. All the places he actually all the places he's not actually communicating people like he's not using people like people. And that's why the people in the Bronx and that's why the people in the Bronx and all these places they don't recognize what's going on. The other thing is Americans are smarter than the news media. They recognize that if we allow the left in using our justice system, in using our justice and persecute, if they're successful in doing that, we will not have the United States we will be the biggest banana republic in the world. We will be the biggest banana in the world. We're already country like ours. How could a country like ours who can barely find a leader, who can barely find this person has this person has control of the military, is control of the military, control of so many aspects around him, know that he's in power, around him know that they're more interested in power, they are more interested in the well-being of our nation, and we have the well-being of our nation, and we have to change that.
Dr. Carson, how do you recommend this audience? All about action, respond, when their friends or family or potential voters say, I'm not sure about voters say, I'm not sure about voting for Donald Trump because he's a convicted felon.
You know, I see so many people who have that they don't want to vote another reason that they don't want to vote for Trump. When you press them, when you press them, yes, what if you were a patient what if you were a serious disease that required would you rather have a surgeon who has poor bedside manner kills everybody? The founders of our country, they study every single political system that ever existed. And one of the things that they discovered, no matter how they start, they all move. No matter how they start, they all move in the same direction. Domination, infiltration, and domination. We have Donald Trump. Somebody who understands power back to people, and wants to get power back to people. Because that was built into our system, that our founders built into our system to change, and their government is inappropriate. The government is inappropriate. We have that ability, but it means we have to vote. Everybody use that in an appropriate way. Use that. People don't just go to the booth or look at the people. Don't just go into the booth and vote for the name that looks familiar. And vote for the name that looks familiar. You need to know who they are. I know that name. Most people say, I know that. No, you don't want that. We got to do better. You don't want that. We got to do better. We got to study who we're voting for. We also have to get involved in the process. We also have to get involved in the poll watcher. Volunteer. And if you're a poll watcher, don't listen to the people who say you can watch the polls. You got to do it for way. We don't have to accept that. 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 We don't have to accept there are hundreds of ballots. It's not open. We don't have to accept it. It's not open. We don't have to accept it. We don't have to accept any of these things. We don't have to accept any of these things. This is America.
Dr. Carson, This election, Dr. Carson, this election, unlike any first time since the 18th, is the first time where we have two independent presidential where we have independent presidential 1892. It was Grover Cleveland. 1892. It was Grover Cleveland served as president, and Grover Cleveland served as president, and people were able to compare both presidencies. And then they went back to Grover Cleveland, and then Donald Trump went back to Grover Cleveland. Donald Trump being the first president since Grover Cleveland, only one of two presidents non-consecutive terms who served non-compare and contrast, or can you tell the audience how the audience how they should compare and contrast 4 years of Trump,
well, you should ask yourself,
of Joe Biden.
Well, you should ask yourself, do you have more money to spend when you go to the store? Do you have more money to spend when you go to buy gas? Do you feel safer walking down the street? Do you feel safer walking down the street all the time? Are you concerned about what's going on? Are you concerned about what's going on? People who are coming into our country. You know, the eight people who have ISIS connections. Those are the ones that we know about. What about the ones that we know about? What about the ones that are coming into our country? And if the terrorists coming into our country, they're not expanding something terrible. So they're not. We have a lot to be concerned about. We have to be concerned about. But we have an ace in the hole. We have God. We have God. If he was willing to spare Gomorrah for the sake of Sodom and Gomorrah for the sake of but we have to do our part. Okay, but we have to do our part.
So, Dr. Carson, I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up. This is an audience that loves the Lord. What do you have to say? Two parts. What do you have to say? Two parts. The Christians who say, first part of the question, the Christians who say, I think that our worst days are ahead. I think that our worst days are ahead.
I would respond to that by saying, I would respond to that by saying, God so loved the world that he gave his only
And secondly, please, Dr. And secondly, please, here in Michigan, so our data analysis, here in Michigan, our data analysis, there are hundreds of thousands, there are hundreds of thousands, hundreds to 700,000 to 700,000 Christians, and or they don't vote, even worse than that, or they say, even worse than that, there are Christians that say, Donald Trump, how would you respond to vote Donald Trump? Don't respond to Christians that are uneasy about Christians that are
I would say the reason that we have freedom that we have the ability to live in peace and the ability to live in peace is because there were people who were willing to stand up for what they believed, who were willing to stand up for what they believed, not just to vote. Many of them not just gave their lives. They gave their lives in our country. We could have freedoms in our country. And I would ask them the question, I would ask them your children, because what will you do for your children? Because what will have a dramatic today will have a dramatic impact on the kind of life that they have to pay, the debts that they have to deal with, the people that they have to deal with, the principles that they will value or not value, depending on how we present them. We got to remember, this is America. We have the can-do spirit. We have the do-for-me spirit. That's what made us into a great nation. That's what made us into a great nation. But we have to play our part.
There are so many different forces at play. There are so many different forces at play. We need to have this election turnout. We need to grass turnout and register new voters. Find registered voters. Find low voters. You might say, what is voters is your Uncle Frank. A low propensity complains all the time that grocery prices are too high. Complains all the time that crime is going up too high. That crime is going up used to be. But he doesn't vote. That is a low propensity vote. Raise your hand if you know somebody like that in your life. Raise your hand if you know somebody raising your hand. You got to go find that. Every person raising your hand. You got to go find that. Duty. Register to vote on the Donald Trump. Duty. I never want to hear you complaining ever again. I never want to hear you complaining ever again. Dr. Carson. Dr. Carson, identify. How do we best identify, register, find those locally determined voters? This election we are able to determine by whether or not we are able to translate that the everyday American has, concern everyday American has for the direction of the country.
All we have to do is get people to open their eyes and look and see what's going on. Just like when Harrison and Grover we're fortunate two administrations that we've had right in the next administration. You don't have to remember back 20 years. You don't have to remember back 20 years or 4 years ago. You just have to remember 4 years what's going on now. We're going to continue down this downward spiral. We're going to continue down this downward spiral. And like I said, our founders gave, like I said, our founders gave us the advantage of that. That's what we have to take advantage of right now. That is all in our hands right now. We have to talk about it. Don't shy away from it. Don't shy away from those conversations in your neighborhood. And go out there and proclaim the gospel of freedom, the gospel of freedom in this country.
Dr. Carson, I want to close with this. Dr. Carson, I want to close with this. Our Education Point USA, our educational arm, partnering with bringing Dr. Carson to college campus, bringing Dr. Carson. He has been selling out auditoriums, by the way. He has been selling out auditoriums, by the way, and doing a great job. What have you witnessed? What have you witnessed, seen, or maybe even learned that might be helpful for our campus visits? That might be helpful for our audience.
Well, I have been thrilled those young because they recognize right now we're on right now they realize that we need to make. They realize that we need to make. They are willing to do that. They are willing to do that. We all need to get behind them. There are some older people here like myself. There are some older here like myself. Realize the American dream. Everything realize the American dream. And we're going to sell into us. And we're going to nothing going to happen night. But nothing or 30 years from now. The things that we're putting in place right now. The things that we're putting in place right now. I think a lot of those dramatic impact. I think a lot of those. That's why they understand that. That's why they lie anymore. You can only listen to lies for so long. You can only listen to one of the things that happens. And one of the things that happens before you change is they dumb down the population. They dumb down the population. When Alexis Tocqueville came here in 18 blown away by the fact he was blown away in the mountain man in the middle of the forest, and the guy could find a mountain man, and the guy could read. The guy could tell him about the Declaration. What do we have now? You see those men on the street? What do we have now? See those men who won the Revolutionary War? They don't even know who won the Revolutionary War. They don't know what you're talking about. They don't know who won what country war. They don't know what country next to our country. I mean, it must be so stupid. But the fact of the matter is, you have to dumb down the population. You have to dumb down the population in order to get first. In order to get people who already have a wonderful situation, what they have, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to dumb you down, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to dumb you down, trying to make this thing that we have, and that you want something else good. We don't want something else. We don't want the government taking care of us. We don't want the government taking care of us. We want to take care of ourselves. This is America, and we want to do it on our own principles. And we want to do it on our own principles.
Dr. Carson, I know I speak for this audience. Dr. Carson, I know I speak for this audience. You are a role model, American icon and treasure. And God bless American icon. Thank you. God bless courage. Thank you so much, Dr. Carson. Okay, everybody, two quick things. Number one, everybody, two quick things. Number one, you all have an email with your voice. We want to have your voice counted as vice president, which is going to make national news. So it is in your email, which is going to make news. So it is in your email. So check it out and vote in our straw program for you this afternoon. I will be doing a members only interview. I will be doing a members only interview on the floor interview. Donald Trump, go back, Roger Security interview, Donald Trump, you have amazing Roger Security still here, you have amazing afternoon still for you guys are going to really enjoy, God bless guys, you guys are going to really enjoy, God bless guys, see you soon.
This is nothing less than a fight. This is nothing less than a fight.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I spent a lot of time thinking about it. I spent a lot of time deciding about the speech. I usually know exactly what it is. I usually know exactly what it is. I was say. I had a dream that I ate a 20-pound marshmallow that I my pillow was gone. On January 25th, on January 29th, a SWAT-clad automatic, brandishing automatic, surrounded me for the first time for the first time of non-existent crime of lying Russian collusion to cover up Russian collusion, which never actually happened. Enough to think I was foolish enough to think that I would get a fair trial. I was silly. Subjected. I was subjected to a Soviet-style trial after I had to realize when I began to realize in my despair, in my fear for my wife. That I had to turn my birth over to Jesus Christ. It is only through my redemption, that I'm here today to join you. On November 2nd, 2020, only because of a lawsuit was the Department of Justice to release long redacted special counsel Robert Mueller could not sugarcoat the fact that found no evidence of Russian collusion, no evidence of Russian collaboration, no evidence of any crime at all. The deep state sought to destroy my life, sought to destroy my life. Indictment, the whole pressure of my indictment was to pressure me against the greatest false president, against the greatest Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump. which I refused to do. I refused to do. Only recently, however, that I realized was that my trial was the prototype, was the run to President Trump. What they just did to President Trump were rated with the authorization of that morning. I opened my front door, looking down the barrel of my head. My head by FBI agents. My wife, even worse, who is my wife, very hard of hearing without her hearing aids, very hard of hearing without her hearing aids, woke up pointing down the barrel, two rifles pointed at her, not knowing whether this was a terrorized, not knowing whether this was an invasion or what had transpired. There's the unconstitutional gag order that they placed on me. Dangerous that I would be dangerous that I would myself. On my meager social media, MSNBC, CNN, MSNBC, the Washington Post, as a Russian trader. That, of course, did not was the purpose of the gag order. But if that was the purpose of the gag order, why did Judge leave it on? I was convicted right up until the time that I was to report. Like President Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, biased judge, hateful judge herself after making prejudicial remarks about also attacked from the bench. President also attacked President Trump, Tucker Carlson, and Alex Jones. She also refused a change of venue. Because my friends, no Republican, no independent, no fair thinker in Washington, D.C. They also limited, as they did in the president's trial, underlying defense charges against me, Russian hacking of the Democratic National servers. Something that never happened. They would not allow me to introduce Bill Binney, former terrorism expert, to testify that there never was chairman of the Federal Election Law, testify in Donald Trump's weaponization of our criminal justice system is full crime to ignore a congressional subpoena, Garland, unless or Merrick Garland, and then it's perfectly all right. Now, people know. Dannon and I have had our differences. I'm not going to during my trial. His during my trial to forgive. The Bible teaches us, and there are very serious legal problems. There are very serious legal problems with this president puts in jail. Executive president has no privilege on testifying. That is the law. That is the law. Being railroaded. Even as we speak, is railroaded today as we speak, and therefore today, I call for Bannon, We stand shoulder to shoulder in the fight. We stand shoulder to fight in the fight. Now, if any of you are complacent, if any of you are complacent, if any of you election is optimistic, stop these polls in your optimism against an implacable enemy. We're up anything against an implacable power, anything, including framing a president of the United States for a non-existent crime in Manhattan. The Democrats have nothing to run on. They will nothing to run on. They will run a convicted platform. January 6th, January 6th, the Republicans did that right. That's a lie. They did that in Roe v. Wade. That's a lie. And of course, they're stand by the Republican your Social Security benefits. All lies. They can't run out of positive records. They can't run out of positive record because why we will win on Donald Trump. We will run on Donald Trump's prosperity record and prosperity for this country. Most importantly, let me remind you. In this room, every single person is a committee of one. Is a committee of one. Anybody who thinks this election, anybody who thinks elections are looking good, things are looking good, that means that every goes on the other side means that every I'm so happy to be here with Turning Point, when it comes to this election, because when it comes to this election, on the tip of the spear. With the help of every single person in this room. For 45 years, I've said this is the most important election in my lifetime. Wasn't always. Now, this election is the most important election in my lifetime. We will restore Donald J. Trump to the White House. We will restore Donald J. Trump to the White House and make America great again.
What's up? How you guys doing today? You guys okay? I left my suit in Washington, D.C. I left my suit in Washington, D.C. You guys are cool with that, right? Now, if you're bothered by it, it's really Matt Gaetz' fault. I was having dinner with him last night. Eli, sometimes get dressed in a closet. Kind of hurt my feelings. It's exciting to be here today. But it's exciting to be here today. Round of applause to Charlie. Can we give a round of applause to Charlie and Turning Point? Action. I love what these guys have done. I love what these guys have done. I used to be, when I was a young kid, I used to be inspired by basketball, whatever, sports. As I've gotten older, I've become inspired by the type of people that you're going to hear by the type of common men and women today, uncommon desire, with uncommon desire, sacrifice for something bigger. And when I look at what Charlie and this group of Turning Point, and when I look at what Charlie and this group of Turning Point, let's be honest, what I see. Let's be honest. I consider myself older in the room. I consider myself older. I got mid-pack. I'm 24 years old. You got some old folks in a lot of us are abandoned academia. A lot of us abandoned academia a long time ago. We thought academia. We thought so was a battlefield we didn't engage in anymore. And so was a battlefield we didn't engage in anymore. Well,
a guy like that go right down to the Lion's Den. We're going to go right down to the Lion's Den. And we are going to get the students on the campuses. We're going to make sure they hear a different narrative. Real history of love of this country. Real history of love of country. So it is an honor to be here today. And every other American, Charlie, and every other American, we're gone and gone and said it was too difficult. Some of us have given up, said it was too difficult. Thank you, Charlie. I am a freshman member of Congress. I am a freshman member of the House Freedom Caucus. I'm also proud to be a member of the House Freedom Caucus. You guys ever heard of that group? One thing I can tell you is they don't like us very much in Washington, D.C. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Because I'd rather represent the people of this country. Because I'd rather represent the people of this country than the lobbyists and the fat cats up in Washington, D.C. and the fat cats up in Washington, D.C. I never thought I'd be a politician. You probably can't tell that by looking at me. I decided to run for Congress because I was concerned with what I saw. I was concerned with what I saw. That we had a bunch of people go to Washington, D.C. That we had a bunch of people go to Washington, D.C. Talk a bunch of tough talk on the campaign trail. Talk a bunch of tough on the campaign trail. But then when we need them, they fold like cheap suits. And so many of us in Washington right now don't feel like we have a lot of time left. We can continue doing what we're doing. We can continue doing what we're doing. And that's why you see some of us make very bold moves. Some of us make very bold moves. Done before. Some of us have never been done before. I'm proud to be one of the people that ousted Speaker McCarthy. That's right. That's right. That's right. It was an honor, and I'm going to tell you something right now, guys. It was an honor, and I'm going to tell you something right now, guys. Move number one is co-ops you. Move number one is you. If they try to get rid of you, if that's they try to get rid of you right now, and that's trying to get rid of me right now. They're trying to get rid of me. You know what? I am honored to be on that list. I am honored to be on that list. Now, I'm not going to talk anymore about Capitol Hill. I'm not going to talk anymore about Capitol Hill. I want to talk to the young people in this room. The next generation who are going to step up, who are going to step up, carry the fight for us for years and decades to come. Because I know there's another Steve Bannon in this room. I know there's another Steve Bannon in this room. Another Matt Gaetz in this room. I don't know another Matt Gaetz in this room. I don't know. There's a lot of fighters in this room. There's a lot of fighters in this room. There's seminary in the work. Some people are going to go to seminary in the church. Some people are going to go to be in this room because I know you guys are honored to be in this room because I know you guys are dedicated to this country. You're not going to give up this country. So I want to talk to the young people of myself when I was your age. Of myself when I was your age. What would I want to know when I was young? What would I want to know when I was young? One of the number one things that I would want to know going back, looking back on it all. God is for you, but this story is not about you. But this story is not about you. God is for you, but this story is not about you. God is for you, but this story is not about you. Why is that important? Why is that important? Because once you understand, and yes, the generation of selfie. This story isn't about you, and it's about our Lord and Savior. It's about our Lord and Savior. Thank you. It makes it really easy. Thank you. It makes it really easy to quit worrying about what you did or didn't get, worrying about what you did or didn't get, where you did or didn't start from, who's ahead of your goals or not. Are you behind your goals or not? Waking up every single day, saying, waking up every single day and saying, all right, what do you want me to do with it? What you given me? What do you want me to do with it? If you guys do that, okay? If you guys do that, we'll be so far ahead of your peers. We'll be so far ahead of our peers. Becoming successful and the possibility of you want. We'll rise exponentially. You want. We'll rise exponentially. Number two, why does every epic story that you and I love, why does every story that you and I love have an enemy? Because villain does.
Because John 10 is really clear about this. John 10 is really clear about kill and destroy. The thief is come to steal, kill, and destroy. Is also very clear about this. Is also very clear about this. It says, "Be your enemy, the devil, and sober mind. Like a roaring lion, the devil prowls around, like a roaring lion, looking to devour." Because I know, we're watching our country be devoured. We're watching our country be devoured, stolen, we're watching a lot of things stolen, and everything that you see destroyed, and everything that you see has a spiritual foundation to it. Once it gets up to us for a very long time, it's been in culture for a very long time. I tell you that enemy that I speak of because this enemy that I speak of, he wants to destroy you too. And if you're not cognizant, if you're not cautious, if you're not cognizant, if you're not looking for him, he'll get you with one of whatever it is. He has 1,000 different ways to take you out. He has 1,000 different ways to take you out. He does have a plan for you. He has something for you. He does have a plan for you. He has something for you. You can help us save this country, but you have to know. You can help us save this country, but you have to know. You do have an enemy. And you have to act like it. Last thing I want to say, number 3. Last thing I want to say, number 3. Seek comfort, seek service, seek mission, seek sacrifice, seek service. You do those things. It's those three things that I just talked about. Those three things that I just talked about. You can be one of the world changers. You too can be one of the world changers. You never come up on a stage like this. Maybe you never come up on a stage like this. You're old and gray. But at the end of it all, you're old and gray. Look at yourself in the mirror. You'll be proud of the life that you young folks took what I said to heart. Young folks took what I said to heart. You care about you. Because from the bottom of my heart, I care about you. And I want you to help us save this country. And I want you to help us save this country. All right, I'm going to open it up for one question. All right, I'm going to open it up for one question. We got a question? Sorry, they told me that I could open it up for questions. They told me that somebody would have open it up for questions. And somebody got a question? Anybody got a question?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is
I can hear you.
Hello, sir. My name is Noah Edmonds. I'm a firm believer in this Bible right here. I just wanted to ask you something. What's your favorite Bible verse?
Noah, I appreciate you, brother. It's probably James 1 or 2. It's probably James 1 or 2 when you face trials of any kind. Joy when you face trials of any kind. It breeds perseverance. It's a testing that breeds perseverance. Let perseverance continue saying nothing. And I love that verse. I was a Navy SEAL. I love that verse. I was a Navy SEAL because one of the reasons I love that verse because all of us want to be mature. None of us want to trials of any kind. But none of us want to trials trials are considered joyful. Very few of us consider joyful. If we as the American people would learn to think, if we as the American people would learn to think adversity and trials differently, I think we could turn this thing around. Thank you, Noah. Yep.
Hi, I'm Josh Sharp from South Carolina. Would you ban federal tax for people under the age of 18 working?
I'd have to take a look at it, brother. That's a great question. Take a look at it, brother. That's a great question. Think about it. I usually don't take a look at it. I usually don't legislate decisions like that. It takes process. We got a guy coming up behind me that's way smarter than I actually have that answer. Way smarter than I actually have that answer for you. Be prepared for that, Gaetz. But be prepared for that. I don't know if I would support that. I don't know if I would support that. I'd have to take a look at it. Sorry. What's next? Didn't have a better answer for you. What's next?
Hi, I'm Wendy. I'm from Pennsylvania.
What's up, Wendy?
I'm Wendy. I'm from Pennsylvania.
What's up, Wendy?
I'm working on being a minister. I'm working on being a minister. What I want to know is what can we the people do? Can we harass? Can we do something about the J6ers? Do something about the J6ers.
Yeah, so that's a great one. Yeah, so how many of you guys love Steve Bannon? How many of you guys love Steve Bannon? Me too. All right, me too.
you guys know the deal. All right, Bill Blaster, you guys know the deal. Bill Blaster, right, parade, you guys can get on Bill Blaster, you can find your rep, get on Bill Blaster, you can find your rep, that's a great way to do it. Thank you so much. That's a great way to do it. Thank you so much. The last thing I'm going to say, I know my time's running out. The last thing I'm going to say, I know my time's running out. For all of us, this is another great verse for all of us. Second Chronicles 14, by my name, humble themselves who are called by my name, humble themselves and wicked ways, and I will turn from their wicked ways, and I will hear from heaven, and I will their sin, and I will heal their land. It's not all politics, guys. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Brandon Tatum.
Look at all these Patriots in the house today. Patriots in the house today. I said at first when I first came out here, look, this time cool, but forget that. But we are going to destroy them in this election. We are going to beat the side off of these. Make some noise if you believe that. Make some noise if you believe that. America has had enough. America has had enough. America has had enough. We're going to let that fool get back in our office. How in the world do we have a president in this country? Do we have presidents in this country walking around dead, stumbling everywhere, not being strong, not being strong? Let's get that coward out of office. Let's get that coward out of office. America has had enough. America has had enough. Step up. It is time that we step up. It is time that we show our patriotism like never before. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Stand up for your Christian values. Stand up for your Christian beliefs. Jesus was not a coward. Jesus was not a coward. If we gotta go into the temple, drive them out, make a whip, drive them out, and that's what we gotta do. Flip over the table, and that's what we gotta do. I'm just fed up. I know that you guys are fed up. And I know that this is such a great, an incredible great and incredible country with so many people coming together. There ain't nowhere else on earth that you'll see. There ain't nowhere else that you won't see anywhere else. It happened in America. You won't see this much diversity anywhere else. You won't see this much diversity anywhere else. Complain about America. You'll never experience some things that we see. Never have some things that we see. Never have. And I'll say this in the history. And I'll say it's always like this. I wasn't always like this in America, and I see that people are changing. I wasn't always American, and I see that people are changing. I wasn't always the patriot around the neighborhood. Where we grew up in the neighborhood, we could stand Democrats. We could stand white people either. I'm just going to keep it real. We could stand white people either. I'm just going to keep it real. I grew up brainwashed. I grew up brainwashed. At least in the situation where if you thought anything close to where if you thought anything you were selling out to what the believe, then you were selling out to God people to change my mind. God to change my mind. To open up the patriotism in America. The true value of patriotism in America. I couldn't stand police officers. I couldn't stand police officers. When I was 8 years old, my first experience with police officers, I got arrested. My smoking weed in a vacant house. I got arrested. For smoking weed in a vacant house. Guns drawn. They came in. Guns drawn. And I thought they did jail. Black. And I thought they did. I remember getting pulled over the first time, bumping loud. I remember getting pulled over the first time, bumping loud. I thought he pulled me over just because I was pulled me over. I thought he pulled me over just because I was black. And then I went to college, and I really started to see that they had been lying. And I really started to see that they had been lying to us. They tried to tell us this has been a racist. They tried to tell us this country has been a racist country. I disagree with them to the fullest extent. What people forget is perplexing to me. This is what people forget in the history of this country. Is that in the history of this country that existed, you have slavery that existed, but you also had good people who never carried slavery. Free the slaves, good people who free the slaves, people the right to vote, black people the right to vote. We always had slavery in this country. We always had white people in this country. There were black. There were white, there were black, there were black, they were always together. Don't let them make this a better place. Don't let this always be great. This country has always been great. We're just getting a little better. In order to get to the point that we want to be, and in order to get to the point that we want to be doers, we got to be doers. Not just take action. And not just think about things. Not just think about things. Not just online. When I look at the last time in 2020, when I look at the last time in 2020 behind the election, I feel like we know that we behind the wheel and dealing. Now we know that wheeling and dealing. We got to go full force. This time, we got to go full force and make an incredible difference. All we got. They cannot beat us and make an incredible difference. They cannot beat us if we turn out the vote. I don't care what shenanigans they try to pull. I don't care what shenanigans they try to pull. Show out. If we show up, I don't care how you gotta show out. And I don't care how you gotta vote. And people get mad when I say this. But let's keep it real. Last time we shorted in Arizona because we believe in Arizona. We believe that you got to show up on one day with one opportunity. You can make it on voting day. You show up on voting day. You got to vote early on voting day. If you got to vote early, you vote anyway. You vote anyway you can. Grandma, your daddy, grandma, doesn't matter. We better show up, put some votes on the table so we can win an election. We can outdo them if we believe. We can outdo them if we believe in ourselves. And we believe in ourselves. We will believe in what's right. We will whoop them. Don't get it twisted. We will beat them this time. Don't get it twisted. Don't look at the polls this time. Don't look at the polls. None of that. I remember when I was playing football. None of that. I remember when I was playing football. We never looked at the scoreboard. What we executed in our training. We don't need to look at the polls. We don't need to look at the polls. We don't need to none of that matters. None of that matters. Show up, show up, and vote. I only got a little bit of time. It's not enough just for you to vote. It's not enough just for you to vote. I'm gonna call my grandma as soon as I get back home. I'm gonna call my grandma as soon as I get back home. Grandma. Do you know how to vote, right? You voting, right? Do you like the way America's going right now? Do you like the way America's going right now? Go ahead, put that down. You are right now. Grandma. I need to fly to Texas to help you figure that out. I'm on the group chat with my whole family. Everybody, you know what the election text gonna be. Everybody, you better go vote Republican. That's what I'm gonna say to him. You better go vote Republican. That's what I'm gonna say to him. But I want us to be inspired. But I want us to be inspired and realize that it is our time. It is our time. We will not stand for cowards. We will not stand for cowards. We will not stand for politicians that will not stand up and fight for our values. That won't stand up and fight for our values. That's playing. We're not doing that anymore. You are not doing that anymore. American values. You are type of person to get your butt out of office. American values to be strong. Get your butt out of office. If you're not going to be bold, don't talk to me. If you're not going to be bold, don't talk to me. Men, and let me add this to me very clear. I see a bunch of young men right here on the front row. Very clear. A bunch of young men right here on the front row. It is our time to take our rightful position as men. We have a godly responsibility. Enough for the red pill and all this other stuff that enough for the red pill and all this other stuff to take your rightful position. You young men have to take your rightful position. Lead your household to God first, lead this country to a victory. And I'm not leaving out the young women. Just hold on a second. Young women. Just hold on a second. I get to y'all in a minute. The Bible says we are the leaders of the household. The Bible says we are the leaders of the household throughout history. If you look at throughout history, you can go all the way up to Jesus' day. You can go all the way up to men led charge. When you go and look at Adam and Eve, when you go and Adam and Eve, on the first day of God, they Adam first. You look at God, they Adam first. And then he made Eve. When Eve ate from the forbidden tree, nothing happened. When Eve ate from the forbidden tree, remember. It wasn't until Adam ate, things begin to change. That God did not put the burden on Eve. God did not put the burden on Eve. He put the burden on Adam. I want you young men to remember that. I want you young men to remember that. It's nothing wrong. It's nothing wrong with being wholesome, living right. It's nothing wrong with living right, doing right. There's nothing wrong with that. Society first. There's nothing wrong with that. You're in college, go out, have fun, and going out with women on the weekend. I need you going out with women on the weekend. I need you don't be chasing women. Don't be chasing women. I need you to focus. I need you to focus. You don't have to be out on the weekend getting drunk. You don't have to be out on the weekend getting foolish things. The young women need to be focused. The young women, we don't have enough men left. If we don't have enough men left, who are women going to marry? And let me say this. You may hear a different approach. Let me say this. You may hear a different approach. Young men, get yourself prepared to be a husband. Young men, get yourself prepared to be a husband. Young women, prepare yourself, young women, prepare yourself to be wise. The greatest accomplishment you will ever live, the greatest accomplishment you will ever live, you will ever have in your life. Greatest accomplishment, being a wife. Greatest accomplishment. I wish I had more time. And I wish I had more time. Because y'all see what they get the saying. I'm not saying that women cannot like that's what God has called great things in life. That's what God has called you to do. Do not forget great things. And do not forget the power of the family. And do not forget the power of the family. If God did not want a man, if God did not want a man to be with a woman and left Eve out of the perpetuity to make Adam and Eve out of the equation. There's power in that for Adam. There's power in that, ladies and gentlemen. Young people, that's what they want to rip from our society. That's what they want to have from our society. They want to have the man against the woman. They want y'all to be black. A man against the woman. They want black against white. They want us to be united as one. But it is our time. One nation united as one to God. One nation under God. And I'm confident we'll make that happen. And I'm confident you guys are with me on this. I know you guys are with me on this. Enough of the lies. Enough is enough. Enough of the pigeonhole. Enough of the lies. Enough of the. We know what happened during COVID. We know what happened during COVID. We know the lies. It's not a mystery. We know the lies they told us. We know the lies they tell us now. Our country. We know the lies. Joe Biden ready to have us in a minute now. Joe Biden get ready to act like he ain't doing what he's doing, and they're trying to act like he's doing what he's doing. He's just stumbling, drifting off place. He's just stumbling. No, he was stumbling. Everybody, he was stumbling. Everybody this way. Come on, man. This way. We don't know if he's proofing himself, man. Or he's trying to sit down. What is he doing? Or he's trying to sit down. What is he doing? Come on, I'm not finna lie to y'all and play nice. I'm not finna lie to y'all and play nice. That dude is losing. We've had too many men and women. We've had too many men and women for us to let them do that to us. This country, for us to let them do that to us. Too many men and women who serve too many men and women who serve this country. Let have more right to this country. Have more right. They must be crazy. American citizens. They must be crazy. Too many people have fallen. Too many men and women put that uniform on, wear the badge. Too many men and women put that on, wear the badge to protect us. I don't want to end with a mean tone. I don't want to end with a mean tone. I want everybody to stand up real quick before I get off the stage. I want everybody to stand up real quick before I get off the stage. Everybody stand with me. Get the legs ready. All right. Get the legs ready. I want us on one accord. I want us on one accord. When I point the mic at you guys, I want you to say we win. When I point the mic at you guys, I want you to say we win. All right, let's try it out. All right, man. So with your arms, get your juices going. I'm gonna do it again. Juices going. I'm gonna do it again. So every time I point the mic, I want you to say we win. All right. So every time I point the mic, I want you to say we win. All right. No matter what. You put your pride first. And we gotta unite. Every day, in this election, all the time. Let's get it in this election. Let's get it. Thank you guys. Y'all can be seated. Let's go out and kick some tail. Let's go out and kick some tail.
In 1776. In 1770, forged a nation of revolution. Forged men of revolution together. Men and women together, fighting for freedom, liberty, and the throughout history. The spirit of throughout the spirit of the battles may have prevailed. The battles may have changed. But the today in 2024. We find ourselves pivotal moment where the call of freedom better than ever. Echo louder than ever. For more than 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been committed to defending the values make our nation with affordable plans and reliable nationwide Patriot it's just not wireless for those. It's a protection for those who believe. Because this year is not just it's the most winners. It's the most important. So wireless is Afternoon, Patriots. It is so great to be back here. It is so great to be back here in the Motor City at the Patriot Mobile. America's own Patriot Mobile. America's own wireless provider. Conservative wireless provider. Yeah. Now I only got a few minutes up here, so I'm just going to jump right in. I'm just going to jump right in with something that I know to be true. Cell phone service provider. There is not another cell phone service provider in this country that does more to defend freedom than Patriot Mobile. Yes, we are. We are service provider. Really good one. Our mission has nothing at all to do with cell phones. Has everything to do with defending freedom, with defending freedom and glorifying God. It's why we exist. Now, the problem we have here, guys. The problem we have here, guys, on the other side of this equation, the amount of money that comes from big tech, that comes from big tech, to fund America, silly agendas. It's insane, I would like to think, right? Based on what I just told you, that every person in this room would at least consider joining Patriot Mobile. But it gets better. What if I also told you? It gets better. What if I told you that we utilize the same towers as the same towers as all three of the main networks in this country for better coverage than you have today? For better coverage than you have today, right? What if I told you that because I have all three of the networks, I can do something unique. I can put one device network so that when you travel around, you're not going to have to worry. So that when you travel around, you're not going to have to worry secondary lines. Yes, we have a better secondary line. Yes, we have a better product. What if I also told you? Yes. What if I also told you that when you call our support line, that you're supporting a red-blooded, freedom-loving American, freedom-loving American, just as much as you and I do. Yes. And most importantly, what if I told you? And most importantly, what if I told you that every month, when you paid your bill back, that a portion of the proceeds go back, organizations and others, organizations like USA and others that are on the front lines, we give away millions every year. We give away millions every year. Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, so here's the deal. Now you know. So every time you pull out your cell phone, so every time you pull out your cell phone, text your friends, call your mom, text on social media, or to post your selfies on social media, you're gonna know. Take away our guys. Take away our freedom. You're supporting the guys that got your back. All right, mobile. Thank you. I'm going to wrap up with this one thought. Thank you. I'm going to wrap up with this one thought. You can look around this country. We can look around this country where this train is going, right? More like a train wreck. Where this train is going, right? More like a train wreck. It's easy to see. So my question, it's easy to see. My question to anybody that will listen to me. My question to anybody that will listen to me is why don't we leave it all on the field? Why don't we leave it all on the field when we know now is not the time for us to be on the fence with our conservatism. Now for us to now is switch parts of the red economy that we want, switch parts of the red economy that we want to participate in. Now is the time to you all. Now is the time all in. And all in, what does that mean? All in. That means all in. What does that mean? Where you buy all in. Where you buy who you bank with, where you buy groceries, who you bank with, and yes, even who you choose it all matters. Your cell phone service provider. It all matters. Elections. You've heard it before. Elections, right? Elections have our money. Well, let me tell you the way we spend our money and who we support with our dollars. So here's my challenge to you. So here's I want to challenge each of you. I want to challenge each of you to helping us to defend freedom and save this country. I'm so confident that we're going to give you a free month service. We're going to give you a free month of service. Meet us out in the exhibition hall. We would love to talk to you. Meet us out in the exhibition hall. We would love to talk to you. Tell you a little bit more about what we're doing. PatriotMobile.com. Also, you can go to PatriotMobile.com or you use the code Patriot, use the code CON, and you get a free month of service. I'm out of here. God bless you guys. I'm out of here. God bless you guys. Thank you, Detroit. God bless USA. Thank you, Detroit.
Did you drink your water today? What if your choice? Did you drink your water today? What if your choice was values? What if it was your values, freedom, self-reliance, water is about the bottle. It's about this is why I drink on every sip. This is why I drink because water is free with the speeches. It's not just water is free with the speeches. It's apologetic. It's rebellious. Unapologetic. We are. It's a reminder that even the most ordinary acts are reminders of water. Taking a sip of water, so why does it matter? And why should it serve us? So why does it matter? Water, the message on the ability of water, the message on the label. No matter how small the change the world around us, no matter how small the change the world around us, by choosing freedom to stand up for what you believe in. You're choosing to stand up for what you believe in. You're going to prioritize what you're choosing to prioritize your Instagram story from your Instagram story for repost. Not like as good as the Welch's grape juice girl, but not like as good as the Welch's grape juice girl. That every girl, that every declaration of independence, the declaration and always been free. Go to freedomties.com and always go to freedomties.com. Texas first.
Are you ready for what comes next? Surprisingly, I can feel Canada. I can feel the socialist repression. When I looked over this body of water, and I sort of expected it to be frozen. Maple leaf flags, big, like they were real proud of something. Can't imagine what. Like they were real proud of something. I come from the fighting America. I come from the fighting This is Donald Trump's party and to be a Donald Trump Republican. And that's because we deserve to have nice things. And that's because we deserve to have nice things throughout the world. Prosperity and peace throughout the world. That is what wages were rising. Trump. Wages were rising. Investments were cherished to America. Our military were cherished. Our military restored. Dreaming about the possible time dreaming about the possible and making good things happen in our lives. Growing families, buying homes, retiring with that 401k. There's a mean tweet now and again. Sure, there's a mean tweet now and again. I kind of like those too. We really do forget about sometimes we really do forget about all of tax cuts and jobs act, securing the border, and jobs securing the border, right to try ill, choice for the American worker, put us in a position of energy dominance. I don't always remember. All the things that happened in such a short period of time. But I remember how we all felt during the Trump presidency. How we all felt. A nation of full hearts, big dreams to win. Endless winning so much we get tired of it. Winning so much now we got tired of it. Now we got tired of winning. He's just tired of winning. He's just tired of breathing. Looks like he gets tired breathing. Mouth agape. Sometimes with his mouth agape. Last time I saw that, it was Robert Mueller. Last time I saw that, it was Robert Mueller. We all knew he lost a little fastball. Compare what America today. To our diminished America today. Sicker. We are deeper in debt. Sicker. Overrun by illegal aliens. And overrun by illegal aliens. How can people be turned off by mean prosecutions? Think that political prosecutions. Once we had one of America's great families, great families in the White House. Now, we've got transsexual influencers. We've got transsexual influencers wandering around the West. Remember that dude? Remember that heels who used to steal his luggage? That was like going to have dudes in heels in the White House. We're not going to have dudes in heels in the White House anymore. Matter of fact, President Trump had a little something to say about that in the private. We went from Ivanka Trump in the White House to that weird thing in the heels. Ownership has become a mirage. Ownership has become a mirage. The average mortgage payment in America today is around $2,800 of fuel into that. All the things that Joe Biden made and all the things that Joe Biden. No surprise then that we are seeing more delinquencies than any other time in the last decade. Than at any other time in the last decade. We could actually afford economy. We could actually afford
afford, President Trump, and that's why he invites everyone, and that's why he invites everyone as a great leader. Under Trump, it has to build more. Under Trump, and have build more, grow more, and have less. The left wants us to have less. It used to just be fewer guns. Now it's fewer goals. They want to turn. Everything in this country want to turn everything in this country, and they think we should have on its head. A smaller house, and they think we should have a smaller house, less money, a smaller family. People can afford to get married. They want to turn your cheeseburger into a bug. They want to turn your cheeseburger into a bug patty, and they want to make the greatest country, and they want to make the greatest country that has ever existed. And weak and lonely and trans. You see, President Trump is a builder, and that President Trump is a builder. That builds first steel and concrete with a vision. First built with a vision, energy and productivity. Are certainly more patriotic than laundering Chinese bribe money to your family members. So we must bring these Biden voters that they are in, believing the America that has been provided by Joe Biden, that has been provided by Joe Biden. The Democrats party of low prices, high taxes, and low to win an election. Is a party if their standard bearers are soiled, if their standard bearers soiled at a D-Day memorial. We are the proud party, and they are ashamed. We are the proud party. They are ashamed. What else self-deflating embrace? The left self-deflating embrace of DEI is an order form. DEI is not about good or qualified or credentialed. Not about good or qualified or talented. Just immutable characteristics. Are you black? White? Muslim? Are you black? I don't care if it's politically correct or not. I don't care if it's politically correct or not. I will never from the position that I learned from school. We will judge people not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. But DEI says it's what's on the outside. DEI says it's what's on the outside. How many women of color on your board? Have you hired enough color on your board? Have you hired enough immigrants? America is slave auction. America is slave auction. We cannot hire skin color or the traits they cannot change or the traits they cannot change based on merit and merit alone. Merit alone. Those who push DEI, those who push DEI, than a fentanyl dealer. They are both selling a poison to our communities. Everything will be pain relief. If we just everything will be okay. If we just use this to our social damage it does. DEI has no role in our society. Has no role in our corporate boardrooms. Military. We are military. Speaking of our military, Obama hurt our military by diverging Biden hurt our military. President Trump used our military to deter aggression. President Trump was in office. Even the dictators were on their best. Trump killed Soleimani. He took out the leader of Baghdadi. He took out Joe Baghdadi. Waving out Joe Biden. Waving out the southern border. Giving us illegal aliens. But there are still 80 Americans. Put that brave Americans, our military, President Trump and our military. President Trump and our military. Give them full rank and back pay. Full rank and back pay. For generations, the Americans Joe Biden was freedom car, and Joe Biden, you've heard that I'm a Florida man. And I think we got some Florida man. I think we got some Florida man. Some of them drove here, and I'm guessing it was not an election. Pete Buttigieg recently said that we have to stop thinking about cars the way we do. We have to start thinking like our cell phone. Like our cell phone. Terrifying. If you're like this is terrifying. I live somewhere between about 18% charge. I run two chargers with like Hunter Biden get a crack Hunter Biden I need to charge in a bad way. I need to charge in a bad way. Taylor Swift has been teaching us all about eras. Joe Biden. And I think America's Joe Biden. We must usher in a new era. We must usher in a new era. One way we seal the border. Spending. Celebrate our veterans and rebuild. Celebrate our veterans and rebuild. So don't miss the era of great American rejuvenation. We know this is rising not all across the globe. Germans are rising all across the globe. Germans have had it with immigration, have had it with Melee, even our side of the Atlantic, Melee, Argentina, El Salvador, security. When we win, you're not going to want to miss out on what's coming next. You're not going to want to miss out on what's coming next. Three simple ideas to do it, Congress. We should make donations to do it. We should make donations from lobbyists. That's bribe money, and I'm the only Republican who can take it. Second, we should have a lifetime ban. We should have a lifetime ban on members of Congress for an lobbyists for an agent. You don't let members of Congress ban individual stocks. It's not enough just for us to win. It's not enough just for us to win. They have to lose. Their racism has to lose. Their racism has to lose. Their lobbyists, special interests need to lose. Corporate interests have hurt our nation. I was recently campaigning for President Trump. I was recently campaigning for President Trump out in New Hampshire. And I met this barista when I came in to coffee shop. He said that he wasn't working today. He said that he wasn't working today, and we get a picture. Okay, we can get a picture. Okay, we can get a picture. That you're going to get out there and vote for President. That you're going to get out there and vote for President Trump. Oh yeah. You got to promise me that he's going to get out and vote for President. You got to promise me that he's going to get out and vote for President. Dead in the eyes, Congress. If she looks me dead in the eyes, Congress, I'm not just going to get my boyfriend for him. I'm not just going to get my boyfriend vote for him. I'm going to get. So go into this election. We gotta chase them down. We gotta chase them down. We have done it before. Chase them down. Turn down the evidence. There's somebody holding they are never lonely. We're gonna call them. They are never lonely. We're gonna call them to their text. I'll bring us to their door if we have this election. Because this is our country. This is it. This is our country. This is you and me in this fight. So you and me fight with turning point. Let's save this nation. Turning point. Let's save this nation.
Fixed rate of return, not strong fixed rate that's not correlated. And what if you were in control? You could turn. And what if you were in control? You could turn. You could turn on, off. Whatever you change. What is monthly? What is the cost of come after they paid monthly? And what is absolute peace of mind? Because what is no attack peace of mind? Because no attack principle ever there is for all of these there is investors all of these investors all the why and they don't care what happened and they don't care what happened with stock market. They receive their statement and best of all receive their statement every month. Just call 877-80 just call 877-80 invest or log on to invest.com. That's why refi do well.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you very much for taking the time. My name is Lane Schoenberger. I'm the Chief Investment Officer. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and partner of the Yes Larry Refi. He's a fantastic and as is Charlie as is Charlie and everything is so on turning point. Thank you. And we are so what is my refi? Thank you. So what is my refi? We're in a situation where we are eating young. Cost of education is that means that means the cost of education is loan debt, and because student debt is also out of control. We have a $1.8 trillion student loan debt crisis. There's a private student loan portfolio, and there's a private student loan portfolio, and a federal student loan portfolio, being the opportunity for borrowers. The opportunity for borrowers does not exist. People, when they go into debt, falls on their student loans, there is no default on their student loans. What is why refi? We focus exclusively on helping borrowers get out of student loan debt, distress, private student loans. Borrowers that have bankruptcy protected assets, no way out. We capitalized away. Through capitalism and innovation, we have created entrepreneurship and innovation that allows get out of borrowers affordably get out of debt. What we're doing is why we're here. What we're doing is why we're here. We want to take that corrupt institutional junkies. We want to keep Wall Street junkies out of our portfolio. How do we do it? We come to accredited investors. Events like this, we talk to accredited investors. People who are interested in well, as Larry indicated, as Larry indicated, in interest collateralized in a collateralized as a potential investor that allows you as an potential investor to earn on your 10.25% on your collateralized portfolio. This opportunity gives you a lot of flexibility. Gives you a lot of flexibility. Interest for you on a daily basis. On a daily basis. Only to you. We make payments at the end of your life to you. Money back at the end of your life. You get your money back. A little like a bond. Promissory note. A little like a bond, but it's a promissory note. Then we created something even better again through innovation. Then we created something even better again through innovation. We said the ability to take that investor, the ability to take that income, compound it, or maybe even a higher compound it, so you can get even a higher return. So now you've got the opportunity to compound your investment, or compound your investment, or take through a non-qualified account like an individual, like an individual, or retirement plan, an IRA, maybe through your retirement plan, IRA. Okay, so you can do any other stuff. And we said, there's a lot of investment stuff. And we said, there's a lot of investment opportunities out there for people. Let's give the ability to have a liquidity event. Just like Larry says. If you need your money back, you can do that without no penalty for the amount of time that you've been invested, for the amount of time that you've agreed to, as a percentage of what you agreed to. There's never an attack on your principal, and there's never an attack on your principal, and let's take it one step further. Let's take it one step further. 3 or 4 years. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 years. Anything above you. And then we have a 5-year option. Anything above you. We have a 5-year option as well. That's the 10.25. Come by our booth over in the exhibit hall. Learn more about the investment. Learn more about the investment.
beginning about these borrowers. I mentioned that in my conversation. These people are in dire situations. These people are in dire situations. We've been in the business now for 7.5 years. We've been in the business now for 7.5 years. Our default rate is sitting about 1%. Is sitting about 1%. To watch these borrowers. It is fantastic to watch these borrowers. If you get a chance to go to our website, let me tell you what. Invest to go to our website. Invest testimonials there. You're going to see real borrowers there. Testimonials from real borrowers. These are borrowers who I take the pleasure of doing the testimonials. I take the pleasure of doing the testimonials. Frankly, it's the reason I do. It gives me something to get excited about. It gives me something to get excited about. Let me tell you, watch these people. It is all too often that I've heard. It is all too often that I've heard where they're talking about stories where they're talking about suicide. They don't have any way out. They're done. They don't have any way out. Bankruptcy protected. Remember these loans are bankruptcy protected. Borrowers have a co-borrower. 70% of co-borrower. Mom, dad, grandma, they took out this loan. Someone signed with them when they took out this loan. Christmas, they have very awkward times. Christmas, Thanksgiving, very awkward times. When you hear these stories, where these young people are, when you hear these stories, where these young people are, frankly, ready to give up, why refi steps in, and then all of a sudden, why refi steps in, fixes that problem for them. To hear the excitement in their voice, to hear the excitement in their voice. Okay, life is how they get their credit back. Life has become. How do we do it? They get their credit back. Here's how we do it. I'll tell you how we do it. How we do it. I'll tell you how we do it. You're paying 10.25 lane. How is it you're paying 10.25 lane? While we're underwriting the borrowers, they're going to escrow. While we're underwriting the borrowers, they're going to escrow. They're going to pay us back. And the ability to pay us back. Because they don't have very important. Because they don't write credits. We don't underwrite on refi. We don't underwrite what FICO score is. We could care less what their FICO score is. So while we're underwriting these folks, we're now working with lender, servicer, we're now working with the lender, servicer, law firm, wherever we negotiate down the price of the debt, and we negotiate down the price of the debt, ultimately settle and pay off at a deep discount, usually 35% discount, usually 35 to $40. We then refinance that back to the borrower. We then refinance that back to the borrower, plus their 5% refinance fee. Now, a lot of people stop me right here and say, a lot of people stop me right here and say, just paid off their loan at a discount. Why don't you help them out? Their loan at a discount. The answer is we help them out. But we won't. The answer is we could. And the reason is we won't. Tax laws. And the reason is tax laws. If we give them a discount on their loan, if we give them a discount on their loan, they get cancellation of income tax. Because if you do that to them, they'll have an IRS problem. If you do that to them, they'll have an IRS problem. Why put them in the share the discount? Just a little different. We share the discount. We give them a little different interest rate. We give them a custom term built around their ability to pay. With a custom term built around their ability to pay. Now all of a sudden you've got a borrower who can afford a payment. Who can afford a payment. Did you know that most private student loans are variable interest rate loans. Are variable interest rate loans. Fixed interest rate in our world. We're not. When we started this company in January 2017, the total loan distressed private market loan distressed billion was $21 billion. As of today, that number is in excess of $45 billion. Thank you, Joe Biden. We have a huge market, a huge opportunity. Why refi is the huge opportunity. Why refi is the only company we do. We are the only company because we don't make our money. We do something different. We don't make our money on the interest rate. We charge our borrowers. We make our money on the fact that we paid the borrower discount. And gave the borrower a break. We are sharing our profit. We are sharing our profit with our investors of the borrower, not the debt of the borrower. We're different than a bank. Isn't that interesting? We're different than a bank. Wow. A novel concept, right? I ask you to help us. So I ask you to help what we do. In order to do what we do, we have to raise money. That's my job. We have to raise money. My job is to explain that story. My job is to explain that story. To be an investor in why refi, to be an investor in why refi, earning a 10.25. That way we don't get stuck taking corrupt institutional capital. Wall Street. That way we don't get. And I will tell you, my partner and I, we have turned down over 30 offers for funding from institutions. What we really want, we're not interested. To continue to work with private investors, to continue to work with private investors, one at a time, to build this country, because that's what this country was built on. Capitalism, because that's what this country was built on. Capitalism, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So we invite you to come learn about us. Go to invest. So we invite you to come learn about us. Invest. Come by Refi.com. We've got a team of people here to answer questions. We've got a team of people here to answer metropolitan area. We invite you to come by. Metropolitan area. We invite you to come by and visit us there. As I wrap up on this, I just want to share. Now, as I wrap up on this, I just want to share. Financial advisor. I spent 25 years financial advisor. I've been around the block a time or two when it comes to. So I've been around the block a time or two when it comes to financial products and investments. My father started our company back in 1968. So I had a things that he instilled in me. One of the things that he instilled in me, I want to be remembered one day for giving back in a meaningful way. Now, what's interesting about the financial services business? Now, what's interesting about the financial services business is you're grow their wealth. You're helping consumers grow their wealth. One person at a time. When this opportunity came my way, my partner came back to me. My first client. My partner came back to my first when I was in the financial service in the business. He built a very large service education. He built a very large. He came to me in 2015 and he said, "Hey, I'm going to make another 2015 to help people out. Hey, I'm going to make another run. I want to help people out." I want to buy Refi in 7 and a half years. I became partners of Refi in 7.5 years. We built up quite the firm. We employ a bunch of patriots. We employ a bunch of patriots. Our latest edition. Our corporate chaplain has been our latest edition. A lot of fun. A lot of employees now in Phoenix, Arizona. Over 50 employees now. It's great to watch people win. And it's great to watch people learn more about the company. So I invite you to learn more about you, Charlie. We're excited everything you're doing here. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Larry. Everything you're doing. Endorsements. Thank you, Larry. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless Refi. God bless Donald Trump. God bless Donald Trump. I am praying for this country, and I pray for all of you for this country, and I pray for all of you to do this together. Thank you very much. Have a phenomenal event.
Bishop Aubrey. Bishop Aubrey.
Wow. I love it. How many are excited? I love it. That we are on the verge. That we are on the verge of turning around our nation. If you're excited, let me hear you. If you're excited, let me hear you. I had the honor traveling within several years ago, traveling within when he was a candidate, Trump. When he was a candidate, stadium across this nation, across an agenda, as a agenda that I thought as a clergyman that I thought was apropos for all of us. I developed a video, 4 million that went into 64 million homes. And in that video, we simply who Hillary Clinton really was. That I was so upset that I became the only clergy of America in the United States of America that Hillary Clinton my name as to the reason she lost her election.
To the Democratic Party. To the Democratic Party. We're about to get ready. We're about to make sure that you become a moment that none of us ever want to remember again. None of us ever want to remember again. David in Scripture, in Scripture asked David a question. He said, here was David's question. He said, are destroyed. When the pillars and law and order collapse, and law and order collapse, what will you do? The individuals during David's time, they did something, and it was called taking. We are called in this nation, in Israel, as to rise up and to rise up and take action. And if we set on taking the type of action, on taking the type of action we can beat back forces, we can beat back the forces that are trying to take us apart as a nation, and we can turn as a nation, and we can turn the whole thing around. We can do this. There were over 50, different signers of the Declaration. Most of us don't realize that most of us don't realize that several of them were actually the majority of their dads. The majority of their dads. Why is this so significant? Why is it not so significant? Because we're not fighting a spiritual battle against spiritual wickedness, against high places, and high places. We can bring down these spiritual devices that founded fathers did, that founded these nations, and we can beat back forces that are trying to destroy us. How many of you really believe that? How many of you really believe that? They believed it. They believed it. They believed it so much. The tyrant kings. That they fought against the tyrant kings. They believed it so much. They believed it so much that there was a war that was waged in this nation. We're the ones that would leave their pulpit. We're the ones that would take up their pulpits after preaching Sunday mornings, after go and preaching Sunday mornings, and go and fight for tyrants, to say that we will be united, to say that we will be united, and we will have a nation, and we will have a nation. Our founders understood that. The demonic forces from fighting. The demonic forces from fighting. We saw the rise of parties. We saw the rise of parties that would come out of tyrants, as well as a biblical lesson for all of us. Out of those tyrants, out of those tyrants, organizations they found familiar. One in particular found familiar. They were called the Democratic Party. Still true to its colors today. Still true to its colors today. They fought men and women that just wanted men and women alive, that just wanted to live alive, and they decided that they would make person of color, that no person of color would be able to enjoy the benefits that God had given them. There was a conservative group of men and women that understood that all by their created God, given ability to do whatever God had called them to do. And out of that, a party. There was formed a party, the GOP, called and that party began to fight back. And that party began to fight back. The Democratic Party did not want people of color. The Democratic Party did not want the color to vote. So when the 13th Amendment were passed, no Democrats were passed. No Democrats see us as they didn't see us as a United States, as they divided. They saw us, but thank God for Abraham Lincoln. But thank God
Abraham Lincoln that said, what did they do? Not on his watch. What did they do? Every guy did something that we're doing here at Turning Point. We're taking action. We're making sure that there is an awareness that is happening. It is never seen before. Like you've never seen before. They're not going to be able to stop us. They're not going to be able to stop us. When the Democratic Party did not have the success under Lincoln, they can't beat them here. They said, well, we can't beat them here, so we'll raise up other groups. And they did all voted for the same Democratic Party. Voted for the Democratic Party. Those militias were called the KKK. Those militias were called the KKK. We'll teach all a lesson. We'll teach a lesson. It wasn't just blacks that were dying by the blacks that were dying by the news. Several thousand Democrats, several thousand Republicans, because white Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party did not see this nation united. Why? They didn't see us live with harmony, but we fought as another. We fought together. We black and white together. We're going to win that battle. We're going to win this battle. But it did not stop there. They couldn't do it through their militia. They couldn't do it through their militia. Why? Because the same Constitution allowed black and then when we carry arms, we began to beat them back. We began to beat them back. We're not going to beat them shooting at them. So we created the Jim Crow laws. They created the Jim Crow laws. We can't beat them this way. They said, well, we can't beat them this way. Against them another way. We'll take Jim Crow laws another way. Jim Crow laws were then resurrected. Why? We brought them down. We came together. Why? Not as together. Not as black, but as believers in the idea. But as believers in the idea that if nothing is on our side, nothing can stop us. That we need to hide. That we need to go right now. And this is where we are right now. The Democratic Party didn't stop there. The Democratic Party didn't stop there. Wars that came. And then we had the beauty of the wars that came in mind. But the beauty of the wars that came in mind went out in the World War II theater. Went out in the World War II theater. And gave his grandson that he would never see. That his grandson would never see. Would make sure that I would never in my life. How did it happen? We came together as how did it happen? We came together as a nation. And we were able to beat back the tyrants of Europe. Now we're watching intensity as we've seen before. The Democratic Party. That is now trying to divide us, and no longer just trying to divide us. No longer just the reason I choose not to the reason I choose not to because I as a racist. Because I believe that there are more than just. I don't believe that there are according to the word of God. According to the word of God, every man after God created every man because of that one blood. Multiple ethnic blood. There is multiple ethnic race. There is no brown race. We're just people that have been divided by God Himself. So what are we going to do? We have a few months left. Every day of our lives. Every day of our lives should be consumed with one praying in this nation. Asking God to help us by itself. But prayer by itself is not sufficient. Do what we must. When Charlie asked me to be an advisor to Turning Point, let's go in this direction. Let's go in this direction. That we can begin together to pull down strongholds that are trying to be so divisive that it will tear us to peace. It's more than how we do it. It's more than you and I fighting people that have never voted. It's fighting people that have never voted. It's serious having making sure that you are well equipped. And I gotta say that well equipped. And I gotta say this to you in church. If you are in church somewhere. Is so powerful that he cannot stand and declare what he believes in and declare whatever he believes in. Find a church that God is in, and the leaders that is in, and the leaders are strong, and God is alive in that past. We're at a crucial time. We're at a crucial time is upon us. And that crucial time is upon us. To be cowards. This is not the time to shrink. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the time to hope. We must remember that we must remember that every DNA that is in every one of us, we each have enough DNA. We have enough DNA as our fathers did, as our fathers did, that went off to war, as our fathers did, that went off to war, to make sure that everyone would have the same, everyone would have the same constitutional right, everyone else, we have that, and we can make a difference if we can make a change, if we can change by taking action. And I believe with all that we rise up, that if we rise up, the time and we realize that the time that we can begin to do the things that we can do the things that with all of my heart, and I believe that we can turn this whole thing around, that we can turn this whole thing around. Who doesn't worry about if you're who doesn't like us? That someone can pat you on your back. That someone can defeat your back. Defeat your narcissism. We have gathered here by the tens. We have gathered by the tens of thousands. We are here for reasons. We are here to make a difference. We are going to make a difference. And I believe we can make it happen. If you would take a moment, if you really believe that, put your hands together. Not for me. Put your hands together. Not for me. But let's get God by putting our hands together. By putting Come on. We can make it happen. We can make it happen. And look over at someone and look over at someone next to you. We can make it happen. Thank you very much. God bless you very much. God keep you. God keep you. God be with you. Prayer is my prayer.
Hello, Detroit. Hello, Detroit. Home of the Lions. Home of the Tigers. Home of the Tigers. We love you. We love you. I cannot get out of my mind. I cannot get out of my mind. Just 4 years ago, with our elections, workers being kicked out, and cardboard being out the window. Does anybody remember this? Does anybody remember this? And are we going to take it again? We have been manipulated by the elites. We have been manipulated by the elites. For those who don't know me, you soon will. I am running for States Congress. I am running for the United States Congress. In Congressional Oklahoma. In Oklahoma. And you may ask me why. I am running. To remove the global voices of the conservative movement. Far too long the marketing arm, of the Democratic has put their foot on our voices, with intimidation, with lies, and it has got to stop. As we head into these elections, fair and we must election. Fair and free and so many men and women have died. So many men and women have died so that we can have democracy and freedom. Both enlisted in both enlisted in World War II. My one grandfather was one of nine. My one grandfather was one of nine. He crossed the beaches of Normandy. We just celebrated the beaches of Normandy. And as a young man, I remember him always telling me, freedom, Paul, is never freedom. Freedom is never free. And that's a fact. The United States is an experiment that has existed for 200 years. People are silence our voices. People are silence our voices. Ever allow that, and we must never allow that to happen. I plan when I get in Congress to work with President Trump. President Donald J. Trump. And for the people of Oklahoma, I will stand. And for the people of Oklahoma, I will stand side by side with Trump so that we open oil leases and we can return our energy in our country. And we will cast off independence. And we will cast off. We will cast off this ridiculous New Deal. This ridiculous New Deal. That is nothing more in order to stuff out our voices. Our oil reserves are lower than what they have been since Jimmy Carter. One thing about Joe Biden, and if there's one thing about Joe Biden, he don't make the same mistake twice. He don't make the same mistake twice. He makes it 4 or 5 times. He makes it 4 or 5 times. President Trump and I will make this country economically, and we will support him. Actually, not new platform. Because there is no expiration. Because there is no expiration. This country must return to normalcy. This country must return to normalcy. Great President. Mr. Harding, the words of our great president over 100 years ago, it's true over 100 years ago, it still remains true to this day. And as I look across this country, and I'm running, I see so many people hurting. Poverty level at 50%. Poverty level at 50%. Senior citizens. Meanwhile, our government spends money. Meanwhile, our government spends money. $100 days. Every 100 days. We can't afford to close the border. We can't afford to close the border. Turn around and spend $180 billion into Ukraine. Well, which one is it? Are we broke? Which one is it? Are we broke? Or are we the world's piggy bank? We must secure our border. We must secure our border. We cannot afford to not secure the border. We cannot afford to not secure the border. The people say, Paul. The people say, Paul. What made you want to run? Our leaders have betrayed us. Simple. Our leaders have betrayed us. What did they say? Anybody remember what did they say? Shut up. Put your mask on. Shut up. I will not shut up for every American here. And I will fight for every American here. This country was built by our founding fathers, willing to risk their fortune and lives, willing to risk their fortune and lives in a pursuit of greatness. Each and every one of you patriots today, it's time to act. It's time to vote. Educate yourself on how you vote. Educate yourself on how you vote. And run for office for yourself like I am. And run for office like I am. It's time we take this country back. So we have to make decisions. We have to decide as a country. And are we going to be one country? Are we going to be one country? Under God, one nation, indivisible. Under God, with liberty and justice, indivisible. Or are we going to continue to bow our knee? Or are we going to continue to bow our knee? One country divided. One country divided. Kangaroo court that's held by kangaroo Social justice with liberty for none. Well, then take back this country with me. Well, then take back this country with me. We need all of us to join together. We need all of us united together. Because let's return back to our Constitution. Let's return back to our roots. Let's return back to our men and women that died for our freedom. The men and women that died for our freedom. Together in this election to send Donald together in this election to our White House and to turn our White House around. And to turn the corruption around. This two-tier justice kangaroo court. This two-tier justice kangaroo court is a mockery. The Big Apple is no longer the Big Apple. It's the rotten apple. And I'm tired of being. And I'm tired of being. I'm tired of having different rules for different people. I'm tired of having rules when I'm elected in Congress. That's why when I'm elected in Congress, I introduce what I call the 50 plan is one plan, and the 50 plan is one step. Our founding fathers said that our founding leaders in Washington, they should go do good men. They should return home. A tour of duty, their home state. They should return home. And what we have right now is a fishbowl is where people are stopped off by their home fishbowl, and they only come back by their home state, and they only come back to take a photo out on television set, and they call it television set, and they call it the 50-50 plan says, well, the 50-50 plan says, you know what we're going to do, Congress, and you know what we're going to do, and half the time your home state is elected, and half the time your home is elected laws that you expect the same laws to live under, that you expect everybody else to live under. And if Congress, if you're listening, I'm running against the guy. He's the head appropriations chair. But all of Congress chair. But all of Congress. If we cannot pass a real budget, which we haven't had nothing for the continuing resolution. If we cannot pass a real budget, if we cannot pass a real budget, we must member members until they get off their butts, until they get off their butts, and then do something. So in closing, for those of you who don't remember or know me, I am coming to fight for each and every one of you. I am coming to fight for each and every one of you. As a younger generation, President Donald Trump, return this nation to greatness, and return our honor to greatness, return our honor, restore our pride, and I respect this. I value you, I respect you, and God bless you. And God bless America. And God bless you. And God bless America.
All right. People's Convention, make some noise. People's Convention, make some noise. Wow. What a crowd. Is everybody here having a good time? Is everybody here having a good time? So my name is Alexander Spillane. I'm the founder. My name is Alexander Spillane. I'm the founder called CEO of a little company called Fisher Capital. My voice is a little shot today. I apologize. My voice is a little shot today. Though the deep state's been trying to silence me for a long time now. Trying to silence me for a long time now. So I can't help but feel like they have something to do with that. I can't help but feel like they have something to do with that. So my voice is actually exhausted from speaking the truth. My voice is actually exhausted from speaking the truth. When they try to cancel you the way that they've canceled so many others, like you, the way that they've canceled others, like James O'Keefe, you start to get a little paranoid. You start to think that everything has something to do with it. Everything has something to do with it. My team almost didn't make it here because the flight got canceled. It was the deep state, Alex. Somebody said they didn't want to. It was the deep state, Alex. They didn't want to. There's no way. They said that there's no way plane that they can't prevent us from sharing a message with you, but prevent us from sharing
maybe they might have. Who knows? Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Who knows? So I want you guys to give it up for my team. I wouldn't be here without my team. I want you guys to give it up for my team. Thank you for all your hard work in the booth. Thank you for all your hard work. Amazing to be able to be a part of this event. It's amazing to be able to be a part of this event. The third event that I've done that Donald Trump's been at in the past week. So I've been Donald Trump's been at this week. So I've been liberals. I've been arguing with a lot of liberals. Liberals out here where you guys are, not up here. Mostly out here where you guys are, not up here. So to say for the third year in a row, we are the largest for the third year in a row. We're the largest sponsor, and I gotta say, it really feels good. And I gotta say, it feels good to turn our profits into purpose, guys. Thank you. It also feels good, you know, I've got a personal victory. It also feels good, you know, I've got a personal victory. My sister, Ashley, where are you? Once formerly, stand up. Once former liberal, through our hard work, we've converted her. Through our hard work, we've converted her. And I've got my family also. Love having you here. Make some noise for her. Also, Justin, thank you for being here, man. Also, Justin, thank you for being here, man. My first broker. It's amazing that you flew in from Miami to be here. It's amazing that you flew in from Miami to be here. So people love that. Alexander, why have people asked me all the time? Alexander, why is very simple the turning point? I have two young children, both under 2 years old. I have two young children, both under 2 years old. And I need this country to be here. I'm really concerned with what this is going to look like. With what this is going to look like. With that being said, who's ready for Donald Trump? With that being said, who's ready for Donald Trump? Who feels the shift coming? Love that. So, I'm actually here to share that. I'm actually here to share this talk already. Some of you may have heard this talk already. Voting with our wallets, ladies and gentlemen. Voting with our wallets, ladies and gentlemen. And the only way we're going to defund the left companies is that giving their money to liberal organizations to country that we don't have so much at stake that we don't have control of. The ability to control ourselves, right? You guys agree with that? Right? You guys agree with that? You sound motivated too. So good. I'm gonna play a little bit kind of fun. I need some audience participation. Actually kind of fun. I need some audience participation here. I'm gonna shout out some companies. And it's okay to boo. Cheer or boo. And it's okay to boo. So, Target. Starbucks. Bud Light. Freedom to owe. What about BlackRock? Awesome. What about BlackRock? BlackRock. Turning Point's done a great job exposing. Turning Point's done a great job exposing how the left has infiltrated social media, big corporations, social media, big corporations, politics. But I don't hear a lot of people talk about. How the deep state or the far left, don't hear a lot of people talk about how they in the far left has infiltrated where all the money is. And the financial sector is where all the money is. Wall Street, you guys know that Wall Street dollars to Joe Biden's campaign in 2020, dollars to Joe Biden's campaign in 2020. I like this audience a little bit more mature. I like this audience a little more mature. A lot of young people there, right? Have a lot of you probably with a retirement institution. Probably with a Wall Street institution. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this. Rumors of recession. Who's concerned about the economy? Rumors of recession. Who's concerned about the economy here? You guys have some concerns? Rightfully so. Bidenomics. Rightfully so, right? Bidenomics. And I think that's become a global problem. And I think that's only one man is going to be able to turn that around. There's only one man is going to be able to turn that around. However, financial crisis. Remember, the financial crisis. It doesn't always come down to politics. So the most important thing that you can do right now is get prepared. And Fisher Capital right now is going to do that. And Fisher Capital is prepared to help you do that. Actually, there's a promotion right now. Inflation over up to $10,000 over. Check that out. Who in here actually owns physical gold and silver? Good amount of people. Not enough though. Good amount of people. Not enough though. Definitely not enough. Who's heard about Saudi Arabia and the BRICS nation? Who's heard about Saudi Arabia and the BRICS nation? Status is the world reserve currency. Status is the world reserve currency. You know that's already in motion, right? BRICS is Brazil. It's true. BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. They've banded together with about 34 other countries that are now trading in alternative currencies to the US dollar. And it just feels as if this administration, the Biden administration, has something to do with it. It's like they purposely and intentionally created this scenario. And that's why we're really preparing and facing a global financial meltdown. There's a lot of people calling for a crisis worse than 2008. Who in here lost money back in 2008? Let me see some hands. Pretty much half the audience raised their hand. Wow. So what is different about this scenario here? What's different about this upcoming recession? I'll tell you. The risk is not just if the stock market crashes, right? The risk is actually deeper than that. The risk actually lies in the value of the US dollar. When you've got inflation this high, and when you have an administration that doesn't care about maintaining the world reserve status for the #1 currency that we trade, it's going to devastate this country. There's a lot of people talking about this actually turning into a Great Depression. One more time, let me see some hands. Who actually trusts the banks in here? Does anybody trust them? I don't see any hands for that one. Who saw the Fox News report about big banks actually flagging keywords like MAGA and Trump and Dick's Sporting Goods? You guys saw that, right? So our banks, since the January 6th insurrection, have now been targeting people. Roger Stone talks about this. Targeting you just for the donations that you make or where you shop. That is enough reason for me to want my privacy, and you got to take back ownership, because what's stopping them, if they already stole an election, what's stopping them from stealing our money or cutting us off from our money? Who knows? But if you own physical gold and silver, you can have 100% certainty that your ownership is not exposed to third-party and counterparty risk. You're never going to be separated from what you own if you take control now. And we've made that easier to do than ever. What Fisher Capital does is we actually help conservatives diversify their retirement savings specifically. And there is a process where you can actually roll over your IRA, your 401k, tax-free, penalty-free, and fee-free into a self-directed account that will allow you to hold tangible assets, decouple yourself with the risk of Wall Street, the deep state-backed institutions. And the best part about that is when you do that with Fisher Capital, you can rest well knowing that our profits are not going to some woke liberal Wall Street or deep state-backed organization. With that being said, I want to also thank our spokespeople. Roger Stone is going to be speaking. So is James O'Keefe. Really appreciate them. They're the spokespeople of our firm. And I also want to just give it up one time for truly the hardest working person I've seen in this entire movement, Charlie Kirk, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Charlie. Make some noise for Charlie Kirk. Love what he's doing. So, we have a right to take control of our finances, don't we? Thank you. And I'm prepared to help you do that alongside my team. Visit the Fisher Capital booth. These are great guys. They're hardworking patriots. They love this country. And that's why we're here for the 3rd year in a row. So thank you for having me on, ladies and gentlemen. And enjoy the rest of the event. Gear up for Donald Trump, everybody.
The greatest country.
I want to be as involved as possible trying to do my part. We have to look forward, not backwards.
We are coming in defense of this flag. 80 years ago today, our nation's greatest generation, many made up of teenagers, risked everything to save the world. It was the ultimate battle of good versus evil. We defeated Hitler and the Nazis. We liberated concentration camps. We preserved freedom. We live in a country that is worth fighting and dying for. We are the greatest country in the history of the world. But there still are great challenges, many from within. With every fiber in our body, with every ounce of energy harnessed to achieve the extraordinary. In this moment, we have to work harder than ever to be able to save America. The stakes have never been higher. I'm here today with my 17-year-old daughter. My wife Diana and I have identical twin girls, Michaela and Ariana. They were born in their second trimester. They weighed just 1.5 pounds. And now, 2 weeks from today, they'll be graduating high school. Protecting life and education and family is as personal as it gets. Also this month, I started proudly my 22nd year of service in the United States military. And if I had to go back and do it again, I would sign up in a heartbeat. Because defending this country and defending freedom is as personal as it gets. For Americans like us here in this room, this election in 2024 is as personal as it gets. We can't fail in this mission. If we do our part in January, we'll get to watch Trump Force One, wheels up from Palm Beach, carrying our next president back to Washington, D.C. to get sworn back into office again. On that plane are our dreams for America's future. To have a more secure border and a stronger economy, less crime and more freedoms. To have a government again that believes it exists to serve the people rather than the other way around. This is a campaign about restoring American greatness and redeeming the American spirit. If it all goes well, there will be historic events that are going on both sides of the Capitol on January 20th, 2025. I'm not talking about Republicans and Democrats or House and Senate. I'm talking East and West. On the east side of the Capitol that day, Joe Biden will board Marine One for a final time to leave office for good. The Biden administration can't get out of office fast enough. James Madison wrote in Federalist 10, "Men of factious tempers, of local prejudices, or of sinister designs, may by intrigue, by corruption, or by other means, first obtain the suffrages and then betray the interests of the people." Under Biden, our country has been heading downhill. Open borders, high inflation, rising crime, exploding anti-Semitism, a disastrous foreign policy, and a weaponization of the government against its people. It's up to all of us to turn it around. On the west side of the Capitol, on January 20th, God willing, Donald J. Trump will be sworn into office as the 47th President of the United States. The Trump administration can't come back fast enough. James Madison also wrote in Federalist 39, "To ascertain the real character of the government, it may be considered in relation to the foundation on which it is to be established, to the sources from which its extraordinary powers are to be drawn, to the operation of those powers, to the extent of them, and to the authority by which future changes in the government are to be introduced. We are in a campaign to make our country the best version of itself. Unlike Democrats who are trying to change our country into being like some other countries somewhere else, we just want to make America great again. I remember just before COVID hit, it felt like the strongest economy we ever had. Our borders were secure, foreign wars were ending, parental rights were being defended. America was back. And finally, now it is once again within reach. We have to work as hard as we possibly can to make sure that we do not come up short. After 8 years in Congress, in 2022, I ran for governor in a blue state of New York, where New York is only 22% Republican, but we're able to get just under half the vote. And importantly, we were able to flip several House seats and end a one-party Democrat rule in Washington and get rid of Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Adam Schiff and Maxine Waters and Jerry Nadler. There was so much that was going so wrong at the time in New York. The Democrats were prioritizing criminals over law-abiding citizens, passing laws like cashless bail, electing prosecutors who were refusing to prosecute. I said on day one, my first act after getting sworn into office would be to turn to the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg to let him know that he is being removed for his refusal to enforce the laws on the books. Raising taxes, crushing freedoms. We've seen disastrous one-party Democratic rule in Washington and inside state capitals and inside of blue cities. If there are two things to take away from my remarks here, I would share that one of the reasons why we did as well as we did wasn't by our campaign against everything that was wrong with the Democrats. In order for us to have that next level of movement and momentum to get Americans to open up their heart and have trust and faith in us, for them to know what they are investing in and to provide their time and their energy, maybe as a longtime Democrat voter who has never voted Republican before, we need to tell them not just what we are against, but what we stand for as conservatives, what the America First movement means for them as Americans. And on top of letting voters know what we are against, and instead letting them know what we are for, it is the time now, as we are here today in Detroit, and as we recently saw with the president in the South Bronx, I'm telling all Democrats everywhere, we are coming to blue cities near you to talk to longtime disenfranchised voters who have been getting screwed by Democratic policies, ready to vote for something different, to save their families and their future, prioritizing family and prosperity and security above all else. We need to bring our message to the cities. And President Trump is now polling better than ever, than we've seen anyone do with black voters and Hispanic voters and Asian voters and others, longtime Democratic voters who have decided that they want to vote for President Trump for the first time in 2024. They too want to make America great again. Welcome to the Make America Great Again movement. I'm grateful to Turning Point Action and Charlie Kirk for the invitation to be here. As chairman of the Pathway to 2025 project of America First Works, I've been working with Turning Point Action on this year's campaign. See, we all have to work together. We can't have everybody in their own individual foxholes firing in different directions. We've seen the left for a long time working together as one ecosystem while we fight amongst ourselves. In the military, we call it force multiplication. Working together to be able to accomplish our shared dreams and goals to ensure that we do not come up short. We need all of you to be out there knocking on doors, and I'm sure you will, to sign up as poll workers, to donate $5 or $10 or make phone calls. We all need to be doing everything in our power all day, every day, understanding that the stakes have never been higher to ensure that we do not come up short. And if we win, and we better win, 80 years from now, Americans will be looking back at this time when we all faced great threats from within, combined with great threats from beyond, with an eroding border that is needed in order to have a nation at all, with an eroding rule of law which is needed for our country to have a backbone at all. Great patriots rose up in this moment to save the republic. History calls on all of us to meet this moment and save our country. And on November 5th, we'll be on to victory when, standing on that stage once again, our 45th President of the United States gives a great victory speech, not for himself, but for us, for our future, for this flag, for our country, for our Constitution and our liberties. On to victory on January 20th, 2025, when this president gets sworn into office, and we will be on track to once again making America great again. Thank you for your fight. Thank you for being all in for America, for this flag, this country, our veterans, our military, our law enforcement, our firefighters. We will not rest. We will not lose. We know the stakes, and we are on to victory. God bless.
The future of our country is at risk. For a country that has for so long served as the beacon of freedom, that light is flickering.
And we are the only ones that can save her. Our ability to live in a free country is on the line. We will find that courage. Be not afraid. By God's grace, we are free and we will remain free.
What a beautiful sight. I love this great country, and I am so grateful to be here with all of you. I was walking around earlier today, and I feel this sense of hope, of inspiration and motivation, because you know how serious the task at hand is before us. Never before in my life did I think that we would be having to gather here in a place like this with the knowledge that our fundamental rights and freedoms, the principles of this great country, are under attack. Not by some foreign power, but from those in some of the highest positions of power right here in our own government. It's for this reason that this is the most important election of our lives. Now, you may have heard this over and over again. Oftentimes, this is a line that's used by politicians as they are running for office. I'm not on a ballot. I am here because I am terrified for what our country looks like if those in power today abusing their power are allowed to remain there. This country that we love will become unrecognizable. And my concern is that once our freedoms are lost at that point, it will be virtually impossible to get them back. We are seeing attacks on freedom of speech. We are seeing an unprecedented assault on the rule of law. the weaponization of our Department of Justice and law enforcement, the national security state, to go after Joe Biden's political opponents. We're seeing the fundamental pillars and foundations of our democratic republic being undermined. The mission that we have before us is a no-fail mission. It is a no-fail mission. And it's not up to someone else to fight this battle to defend our freedom. It is up to every single one of us as Americans. I know there are a lot of you who are here today who have worn the cloth of this country, who have served both in peacetime and in wartime. Every one of you, like I did, raised our right hand and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I took that same oath as a member of Congress. And it's something that, like you, I take very seriously. And so to those who are attacking our freedoms, who are throwing our Constitution in the trash, this is real. This is real. Even if you have laid down your uniform, that oath is written onto our hearts. I joined the Democratic Party over 20 years ago. I was 21 years old in Hawaii, and maybe like some of you, back then I saw a Democratic Party that actually stood for free speech. It was a big tent open party that welcomed people from all different backgrounds, different views, even those they disagreed with. It was a party that stood up for civil liberties, a party that fought for the little guy and still celebrated that vision of Martin Luther King Jr. You fast forward to where we are today, that party is completely unrecognizable. I left the Democratic Party because it is now under the control of an elitist cabal of woke warmongers who are doing all that they can to destroy our freedom, to take away our constitutional rights, to divide us by racializing everything. Everything has become about race, going directly against that dream of Martin Luther King Jr. They are attacking our freedom of religion. They are pushing us closer and closer to the brink of World War III and nuclear war. How could I, in good conscience, as someone who took that oath to our Constitution, be associated in any way with a party that hates freedom and is destroying the Constitution? These are very powerful people with powerful tools that they are weaponizing against us and against our freedoms. But as we look to the next 5 months before us and this no-fail mission that we have, it's important for you to know that I'm not the only Democrat who's left the Democratic Party. There are many more of us than you may realize. I meet or hear from people every single day as I travel across the country who will come up to me and say, I did the same thing that you did. I felt the same way that you did. Just here today, I met a woman who came up to me and shared that she was unable to convince her daughter, who was working for Gavin Newsom, to leave the Democratic Party. But once she heard my story, she said, enough is enough. I'm out. Let's go fight to save America. If Alexandra is watching or listening out there, keep staying strong and spreading this message of freedom. This is our opportunity, our privilege, and our responsibility as citizens in this country. We can gather together in rooms like this and build our strategy on how we will reach out to those who may never feel like they belong at a room like this. But people who love this country deeply and who are terrified about the direction the Biden administration, the Democrat elite are taking us. Reach out that hand and welcome them to the cause of freedom. This is our opportunity, and this is how we win in November. So what's at stake here? Nothing short of our freedom and the very identity and foundation of what makes this country the greatest country in the world. We've seen over just the last few years the brazen abuse of power that gets more and more brazen as the days go on. It's becoming harder and harder to ignore, even for those who aren't even paying attention to politics. We look at how, on the one hand, the Biden administration says one thing and the thing that they do is the exact opposite. President Biden has said his whole foreign policy is about democracies defeating autocracies and that he is somehow the champion of democracy. Let's look at what he's doing to our democracy right here at home. Tearing it apart. Trying to take away our right to vote for the candidate of our choosing, take away our right to express our freedom of speech. You look at how many years have they said, well, we've got a secure border. Trust me, we have a secure border. When anyone who's gone to the border like I have can see that it is not only not secure, it is wide open. Even with this latest action taken by President Biden, his executive order, all he has done in the name of securing the border is institutionalizing illegal immigration crossing this border, aiding and abetting the multi-billion-dollar human trafficking industry that the cartels are running. We can't trust a single thing that they say because every time they say they are doing something, they are actually doing the opposite. You may have seen in the news a few days ago, you had the FBI Director Christopher Wray going before Congress asking for more money because of an increasing foreign terrorist threat growing within our own borders. I thought it was interesting to me as he said this, and shortly after he said it, they caught 8 people who crossed through Joe Biden's open borders from Tajikistan who are actually a part of ISIS. He never actually mentioned, well, the open borders are what is allowing this wide open welcome mat for these Islamist terrorists to come into our country and plan attack from within. He also didn't mention about how much of the FBI's resources that he is asking for more of are being used against our fellow Americans, targeting those who are exercising their right to free speech, targeting and looking at those who are peaceful pro-life protesters, targeting and looking at those parents who are going to Board of Education meetings and protesting and saying, no, my daughter is a girl and she should not have to compete against boys and girls sports. So when we take a step back and we look at all of the powerful entities who are waging war against our freedom, we have the Democrat elite in Washington, the Washington establishment, law enforcement, the national security state, you have big tech, you have big propaganda media. Why are they doing this? Why are they fighting so hard? It's because they're afraid. They are afraid of a free people in a free society exercising our freedoms, our voice, and making sure that we actually have a government of, by, and for the people. Because that means we will throw them out of office and send them home on Election Day. We're the only people who can stop them. How do we hold them to account for their brazen abuse of power, their destruction of our democracy? We are the only ones who can hold them to account by sending a strong message, an unequivocal message on November 5th, on Election Day, saying that those like Joe Biden, who abuse their power, who reject our Constitution, will not be allowed to remain in power. We will send them home and vote for Donald Trump on November 5th. I want to leave you with an important and chilling quote from President Lincoln. He gave a speech on January 27th in 1838 to the Young Men's Lyceum in Springfield, Illinois. And he said, quote, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." Those in power in America today are the ones who are leading our great nation towards this suicide that Abraham Lincoln warned against. If we don't act now, if we don't take this no-fail mission to save our country seriously, we will regrettably find ourselves on the other side of this election looking back and saying, we had no warning. So how do we do this? How do we save our country? We come together filled with hope and motivated by love. Love for God, love for our fellow American, love for our country, and a deep, visceral commitment to the defense of freedom. I was in Hawaii recently, going and doing my PT. I was running around the track at the Kaneohe Marine Corps Base. And it was in the morning. I had my AirPods in as I was running around the track. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw a guy who was mowing the lawn there all of a sudden stop. As I went along jogging more, I saw a woman pushing a stroller down the sidewalk, all of a sudden stop. A car driving down the street stopped. Finally, I stopped, took out my AirPod, wondering what was going on, and I heard the beautiful sound of reveille playing. This beautiful sound of a trumpet that occurs every morning and every evening on every military base in America and around the world. That sounds the call for us to stop and reflect as our beautiful flag is being raised in the morning and lowered at the end of the day. In those moments, it is our opportunity to reflect on the many who have sacrificed and given all in service to our country and our freedom. So as we go forward over these next 5 months, and the days that you may feel tired or weary, or the days that you may be attacked simply for saying how much you love this country, draw strength and courage from the sacrifices of those who have come before us, and know that we, the people, must prevail in this election and save this country that we love. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for standing in this fight for our freedom. God bless you. God bless America. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the John Jr. book signing. Don't forget the Don Jr. book signing is happening for the next 20 minutes. Don Jr. book signing, next 20 minutes.
When we founded PJI back in 1997, we had no idea how much we're going to be taking on defending religious freedom, defending churches that are shut down by the government. We're working hard to defend individuals with pro-life ministries, to making sure that parents' rights are respected. When public schools are secretly grooming children, our goal is to defend you without charge. We at PJI now have over 220 cases in active litigation. We're also unique in that we have offices all across the country, making sure that no one is left on the side of the road. The battle for our freedoms and liberties has never been more intense than it is right now. So let's get involved. We're here to serve. We're here to help for such a time as this.
Hello, American patriots. I am absolutely delighted to be here with thousands of brave, young, energetic freedom fighters. Now, while some of us are young at heart and others of us here will be voting for the first time this year, all of us are united in a singular mission. We believe that we can, we will, and we must take back America in November 2024. Now, some of the younger folks here may have seen the AMAC logo in one or two places, and perhaps you thought, why in the world is the Association of Mature American Citizens at a Turning Point event? Aren't they my grandparents' age? Well, as a mother and a grandmother, I am here because, like you, I see how the great American dream is in peril. It is becoming further and further out of reach for all citizens, but especially for our children and grandchildren. And it is going to take each one of us here together to reclaim our freedoms and stop the left's socialist march. After the last two elections, we know exactly what the Democrats are going to do. They are going to use every lever of power to try to rig the system against we, the people. And this is why we must turn out in overwhelming numbers and show the world that the era of Biden corruption is over. Just 7 months from now, I have a feeling that many of us will be standing on the National Mall as we inaugurate the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Folks, this election is a battle between the liberal elites and their godless anti-American ideology and the silent majority of our Americans who still believe in a few old-fashioned ideas. All of us in this room, young, old, and somewhere in between, we still believe that the United States Constitution is the greatest experiment in self-government in human history. We believe that the right to free speech and the exercise of religion applies to all Americans, including MAGA conservatives, Christians, pro-life advocates, and yes, pro-Israel Jewish students on college campuses. In this country, there should be no safe space for violent temper tantrums by those who sympathize with Hamas terrorists. Many of these students who hate our country, they're not even American citizens. They don't belong on our college campuses, and the only thing they deserve from America is a one-way ticket back to their country of origin. We also believe that a nation without the Second Amendment is more dangerous and less free, and we reject any argument otherwise. We honor the brave men and women of law enforcement who risk everything to keep us safe. It is time to stop cowering to the criminals. It is time to prosecute them. It is time we lock them up. Folks, the day that President Trump takes office, the criminals will know that the era of the get out of jail bail free days are over. Trump will end the catastrophe at the border. Illegal aliens will no longer have a free pass to stay here in America forever. If we can bust them to Martha's Vineyard, we can bust them back across the border. And we must protect the first right of all citizens, the right to life itself. As the left tries to impose radical gender ideology on our kids, we must fearlessly defend the undeniable truth that there are only two genders. Boys have no place in girls' locker rooms. Boys have no place in girls' sports.
And the so-called gender-affirming care, it is in fact child abuse. To all of the gender fanatics out there, if you think mama bears are dangerous, watch out for a whole lot of grandma grizzlies. We may look harmless and cute, but you will wish you didn't as much come near our grandkids. Now, growing up on Long Island, New York, of course, I've always had many friends who voted Democrat, but they don't even recognize the Democrat Party today. The radical left, they want to fund terrorists. They want to persecute our police. They want to release violent criminals back on our streets. They want to kill unborn babies. They want to teach our children to hate America. And they want to make our children believe that their God-given gender was a mistake. You know, Joe Biden and the radical left have done such a good job destroying everything that our forefathers have built that China doesn't even need to invade our shores. The radical left is destroying America from within. And as if that isn't bad enough, Joe Biden has launched the most successful campaign in history to kill the American dream. Bidenomics has been an absolute catastrophe. 70% of young Americans who want to buy a home can't afford to do so because of sky-high interest rates. 60% of America's seniors on Social Security are struggling because of record-level inflation. Trump is the only man brave enough to take on the powerful forces in Washington and once and for all drain the swamp. The radical left is determined to make the people powerless. They want to indoctrinate us into their religion of Marxism, nihilism, and atheism. They are allergic to God, and especially to the name of Jesus Christ. But here's some good news. We know that the lies of the left cannot withstand the light of truth, and if we speak out with courage, we will win. Despite what the extreme left wants us to believe, they can't change the fact that our freedoms don't come from government. As our founding fathers understood, our rights come from God alone. It is for this very reason that my father, the late Dan Weber, founded AMAC just 15 years ago. My father was an Air Force veteran, a small business owner, and at age 64, my father took his retirement savings and said to me, let's build a conservative alternative to AARP. We began with a few hundred members. From our hometown. Today, AMAC is over 2 million members strong, and at AMAC, we wear our traditional American values like a badge of honor. This afternoon, I am grateful to be joined by hundreds of AMAC members. To all the AMAC members in the room, please stand. If you're here and you're an AMAC member, please stand. That's right. Give yourselves a round of ovation. There you go. We have to remember the words that Ronald Reagan once said when he said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It has to be fought for and defended by each generation. We have to remember our parents, our grandparents, great-grandparents, they built America into the mightiest defender of freedom in the 20th century. Folks, just over a week ago, we commemorated the 80th anniversary of D-Day. To the young people here today, sadly, the greatest generation won't be with us much longer. But they are leaving a legacy in you, and you must take up their cause and become the next generation to make America strong, proud, brave, and free. Together, folks, we will make history in November. We will usher in a new era of greatness that will bring hope to generations to come. God bless you, God bless America, and thank you all.
We're going to defeat evil. The way you defeat evil is you speak truth. Conservatism choose being married, having children, and living a religious life as what will lead to their happiness. These people who believe so harshly that they are in control of you and me and our lives and this nation, they are wrong. God, don't lose hope. Keep God on faith.
Save it for Trump, you beautiful people. Please. Ooh. Baby. What a vibe. It's like a revival. Like a revival in here. Ladies and gentlemen, got to keep that energy. Got to keep that energy. Because we are fighting a war. We are fighting a war. It's not a physical war. Not yet. It's not even really a political war. We're fighting a spiritual war. And you gotta be totally mute if you don't actually feel the heightened spiritual energy out there. Do you feel it? Right? You feel like we're fighting evil? That we are in a battle against evil itself? Yes. And what does evil want? What has evil always wanted? To demoralize good people. And so today, we are going to prove that they are failing. And that we refuse to be demoralized. We refuse to be slaves. We refuse to be down. We refuse to be sad. And we're going to be happy warriors. And we're going to win. Part of the way that you do that, ladies and gentlemen, is to laugh in the face of evil. And so, I have a question for you. Actually,
conducted an operation that killed
hold on,
Osama bin Laden.
Whoa, just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a challenge for you. The challenge is this. The challenge is this. Try not to laugh. Here we go.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting. Even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
His death does not mark the end of all.
A beautiful dog. A powerful dog.
We give thanks to the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. Here we are.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
They hate it that you laugh. They hate it that you're still joyful. They're trying to lock my boy up. They're trying to lock up our boy. Trying to put him in jail for the rest of his life. Ladies and gentlemen, they are so angry because you have something that they'll never have. You have eternal joy. Because you can still ground yourself in something that is eternally true, something that they don't have. They can try and jail you, debank you, steal from you, come after your children. But the Lord says, I have overcome the world, and we have that faith in Jesus Christ. Christ is King. It makes them so angry. They want you to be a slave, but what they don't understand is we already have the victory over them. We are already victorious. And ladies and gentlemen, especially you young men and women out there, I'm speaking directly to you. I'm telling you, if you want a life hack that will ascend you into God's purpose and meaning and reason, and truly connect you to the divine purpose that God has for you in life, fall in love, get married, have more children than you could possibly imagine. There is nothing more dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Not a guy with his arms full of guns or a protester with his arms full of Molotov cocktails. The most dangerous thing to the ruling elites is a father holding his children, the children that he will raise, that he will teach, that they are endowed by their Creator with rights, that he'll homeschool. He'll teach them to be proud of their heritage and their ancestry. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how we save America. This is how we become the majority in America. We are the majority in America. That's the country we live in. So please, I beg of you, have 5 more kids, and that country will get redder. Because I'm telling you, these miserable libs, they're not having kids, okay? I'll tell you what it's like in the little blue areas, ladies and gentlemen, on this map. This is what it's like.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
We're great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 40.
How are these people supposed to start families? Hey, how you doing? You like pony up at a bar, like next to some liberal orc? How you doing? Like, what's up? Yeah, how you doing? No! We can outbreed them. It's the simplest thing ever. That's how we win. We can literally outbreed them. We can outbreed them when they're miserable, they're not having kids. And when they're at the bar, you know what they're ordering. I'll give you the greatest uplifting story over the last year is this. We did that to the Bud Light stock. $27 billion lost by Bud Light. We literally bulldozed Bud Light, took a steamroller over it, and most dangerous of all, ladies and gentlemen, we made some pretty spicy memes like before and after drinking a Bud Light.
Marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that.
I'm gay. Can we laugh? Are we allowed to laugh? Like, are we allowed to have some fun? Yeah, okay. We're not going to stop until every Bud Light can looks like that. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we got some good vibes on our side. And so I'm here to preach good vibes, all right? We are winning. We already have the victory in Christ. We are the happy, joyous people who have families and foundations in our lives. We are not miserable libs, and we are actually a movement. This is what it looked like when Dylan Mulvaney spoke at Penn State this year. That's Dylan Mulvaney on stage. This is what it looked like. This is what it looked like at a Joe Biden event last week in Democrat Philadelphia. And ladies and gentlemen, here's your moment. This is what it looks like here in Detroit right now. some fun. Look at this. Look at this pathetic event. I've seen more people in line at Chick-fil-A at the airport. So we got purpose. This is what I come home to. This is what I come home to every single day. Here we go. Hello. Boys, there's your life hack. That's your life hack right there. You want purpose and drive. There's a reason why married men with children out-earn their counterparts 2-to-1. You want drive and purpose and grounding and to literally see God's, to literally have God put angels in your arms, because that's what happens when you have children. That's it. This is what libs come home to every single day. Looks familiar. Who is that lady? Who is that? That's a little strange, that. Got any parents in the audience? Raise your hand if you're a parent. Don't care the age. Okay, what's going on in this photo? What's happening? I think I heard it. Only parents know. Only parents know. What's going on in this photo? That's it. I heard, yeah. Parents know that kid is doing his business, right? It's like parents saw this clip and said, oh, wait a second. Hold on. Hold your horses. Something's going on. Oh, no. Joe. No. Oh, Joe, don't do it. Maybe this is why Jill had to take him out of the ceremony early. Jill's like, we're getting out of here. We gotta go. He's done it before, too. Look, what's he doing? What is that? If you ask Joe, he'll tell you. All right. Take the president at his word. Are you pooping? My toddler in the corner. Parents know. Parents just know. Okay? Parents know. This has started a trend. This is called doing a Biden. We have such a happy movement. Not the first trend, by the way, that Biden started. This is another trend. This is called Bidening right here. What happened is the kids literally go to that same spot and fall over on their bikes. He starts so many great trends here. It really does make a lot more sense if you see Biden as a toddler who needs some training wheels, a little bit of help from the guy. We asked the Trump campaign, we're like, do you have any footage of Donald Trump riding a bike? Like, could we put up some video of Trump riding a bike to counter this? And they sent us this. Okay, all right. We're having too much fun. What is Biden doing with his arms? Okay? I'm not trying to be mean here, but like, what's he doing? What is that? What is that? This was live, so they couldn't cut it. Like, what would happen if I just stood there like this the whole time? You'd be really worried. Luckily, the internet is undefeated.
Told us at the town hall that
Okay. We can laugh. It's good. We can laugh. We can still have fun. Here's Joe Biden like yesterday. What the hell is he doing? This is Joe Biden yesterday. Just wobbling off. Just wandering off. Look at all the other world leaders. Like, where is he going? At least he didn't crap his pants. Come back. Come back, please. Don't you miss this? Don't you miss strength? Don't you miss it? What people don't understand is, you remember when Trump actually fat-shamed Kim Jong-un to his face? It's like, oh, you're very thin. He said that in the meeting. It's amazing. So it's an active war zone. Like, you know that they never made peace with America? That Trump's, as president, like walking into an active war zone, making peace with their leader? There's never been an American president that's ever done that. And that makes Trump the most pro-life president in history because he started no new wars. He's the first president to speak at the March for Life. Donald Trump's Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. He's the most pro-life president in history, period. All these other Republican presidents, they lied to you. They never spoke at the March for Life. Trump was the first president in history to speak at the March for Life. Trump cares about children. He stopped human trafficking, child smuggling. Closing the border is stopping tens of millions of children getting trafficked, right? Yeah. How does Joe Biden treat children? You creepy weirdo. Get away. Get away. Dude. But the kids always know, right? The kids always know. Watch this kid. Kids always know. Get out of here. Get away from me. It's hard to watch, isn't it? Right? Parents out there. Parents out there. You ever have you noticed that your kids feel like, your kids are able to feel the energy of people? And they're able to sort of understand when they're around a good person and a bad person? They have this because they're connected with God, because they have this pure heart, they understand these things. And they understand that about Joe Biden. And about somebody else. Like my favorite clip ever.
Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump? Trump.
You will never see a clip like that of Joe Biden. I want him back. I want him back. Bring him back. Come on. Okay, so Donald Trump, pro-life. How does Donald Trump treat his grandkids? This is the day that they found Donald Trump guilty in that BS trial. Here's Trump with his beautiful grandchildren. Look at this man. Light as air. See if you can spot the difference between the way that Joe Biden treats his beautiful granddaughter, Navy Joan Roberts. Joe Biden doesn't even acknowledge her existence until he's sued by the family to acknowledge her. In fact, Joe Biden wouldn't even hang a stocking at the White House for that beautiful child. Shame on him. Shame on that entire wretched family. They hung a stocking for the rabies-laden dog that bites everybody. You can always tell, right? You can tell people, you can tell the quality of a person by their children, how their children turn out, and their pets. Isn't that true? Like if the dogs are terrible, if the kids are terrible, then their owners, then their parents and their owner is terrible. These are terrible people. There's a mystery in Washington, D.C. The mystery is called, who left the Coke at the White House? It's Zelensky. You know, we'll never know. And it's really, it's a mystery. Repeat the line, okay? It's the world's mystery. It's a special vacuum in the Oval Office. I don't know. We're looking into it. We're looking into it. Greatest thing happened this week. Joe Biden gave a speech about responsible gun ownership. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Hunter Biden's found guilty on irresponsible gun ownership. You can just tell, right? Hunter Biden's he's a monster. You know, you look into what we learned from that trial, he's just a monster. Hunter Biden's a very, very bad person, and is a reflection of horrible parenting and who Joe Biden actually is, right? You really can't. Christ says, judge a tree by its fruit. And you can really do that with kids and parents. Would you rather Hunter Biden or these to be your kids? And let me know by a voice vote who's ready for the Barron Trump revenge tour. You can't even fit him on the slide. Here's the most important thing that we found out really quickly here, ladies and gentlemen. The most important thing we found out from this trial is that they did rig the 2020 election. The FBI walked in that dirty Hunter Biden laptop, put it on the table and said, we know this is Hunter's and we've known it since 2019. We have 18,000 pages of documentation. We know these people are criminals. We protected them. These filthy scumbag traitors who all belong in Guantanamo Bay lied to you. The 51 intel experts, they lied to you to rig the election. This is why I love this new sign for the Trump campaign. Too big to rig. This is what we got to be in 2024. And we got so much good energy on our side. We got so much good energy, so much cultural energy. Look at Dana White and Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson walking into UFC. Come on, baby. We got so much good energy on our side. Elon Musk is saying prosecute Fauci. It's the richest guy in the world. That backfired. Look at him go. People turn into wrapping paper. And speaking of rappers got it tattooed on their bodies. So I would think that we officially got a backfire here. And by the way, that's the polls. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing here, help me say with one unified voice a message to these monstrous, failed, evil ruling class here in this country who've tried to stop this movement and who have and will fail. That even though they are doing everything they possibly can to destroy us and destroy our lives, and they feel like they're in charge of everything and they run this country, that they're not in charge. God is in charge. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is in charge. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have the victory, okay? Can I give you one final meme for us to send a message by being joyous and light of heart and to manifest, ladies and gentlemen, this in November.
My fellow Americans, here's the simple truth. Look at the chaos. End it now.
The President of the United States!
North Carolina took over as the new Republican National Committee chair.
The Republican Party is absolutely coming together behind Donald Trump for all American families. They were better off and will be better off under President Trump.
We are working all day, every day to get out the vote and protect the ballot and make sure that we win.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, America.
What a great vanguard of a movement that is ready to take over the country. And this is a country that is ready to have Republicans and adults back in charge. Think about where we were 4 years ago. Russia was in check. China was in check. Iran was in check. Inflation was under control. And our southern border was secure. 4 years later, with Joe Biden in Democratic control, look where we are. Russia has invaded Ukraine, and they have parked nuclear missiles 90 miles off the United States coast in Havana, Cuba. Iran has attacked openly Israel for the first time ever and fired targets at all kinds of ships and all kinds of weapons to go after American interests across the world. China is saber-rattling. They've surrounded Taiwan. They are licking their lips thinking about taking over that country if Joe Biden is reelected. We have a southern border that the president has thrown open. 10 million illegal immigrants have come across that border that we know of. How many more that we don't? We don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, and we don't know what they're doing. We do know that there are terrorists there because we caught hundreds of them. How many more have gotten across that we haven't? How many more are probing our military bases right now, 2 to 3 times, every single week? The fact is, Ronald Reagan was absolutely right when he said, peace through strength. When America is weak, the world is a far more dangerous place. And right now, it is fair to say we have never been weaker. We have never had a weaker president than Joe Biden in the White House. The world cannot stand 4 more years of Joe Biden and Democratic control. The world needs 4 more years of Donald J. Trump in the White House. Now, we're here in Michigan because this is a crucial battleground state. And we know that this election is going to come down to 7, 8, 10 states around the country. And the Turning Point groups and the RNC and the president's campaign are all absolutely focused on winning these states. And we need to be. Think about where we are politically in this country. Democrats have a 1-seat majority in the Senate. After a special election last week, the Republicans have a 2-seat majority in the House. And we all know what happened in 2020 to President Trump. And it cannot happen again. We need to win this election to turn around our country and to restore leadership with the rest of the world. But it's a 50-50 nation. How are we going to do it? Right before I was sworn in as chair of the RNC, along with Laura Trump. By the way, how great is Laura Trump as the co-chair of the RNC? So just before the official vote, I had breakfast with the president. And he looked at me and he said, Watley, all right, what's the plan? How are we going to win this thing? And I said, sir, the Republican Party has tried to be all things to all people for too long, and we need to focus on winning. We need to strip down everything that we do. We need to spend every single dollar that we raise on 2 things. We are going to get out the vote, and we are going to protect the ballot. So where are we today? We have merged the RNC with the Trump campaign in a way that hasn't been done in decades. We have one unified voice. We have one unified leader. And we are working every single day to get out the vote and protect the ballot. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, we are in such a strong position because we have allies like you. We know all across this country there are millions of patriots who are ready to stand up and fight for our president and fight for our Congress and fight for our governors and fight for our conservative values from the top of the ticket to the bottom of the ticket. We've all got to be moving in one direction. Who is going to set the pace for that movement? Donald J. Trump is going to set the pace for that movement. There is nobody who works harder. There is nobody who moves faster. And we are right here in this room, a vanguard of that movement. And we are going to work together, and we are going to make absolutely sure that Donald J. Trump is the 47th and greatest president of the United States of America. Thank you for all you guys do, and thanks for helping us win this fall.
Our country, as you know, is on a crash course. We're done with being told how to live our lives. We are done playing defense. We are going on offense. It is freedom-loving patriots like each and every one of you, and that's why we are going to take this country back.
All right, well, hello, Turning Point, and good afternoon to lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream. Get ready because the best is yet to come. They may try to put away our President Donald J. Trump, but he will not stop, and the real verdict will be November 5th when the American people speak and put Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Are you ready? Are you ready? We will have a president that stands for the flag, our military, our veterans, a president that will make sure they don't try to indoctrinate our children, a president who was the most powerful president for life that this country has ever seen with amazing Supreme Court justices, and a president that will not let our adversaries push us around, because when President Trump was in office, America was respected and feared. And when President Trump gets back in office, we will shut down our borders. We will make sure that America is safe again. We will make sure that we bring back the roaring engine of American energy independence. We will make sure that manufacturing infrastructure is back in this country, because America will be back open for business and take our rightful place as the leader of the free world. We will stop funding endless foreign wars under President Trump, the president of peace, the president of strength. There is overwhelming support for President Trump because we all know in our hearts he fights for each and every one of you. He is unbeatable and unbreakable. He will restore greatness in the United States of America, and that's what they are so afraid of. Well, guess what? He's coming back in. Like it or not, you cannot stop him. He will make sure that we bring integrity back to all the weaponized agencies that the left, that the Democrats, and that the Biden-Harris administration destroyed. He will revamp the DOJ, the IRS, the CIA, and the FBI. And we, the people, will stand with him. There is no greater fighter, and history will reveal no greater president in the United States of America than Donald J. Trump, the people's president. They should be scared to death because the red wave is coming. We will take back and have a majority in Congress and in the United States Senate, sending warriors, not rhinos, to represent we the people. Because there is no greater fighter, no one stronger than Donald J. Trump, the president that we choose. And no greater family fighting harder and stronger than President Trump's family. And one of the strongest, smartest fighters we know, one of his sons, Don Trump Jr. How about that? The support for the president, the support for the family is overwhelming, and he will make sure to not let you guys down. He will fight each and every day like he is doing tirelessly so that we can go to bed at night and wake up in the morning and know that America is strong, know that America is prosperous, and we will make sure, thanks to President Trump, that America is safe again and that America will be great again. So let me introduce you to the tip of the spear, one of the greatest fighters out there. Let's give him a round of applause. Donald Trump Jr. God bless you and God bless America.
He's the oldest of the Trump children, now runs the family business.
He's no stranger to the spotlight. The son of the 45th president joins me right now.
What's going on, Turning Point? This is the future of conservatism. We have an incredible opportunity to do something about this insanity in 2024. If you were trying to destroy America from within, would you do anything differently than today's Democrat Party? And there's one guy that knows that all of our freedoms, our liberties are worth fighting for, and that is Donald J. Trump. We can win, and we can save our country. And that's why we gotta fight. What's going on, Michigan? Well, guys, that's how we know we're not at a Democrat rally. Because they throw you out on your asses. Michigan, thank you so much for being here. Watching this kind of momentum, this kind of enthusiasm this early tells us everything that we need to know about what's going to happen to Joe Biden and the radical Democrat agenda on November 5th. We've seen insanity over the last 4 years. By any objective metric, the policies of the Democrat Party have failed America. They've failed you. But most importantly, they're failing our future. They're failing our youth. And guess what? The Democrats know it. It's why they're trying to import votes, because they lost every reliable demographic they ever had. And when we shut down our border, and we throw out the Venezuelan drug lords and gang members that they've been letting flood our streets and our cities and our communities, we can regain control of our country and put America first once again. But imagine that, guys. We're living in a time where saying we're going to put America first is controversial. That makes you a terrible person. We've been watching for 4 years while we've been putting America last. While we're guarding our enemies or allies or supposed corrupt countries, Ukraine, we're guarding their borders, but not our own. It needs to stop once and for all. And by the way, for all the young ladies in the crowd, just so we're clear, yesterday, a whole bunch of Democrats voted to put young women into selective service because, hey, someone's got to fight these wars, and it's not going to be the Democrats. No. Think about that. They want to draft young women now. And by the way, not for a war that's popular, not for a war that has any objective end result that they've articulated. You know, they're more than happy to spend your money, but they want to draft our women for an unpopular war so they can get their board seats at Raytheon. And now is the time to say enough is enough. We were told the adults were going to be back in charge. And look at what it's got at us. You saw that the adults are not in charge. The morons are in charge, folks. To be clear, we're never going to surrender. It's not our style, man. We don't. At this point, we got to fight, because congratulations. If you're in this room right now, you're probably on the FBI list. You're in with me, my father, my family, so you're in with good company. I am on every list except the Epstein list. We haven't heard anything about that one in a while. I'm fine with all the other lists. As long as I'm not on the Epstein list, we're good, right? Speaking of which, how is it that my father can be convicted of 34 crimes, but no one on Epstein's list has even been brought to light? I'm trying to figure out how that's possible, right, folks? It's almost like they're trying to protect those pedophiles for some reason. I can't imagine why, right? We're not allowed to say they're groomers, but when they act a lot like groomers, sort of tells you everything you need to know, right? So for years we were told the adults were going to be back in charge. And then we had our disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. 13 incredible Americans killed for nothing. Because the nature of predation is animals, predators, despots. They see weakness and they prey on it. And when America is exuding weakness, you get what we've experienced over the last few years. If I was getting a little tired, I'd look like Joe Biden for the imaginary chair. You see that? I mean, he usually can't find his way off the stage. He falls both up and downstairs. Now he's at the 80th anniversary of D-Day, wanders off into nowhere, does it again at the G7, sitting in imaginary chairs, and not one person in our mainstream media starts questioning his competence. Right? If Donald Trump did one Joe Bidenism, it's something that Joe Biden does every day, the entire force of the mainstream media would be calling for the 25th Amendment. They'd be calling for impeachment. They'd probably get it. A bunch of the freaking rhinos in D.C. would go along with them. We're leading from behind. There's no one at the helm. And yet Joe Biden's been able to be effective pushing forward the radical agenda of today's left, because he doesn't know what they're putting in front of him. He'll just sign it. Whether it's Obama, whether it's Valerie Jarrett, whether it's Susan Rice, whoever's making the actual call understands that they would have loved to have done that in their prior administration. But they wouldn't have done it because they got to preserve their legacy. They're more than happy to let Joe Biden sign it all and destroy our country. There's a reason the Democrats are all signing on this letter to draft, essentially, young women into the military. And it's because there's no more patriots that want to sign up. No one's going to sign up to serve under a trans admiral that only got the job because they're insane. Hey folks, I got news for you. The military recruitment problem, it's not rocket science. A big part of patriotism, a big part of that potential sacrifice, perhaps your life, is actually believing in any of the fundamental tenets that you're signing up for. And these days, that's been so bastardized, so insane, no one's gonna do it. The people you want fighting your wars aren't. The people you don't probably want fighting your wars are signing up because they get free sex change operations. But, true story, and the bigger part is because you're on such intensive meds for a few years afterwards, you know that if you sign up and get the sex change operation, they'll never send you to the front lines because they can't. I don't know, folks. Seems like a big part of the problem right there, right? Again, it's not rocket science. But the morons in charge are the same people that told us after the Afghan withdrawal that they were, and I quote, shocked and dismayed that the Taliban did not install a more diverse and inclusive government in Afghanistan. Really? Like, hey, guys, if you want to be dismayed about that, that's fine. If you're shocked, I mean, like a week before that, they would take a homosexual and throw them off of a building, right? I mean, they would douse journalists with gasoline and put them in cages and like light them on fire. I mean, if you're shocked that they didn't have like, I don't know, Leah Thomas heading up the trans coalition of the Taliban government, yeah, you're shocked? Like, if you're shocked, you're not a serious person. And yet, time and time again, the unserious people are making decisions for our country. So what's great, what I see now on a daily basis, on the ground, all over the place, is that Americans are finally getting it. They see through the nonsense. There is no amount of big tech, no amount of media collusion, multi-trillion-dollar industries that's going to get people to believe that what they see each and every day with their own eyes is a lie, right? Bidenomics, they're telling you is working. If you go to the grocery store, if you go to the gas pump, you realize it's not true. The adults are back in charge. We're on the verge of war with like 3 different places. Russia is parking nuclear destroyers and submarines 90 miles off the coast of Florida with hypersonic missiles we're not able to block. This is what the adults have brought us back in charge. We went from signing peace deals in the Middle East to wars everywhere. And guess what? Trump can stop them in about 30 seconds. You just have to be able to have the strength and the resolve to push back against the swamp, right? They'll fund it forever. We signed another $50 billion yesterday, so that was 160 plus 50. We're at 210 billion, plus probably a lot more. Remember when the Pentagon lost like another 200 billion? Like it's, you know, if you lost 60 bucks and you don't declare it, the IRS will come after your ass, okay? The Pentagon loses 250 billion, and they're like, it's a rounding error, you know. What's 250 between friends? We can stop this insanity. We can create an economy. And you know how I know that? Because we've done it already. We've done it once before. The reality is right now, folks, anyone voting in this election will have actually had real-life experience under both people, okay? It's not like the usual election where everyone makes promises and they fail or they make a lot of promises they have no ability or intention on delivering on, but it sounds good to get a vote. When you get to November 5th, the only jury that matters, when you get to November 5th, you'll have had 4 years under Trump, you'll have had 4 years under Biden, and you can decide for yourself who's been better. You can decide for yourself who's been better for your future, for your children someday. And that's all that matters. So we've seen a level of enthusiasm 6 months out, 5 months out, like I didn't see in October of 2020 or October of 2016. People are getting it. People from every walk of life, every demographic, every group that's not supposed to vote for Trump, they are seeing it. They are impassioned. They are vocal. So together, guys, we can do this. We can push back because we have no choice. All of it is so simple. All of it is fixable. But we have to say enough is enough. We saw last week your favorite president now has more felony charges than Al Capone. I think it's kind of gangster at this point. I don't even care because I'm in 100%. But what we also saw, and you saw the media very quickly try to point out, Hunter Biden also was guilty. Of course he was. But what they don't tell you is that Joe Biden's DOJ purposefully dropped, allowed to expire, all sorts of FARA, foreign corrupt practices violations, all sorts of bribery schemes, allegations with paper trails, with bank accounts, with wire transfers, Hunter's children and Joe Biden's grandchildren getting money from foreign entities for no reason. They let that all drop so they could go to you and lie to your faces and pretend that there is equal justice under our laws. That, folks, is gone. That, folks, does not exist. They're trying to create the illusion that it does. But the second anyone does a little bit of research, the second they look into it, they understand. And some of my kids are in the room, and a couple weeks ago, I took them to McDonald's. I had 2 kids. What's going on, Matt? 2 kids. One was my 11-year-old, and the other was my 14-year-old at the time. I have so many kids, like birthdays, like got to keep track. And when an 11-year-old and a 14-year-old get McDonald's and it's $49, it's too damn much. Okay? I'm not going to be one of these liberals like you see on, you know, when you see the political commentators on MSDNC and they're like, my 3-month-old baby was crying about nuclear proliferation on the Korean Peninsula. They were very impassioned about it. You know, like they're full of crap with their woke. Like, I get it. I'm the son of a billionaire. But if I'm sitting there with sticker shock, if I'm pissed off when I get a bill at McDonald's, what's a hard-working American family feeling each and every day? Hey guys, it doesn't have to be this way. We've seen that we can change it. We've seen that we can do something about it. In fact, we actually did it, and we did it with the most resistance, not just from the media, not just from the Democrats, but even from our own party. The difference is now we're going in and we know who the scumbags are. We're going in now. And we know those who are going to be loyal, those who will fight for what all of you believe in, not what the Washington, D.C. swamp wants. And that, folks, is why they're going after my father in the way that they are. Joe Biden knows that he cannot beat Trump at the ballot box fair and square. The Democrats know that. Joe Biden can't walk up a flight of stairs. So they'll do what they always do. They'll figure out other ways. The problem is they overplayed their hand so much that now everyone in America, even those not like you guys who are into this stuff, but even those who don't follow, understand just how broken they are, just how corrupted they are, just how evil they are, and they've had enough, because Americans know that if they can do it to Trump, and if they will do it to Trump, there is no one that they won't go after and destroy to push their agenda. So we must all become unafraid. We must all get in the game. You've seen it. One guy out there by himself, they can cancel the leader of the free world. They can cancel the most powerful man in the world, and they will. But if we get together, if we are unafraid, if we work and get involved and get our friends to do the same and make sure they understand and know full well what all of the consequences are, we can and we will win big time on November 5th. So get out there. Get out there. Get in the game. Get involved. And fight like your country depends on it. Because it does. Thank you, Turning Point.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Turning Point USA.
Turning Point in Detroit, Michigan. This is totally unscripted. I want to let you know that. I came in with the president today. We were just at the 180 Church in Detroit. We were talking to black voters here in the city of Detroit. And the whole crowd could even barely let the president speak because all they kept chanting was Trump, 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 Trump. So, well, man, thank you, man. Look, man, look, hey, how much do you... So, I just want you to understand this. I was not supposed to speak. This is all unscripted. We're going to have a good time before the 47th President of the United States comes out. I see the signs in front. Hold them up real good. Make sure everybody can see the signs. The sign I like says, Joe Biden. I can't do it Apprentice style. It just says, Joe Biden, you're fired. Lower those for a moment. Now keep those other signs up. The other ones. Yo, hey, they know how to follow. I like this crowd. They get it. The other sign that is up right now, and this is for all the people at home, says, never surrender. We are 5 months away from the most consequential presidential election in the history of this country. And what the voters of America are gonna tell Joe Biden and the crazy Democrats is that you are fired because America will never surrender. I told y'all this open mic, I'm just doing what I want now. I saw Don Jr. come off, and I go, Don, hey, I can't control that, man. I got no control. Man, I love you too. So I'm talking to Don in the back, I go, Don, you wanna like bring the energy next time? And he goes, yeah, I gotta pick it up. Nah, he was awesome. But I'm telling you that it's not an anger. It's just being pissed off. And that mood is all through America. I've been in state after state after state campaigning for President Trump, campaigning for members throughout the legislature, throughout Congress. And what the man and woman of this country are saying is, we are pissed off. And we want our country back. They want our borders under control. They don't want the drug cartels making billions of dollars because Joe Biden and the Democrats are radicals and just plain crazy. They want an economy that works for everybody. They want the little guy to make money. They want the intermediate guy to make money. The Democrats are so selfish and so nuts. I like the big guy making money. Because when everybody's making money, everybody flourishes. The other thing that's happening now, and I know because as I'm going through my words, I told you, this is unscripted, baby. We're just having a good time, Turning Point, good time. The Biden campaign, they do this thing. They've been doing it a lot. They're doing it to me now. I wonder why. Where they like to take a piece of your words and twist it and lie and smear and gaslight. Because they have no agenda. So I want to be very clear to the Biden campaign. We want everybody to make money. We want everybody to be successful. And the only people that are not allowed to be successful in America anymore are the crazy Democrat Party that is ruining America. I'm excited. I don't know if you're excited, but I'm excited. The political brass would tell you that we are a bitterly divided country. But I'm telling you that America has never been more united than it is right now. And so our job is very, very simple. Our job is to take our message everywhere. It's to knock doors everywhere. It's to get people to vote everywhere. And also, it starts here in Michigan. Last thing I'll say, I'm gonna leave it here. Can we just get men out of women's sports? Can we make sure we educate our kids instead of indoctrinating our kids? Can we make America great again? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make that happen. God bless you all. God bless you, Turning Point. Stay out there, stay fighting. We're going to win this November. I didn't give you an introduction.
No, I don't need an introduction. Byron Donalds, everybody, one more time. So who's ready to hear from the 45th and hopefully the 47th President of the United States? We are here in Detroit, Michigan, where very few Republicans are ever brave enough to go. We are organizing to chase every single ballot, and I'll tell you, the more they throw at Donald Trump, the more they throw at us, the more we support him. Here's a video, and then we're going to welcome, hopefully, the 47th President of the United States.
Best known businessman, he was no ordinary rich man. He was the people's.
There was one thing that you wanted people to remember about Donald Trump. What is it?
Never, ever give up. Over the years, I've surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
I, Donald John Trump, will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
You begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work. What's next?
To get to that stage, it is a moment that is solemn.
Just hours ago, the former president of the United States, now running for a second term, Donald J. Trump, was convicted on all 34 felony counts.
Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight.
Has Donald Trump got the stamina and the will to do this again? He's come under such tremendous fire.
For anyone else, any one of these setbacks would mean political death. But not Donald Trump, who just gets stronger.
We will never give in.
Louder.
We will never give up.
And more likely to make a triumphant return to the White House.
And we will never stop fighting for our freedom.
You have to wonder if Donald Trump is indestructible.
The more he plunges into his back, the more powerful he got. And my God, that guy's got resilience.
This is a guy who has had arrows thrown at him. Democrats have tried to put him in jail, bankrupted. Not only is he still standing, but he's on top. He's winning right now.
The fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. Do we have the confidence in our values to defend them at any cost?
They will stop at nothing to stop this guy because he's all for us.
Donald Trump is the greatest threat to their power.
Do we have the courage to preserve our civilization in the face of those who would destroy?
This is going to be the biggest election season in history.
2024 is our final battle. What imprint will you leave in the sands of history?
Ultimately, it's your choice. You get to deliver the final verdict at the ballot box.
Donation websites are crushing.
Decades covering campaign money. I've never seen anything like this.
More than he has. He's to read it. This brief is going to blow up.
I would just say to people, don't underestimate this guy.
You were wrong about Donald Trump. You said he's going to be irrelevant.
Time and time again, I have underestimated Donald Trump's power.
Donald Trump can make the biggest political comeback of all time.
Latest polls, we see Trump leading enough swing states to retake the White House.
Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable. There is no height we cannot achieve. Together we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, and hello, Turning Point, and hello, Michigan. It's great to be back in a state I love with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much. What a turnout this is. This guy, Charlie Kirk. I want to thank you all, and I want to thank Charlie Kirk for everything he's done at Turning Point Action for making this event possible. What a great turnout. And you've got the same number of people outside, but they have a screen. That's not as good as where you are. At the end of the speech, I'll be taking some questions, so this is different than Joe Biden. He doesn't take any questions. And he doesn't make any speeches. Let me also thank members of Congress that are here. They're warriors. They're incredible people. Byron Donalds, wherever Byron may be. Good speech, Byron. Thank you very much. Byron, thank you very much. Great guy. Big future. Matt Gaetz, very popular guy. Matt Gaetz. Thank you, Matt Gaetz. And Ginger. Thank you, Ginger. Thank you for being here, Ginger. Great couple. Eli Crane. Eli, thank you. We're leading your state, Eli, by a lot. Warren Davidson. Warren, thank you. Thank you very much, Warren. A woman who's very quiet, very shy, but very professional, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Great person. She's a great person. And Michael Cloud. Thank you, Michael. Congressman Michael Cloud. And former congressman, somebody that almost won New York, which they said was impossible. What a campaign. 2 years late, frankly, because today it's different. The illegal migrants have taken over New York. Today it's different. What a job he did. Former Congressman Lee Zeldin. Lee, wherever you are. Lee, thank you. Also, a person who's really a terrific person. I've gotten to know her well. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you, Tulsi. Thank you, Tulsi. And you all know my son, Don. He's out there working. He's such a good boy. And Kimberly Guilfoyle. I heard her speak. They really gave some good ones. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Don. A man who is really special, very important. I think the most important man in the room for what we're doing, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. He's doing a great job. And Michigan GOP Chair, I wanted him from day one. I said, Pete, you got to do it. You got to do it. And he was a great and successful politician. He then went on. I took him as ambassador. Pete Hoekstra, fantastic guy, head of the GOP. Good job. And we have the Nebraska GOP chairman here, too, Eric Underwood. Eric, thank you very much. Thank you, Eric, for being here. We have a man who's got a really successful show. Everybody watches it. I watch it as often as I can. And he's a smart guy, and he's actually got a big heart, but I won't tell people that because I'll ruin his reputation. Steve Bannon. Where's Steve? Where's Steve? Where is he? Thank you, Steve. He's great. He's a smart cookie. Another smart cookie, Roger Stone. Roger. Great guy. Former Secretary Ben Carson did a fantastic job. Everybody loves him. I love him. And a man who's very popular in these circles and a big star. He's become a bigger and bigger star. Ted Nugent. Ted, thank you for being here, Ted. Wherever you may be. Wherever you may be, Ted, thank you very much. Thank you very much. With the help of everyone here today, we're going to win the state of Michigan this November. We're going to fire crooked Joe Biden. We are going to evict the Biden crime family from the White House, and we are going to make America great again. Have you heard that expression? Less than 4 years ago, our border was secure. Inflation was nowhere to be seen. We didn't have inflation. The world was at peace, and America was stronger and more respected than ever before. It was never as respected as it was just 4 years ago. Now, under crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, the world is in flames. Our border is overrun. Inflation is raging. Europe is in chaos. The Middle East is exploding. Iran is emboldened. China is on the march. And the worst, most incompetent person to ever lead this country is dragging us toward World War III. Other than that, I think he's doing a very good job. Do we agree, sir? Other than that, he's doing a fine job. No, he's the worst. Under Biden, illegal aliens are better off. Terrorists are better off. China is better off. Russia is better off. The cartels are better off. But the American people were far better off under a gentleman named President Donald J. Trump. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of him? And in particular, and remember this. Oh, wait a minute. Mike Lindell, please stand up, okay? I just saw him. Stand up. Forget about his pillows. He is the greatest purchaser of advertising in the history of America. If he could buy my ads, I'd be blanketing the airwaves with it. Thank you, Mike. We love Mike. But in particular, Michigan was better off with Trump by a lot. You were doing great. Companies were moving back, and the car companies weren't moving out, and you weren't under a mandate to build all electric cars, which are going to all be made in China. It's just a question of a few years. For decades before I took office, Joe Biden and his cronies in Washington got rich by selling off Michigan jobs and selling out Detroit. That's what they did. That's why your car business is so far down. You used to have 100% of the car business. Now you're down to probably 30% by comparison to what it was. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA, the worst trade deal we ever had. China's entry into the World Trade Organization, another disaster. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, he wanted that so badly, would have totally destroyed this state. The Paris Climate Accord, where we put up $1 trillion and nobody else puts up anything, one of the most unfair deals. Sounds good, but it was a disaster. And every other globalist disaster that sucked the life and wealth and blood out of our country, and that's what it was doing. But after decades of Joe Biden putting America last, Michigan finally got a president who put America first. That's what happened. That's what happened. I met a lot of people backstage just now, and they're all saying, sir, we were doing so much better 4 years ago. Everybody was. I stood up to the globalists. I stood up to the outsourcers, corporate lobbyists, and special interests. That's why they don't exactly love me, these people. And I live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I kept all my promises, kept them all. In my first week in office, I terminated TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. Would have destroyed your state, would have really destroyed trade in our country. And I withdrew from the Paris Accord. It was unfair, a disaster. And I ended NAFTA, worst trade deal, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. In fact, that deal is so good and so good for the American auto worker that Canada and Mexico are trying to renegotiate it as we speak. They want to renegotiate it. Don't do it, Crooked Joe. Don't do it. You know, if they put up enough for him, he'll do it. I stood up to China like never before, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue when no other president had gotten 10 cents from China. Hundreds of billions. I imposed a 27.5% tariff on all Chinese automobiles. The only reason that we still have any auto industry left. If I didn't do that, you would have been wiped out by China completely. By the way, whoever heads the United Auto Workers is doing an absolutely terrible job. His name wouldn't be Sean Fain, would it, Sean Fain? Whoever this guy Sean Fain is, they ought to get him out because he sold the auto workers down the tubes. They were sold down the river. You won't have any. Yeah, you're fired is right. I screams at you. Yeah, fired. How bad. He agreed to what Obama wanted to do. Under my leadership, we created 500,000 manufacturing jobs in 3 short years. Remember, Biden and Obama would go around saying, we can't manufacture here anymore. That's because we had stupid people leading our country. We lifted up all Americans, black, brown, white, and everybody else. Everyone was doing better. Everybody was doing great. But now, Crooked Joe is doing a hit job on Michigan manufacturing and on Detroit, the likes of which I have never seen before. You know, I got the Man of the Year in Michigan years ago, long before politics, like 12, 13 years ago. And I said, I came up and I thought the speech was good. It turned out to be very controversial. I said, why are you allowing them to steal your jobs? Why are you doing it? They're coming in these countries and they're taking all your jobs. And right now, Mexico is building the biggest car plants anywhere in the world, and they want to sell the cars back into the United States. They're stealing your jobs. Who would allow that to happen? And you know who owns the car plants being built in Mexico? China! It's crazy. Who would believe it? Thank you. Thank you very much. Low IQ Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate will totally obliterate the U.S. auto industry, and it won't take long. Just so you know, we have the greatest army tanks. I saved it. In Ohio, a plant. When I was president-elect, they said, sir, they want to close our army tank plant. Makes the best tanks in the world. I visited in Lima, Ohio. And I saved it. I said, how can you do this? I looked, the complexity, you'd never be able to build a plant like this. Turned out we made more army tanks than anybody. They did a great job. But they want to make them now electric so that when you go into enemy territory and you obliterate the enemy and you knock down and those tanks are firing, you do it in a environmentally friendly way. The problem with the army tanks, like cars and like trucks, the problem is that you would have to bring a battery pack along. You're going to pull it like a little wagon, like a child pulls a wagon. So they want to build a army tank, but the battery is very big and very heavy, much heavier than a thing called diesel, much heavier than diesel fuel. And you got to see this tank. It's like a wagon, and there's a big thing that is pulling in the back. And even with that, it doesn't go far, and lots of bad things happen, like it doesn't take cold weather very well, and it's really bad in heat. But it is environmentally friendly, remember that. Of course, making it is an environmental disaster, so that more than makes up for it. And they want to have your jet fighters now. I got more planes. I rebuilt our entire military. They want to make your jet fighters use the fuel that's environmentally friendly, but it makes the plane 18% less efficient. So that's the difference between in a fight with the enemy, winning and losing, a minor difference. But you go in again, they want to go in a clean, environmental way as we bomb the shit out of a country. Can you believe this? No, who are the people that are destroying? Who are the people that are destroying our country? Thank you very much. Thank you. I feel very young. I feel very young. I don't know what it is, but I feel better than I did 30 years ago. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know. I feel very good. So we can't let these people destroy our country like this. I mean, they're going crazy. Today you read where they don't want to have any water in your dishwasher. So your dishwasher won't work. And they think that's good. So what you do is you keep having it go on and on and on. The electric bill is 10 times more than the water. And these are areas that have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. They're flooding. They're floodplains. They have so much water in many cases. No, we can't do that. You know, I ended that. I went to, in Ohio, a great company was going out of business because of dishwashers. They wouldn't give the water. You couldn't sell the product. And South Korea and China were dumping dishwashers in here for half the cost. They weren't as good. Whirlpool, but half the cost, they weren't as good. And I went and I saved it. I put a 50% and 100% tariff on all of these dumped machines, and I saved that company. And then I said to the head of the company, who was great actually, called me, said, we don't know what to do. You can't, I mean, they're dumping this stuff. They can't be, you know, they're losing a fortune, but it didn't matter because their governments were paying for it. He said, I don't know what to do. I said, it's okay. So I solved the one problem. They're not dumping. What's your next problem? They don't allow us to use water. We need more water. You can't wash dishes unless you have a certain amount of water. I said, how much do you need? We need just a little bit more. I said, I'll give you a lot more. I gave them a lot more. Now they want to end it again. You ever go into a new home where you have a shower where the water doesn't come out of the shower head? They put a restrictor on. I took all the restrictors off. I took them off. I've had the experience. I take a shower, I want that beautiful head of hair to be nice and wet. Lather. I want it to be lathered beautifully. And I get this best stuff you can buy and I dump it all over. And then I turn on the water and the damn water drips out. Takes me. I can't get the stuff out of my hair. It's a horrible thing. No, it's terrible. Oh, you turn on the sink and the faucet. You turn it and no water, practically no water comes. So you leave your hands under there, you're trying to get the water. Well, I revoked all of that stuff, and they just put it back on. Isn't that terrible? And these are areas that have a lot of water where they don't know what to do with it. It goes out to sea. And we'll turn it back on the first day. We're going to do a lot of things on the first day. We're going to take care of a lot of problems. First day in office, we're going to close up the border. First day in office, we're going to drill, baby, drill. Thank you very much. Think of it. We built hundreds of miles of wall. It was so great. Mexico is not thrilled. I went to Mexico. I said, you got to take back the people you sent in. They said, no, no. I said, in fact, you have to do more than that. You sent so many people. You have to give us 28,000 soldiers. They said, no. Why would we do that? The president, who I liked, actually, he's a socialist, but we got along very well. I got along good with all of them, but that didn't mean they loved my policy. My policy was brutal. I mean, think of it. China never paid us 10 cents. I told you. Now they paid us hundreds of billions. You think? And I like President Xi, but do you think he really likes me too much? In fact, Biden's having a hard time taking off the tariffs because there's so much money coming in. He doesn't know what to do. But he'll do what his communists tell him to do. But think of it. So Mexico said, no, 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 we're not going to give you 28,000. I said, yes, you will, 100%. They said, we're not going to give you. Why would we do that? They laughed at me. They thought, what kind of a person is this that would ask for such a stupid request? I said, no, no, you're going to give it 100%. And I had it out a little bit with the president. I said, listen, you and I are friends. Just send me a negotiator, please. And they sent a man, and you've heard this. I told it a couple of times. A handsome man from Mexico. tall, dark, and handsome. He was wearing the most beautiful suit I've ever seen. And I wanted to ask him, who is your tailor? But I said, that's not a good way to start a negotiation. So I figured I wouldn't do that. I'd skip on his tailor. But I said, listen, we want to give, and I said to the Secretary of State, and I said to people that work in the State Department, give me a best of list, 10 best of. I want your best of, the 10 things that you want. And they wrote 10 things down, and a woman from the State Department, a very nice woman, but a lousy negotiator, she said, for these things for 25 years, you'll never get them. I said, 100% I'll get them. She said, you won't, sir. I said, just sit back and watch. So this gentleman came in with a beautiful suit, handsome guy. And I said to him, I want 28,000 soldiers. I want a thing called Remain in Mexico, meaning everybody has to remain in Mexico. They can't come into our country until they're vetted and checked, which was very few people came in. We had the best border in history. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. But I said, I want 28,000. I want Remain in Mexico. Nobody comes in until they're vetted and checked. I want catch and release. You know what catch and release is? We catch and release, and then we release the people into our country. We say, come back in 5 years for a court case, but nobody ever comes back, except for the really stupid ones. Nobody ever comes back. And 7 other things that were worse. And I put the list before him, and he laughed at me. He laughed at me like I was a fool. He laughed at me. I said, do you think I'm a fool? No, sir, but these are foolish things you're asking for. He said, you're going to do it. No, I'm not. I said, you're going to do it 100%. You're sitting there, right? You're going to do it. And now he starts to get a little bit strange because he say, why does this guy have such confidence in this? And I said, you're going to do it? He goes, no way. And I said, way. Then I told him. I said, here's what's happening. If you don't do it, I have before me a document right here. It's right here. And I said, you don't do it, I'm signing this document. This was a Friday afternoon. I said, on Monday morning at 7 o'clock, we're putting on 25% tariffs on everything that comes in from Mexico, including all the cars that you stole from America, all those newly manufactured Mexican cars that come in by the tens of thousands. And then you have 1 month, and it goes to 50%, then it goes to 75%, then it goes to 100, and I think I'll stop at 100. And that's many times more than the cost of 28,000 soldiers. And he said, sir, he couldn't breathe. I said, are you okay in that beautiful suit? His suit was getting very damp. I said, are you okay? He goes, oh, and by the way, I have to tell you, I had a great word that I was going to use, but it's a curse word. And I was told by a great evangelical preacher just this week, sir, you tell the greatest stories, you're the greatest everything, but sir, please don't use foul language. And I said, sometimes you need foul language to tell a great story, because there's no words like this. He said, sir, you don't. So I was going to use a really terrible word, but it's over in an instant. But the truth is, I think it does look worse. Look at all the media back there. I think it does look worse on television than it sounds in a room. So did you notice I had a blank space right there? I said, here's what you do. You go and tell me. He said, sir, may I take 5 minutes? I'd like to make a phone call back to Mexico. I said, absolutely. Say hello to the president, please. That's who you're calling, right? Yes, sir. How did you know? I said, please be quick because I have a very important appointment coming in. So he went out, came back very quickly. Sir, it would be my great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers free of charge. It would be my great honor to create a new policy of stay in Mexico or remain in Mexico. And sir, it would be my great honor to have catch and release in Mexico as opposed to catch and release into the United States. And those other things, sir, we would like very much to do that also. By the way, the woman from the State Department, she almost had like a heart attack. She couldn't believe it. And she was a good woman. She was actually happy. A lot of them would be unhappy because, you know, they would have been right about the point. She was actually happy. She couldn't believe it. I did many, many things like that. I did it with Macron. You saw Macron taking advantage of Biden just the last couple of days. He's looking at him like, how dumb is this guy? What the hell is... They're landing in a parachute, and he turns around not to watch the guy landing, but to watch a tree behind him. And the new and very respected leader of Italy, I didn't know who that was. A woman came up to him and turned him, spun him around like he was a top. He had no idea where the hell he was. He's watching a parachute land, and he turns around to look at trees. And I don't like to imitate anymore because the fake news is always putting it on. My wife, I told the story yesterday. I imitate him. He can never find the stairways off a stage. And we got them all over the place. They're over here. I have emergencies right there. You can't even see them, but I have stairs all over. It's almost impossible not to find a stair. You can walk in any direction. And I imitated him. Getting lost. And do you ever notice he always goes like this? He makes a speech that lasts for about a minute and a half. People come to listen to him. You know how many people come? Like we have this massive room that's packed to the corners, and outside you got more people. Listen. He can't fill up the 8 circles. And I said, by the way, the 8 circles were meant for COVID. They're meant for COVID. You don't have to use them, but they use them as an excuse because nobody comes. So he's up, and he's before a tiny little crowd, 30, 40, 50 people. And the speech lasts for like a minute. And then he's looking for the exit, and he goes like this. He always does it. He points, and he's pointing in the right direction, and then he walks in a different direction. And I said to our great First Lady, I called her, and we had a big crowd that evening. You know what? We had 107,000 people in New Jersey 2 weeks ago. 107,000 people! Matt Gaetz was there. We had 68,000 in Alabama, 73,000 in Texas. We have the biggest crowds in the history of politics. That tells you they like what we're saying. I called our First Lady. I said, how good was that speech? Was that brilliant? Was that unbelievable? Did you see the crowd, First Lady? This is the way you talk to a wife, right? I think. Did you see the crowd, First Lady? How good was that? Nobody else could get a crowd. In the history of politics, nobody ever had a crowd like that, First Lady. She goes, but your hair looked terrible. I said, what the hell? Or she'll say something even worse. Have you gained weight? You didn't look good. But this last time, it was like a fluke. She said the speech was unbelievable. Congratulations. But what happened? You couldn't find the stairs going off the stage? So I imitated him, and the fake news said I couldn't find the stairs. You believe him? I said, I had no problem, First Lady. She said, well, they showed you couldn't get off the stage. You were walking into a wall. You know, usually there's a wall behind. That's good enough. And I'll walk into it. Now I don't like to do it anymore because they show it to, no, that's an imitation of Biden. But thank God we have great Secret Service. They run up on the stage and they grab him and they throw him off. They get him off the stage. Upon my inauguration, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with MAGAnomics. MAGAnomics. And in less than 4 years, Crooked Joe's inflation nightmare and energy price hikes, the likes of which we've never seen before, they've cost the typical American household $28,000. The monthly cost of a typical mortgage has doubled and tripled even. We had it at $2. Think of this. We were at 2.3%. And he's at probably 10%, but you can't get money. The numbers are crazy. The food numbers, the energy numbers. Yet Joe Biden has no plan. He's got absolutely no plan. He doesn't even know what the word inflation means. I don't think if you gave him a quiz, I think he should take a cognitive test like I did. I took a cognitive test and I aced it. Doc Ronnie Johnson, does everyone know Ronnie Johnson, congressman from Texas? He was the White House doctor. And he said I was the healthiest president he feels in history. So I liked him very much immediately. In fact, he said if I didn't eat junk food, I would live to 200. That's what he said. But I said, Ronnie, should I take a test? He said, well, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's sort of a public hospital. If you don't do well, they're going to find out about it. I said, well, you know, like I'm a smart person. How tough is it? He said, it gets very tough as you get to the middle of it. And I did something that he's never seen done. I aced it. I got every question right. I aced it in front of a lot of people. And I think presidents, you run for president. Now, I understand that it's not constitutional. Can you believe it's unconstitutional to have that test taken? So we have to live with guys like Biden. But you know what? I don't think we're going to live with them for long because I've never seen such enthusiasm. I've never seen anything. We won twice. And we never had anything like what's happening now. But I'll stop Joe Biden's inflation-causing spending spree and impose an immediate moratorium on all of Crooked Joe's hundreds of billions of dollars in waste. He's wasting money at levels never seen before. He's putting all this money into the Green New scam. It's a scam, one of the greatest scams in history. Although I think Zelensky is maybe the greatest salesman of any politician that's ever lived. Every time he comes to our country, he walks away with $60 billion. And I like him. You know, on the impeachment hoax #1, he was very good. He said, no, the president didn't threaten me at all. He could have been a grandstander and said, I was threatened, right, Matt? He could have said, I was threatened. So I like him. But he's the greatest salesman of all time. He walks in. So now here's the beauty. He just left 4 days ago with $60 billion, and he gets home and he announces that he needs another $60 billion, else it never ends. It never ends. I will have that settled prior to taking the White House as president-elect. I will have that settled. Got to stop it. Would it never happen? To fight Joe Biden's inflation, I will stop the Biden migrant. This is a Biden migrant invasion. An estimated 50% of inflation has been caused by the soaring cost of housing, which is skyrocketing due to Joe Biden's tidal wave of illegal immigration and high interest rates. And they're putting these illegal aliens into luxury hotels as our great warriors lie on the streets. We have people that came into our country illegally, and they're living in hotels and even luxury hotels, and our veterans are lying in the streets. How sick is it? Sick. And by the way, when we ran the VA, we had a 92% approval rating, and we took it up from 41%, which I don't even think was 41, and now it's back to where it was. So many of the things we did, they wanted to end. We took care of our veterans at a level that nobody's ever seen before. One thing we said, if you have to wait online, and I had to get this done through Congress, if you had to wait online for more than 1 day, you go out to a private doctor, get yourself better, or we pay the bill, right? That sounds sensible. People were waiting for 3 months, for 4 months, for 2 weeks. Can you imagine you want to see a doctor, you really feel badly, and he says, good, come back in about a month and a half? People were becoming terminally ill that would have had they would have gotten a shot or they would have taken a pill. They were becoming terminally ill. Anybody waits more than 24 hours, you couldn't see a doctor. You go to a private doctor and we pay the bill. We had prices, we had schedules. The other thing we did is we had civil service, 9,000 people that were crooks and thugs and sadists, a lot of sadists. They enjoyed beating up our wounded warriors in less than prime time. You know, in prime time, they would have gotten the hell beat out of them. But our people were in bad shape, and they would beat them up. We had sadists. Can you believe this is a country, but it's the way it is? 9,000. I got the approval. We fired 9,000 people and replaced them with good, loving people. And we had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. But what makes you sick is to see what's happened with our soldiers, and you see the way others are being treated. How about they're given a cell phone? They're given all sorts of insurance. They're given hospitalization. And what it does is that people want to come into the country. Gavin Newsom, the governor of the great Gavin Newsom. Now, Gavin Newsom said, come into the United States. We will provide you with hospitalization. We will provide you with education. They're actually taking the chairs of our students, sitting there with a language that we've never even heard about. You know, there are languages that we have nobody in our country that can even speak. There are a lot of languages out there. Now, he's destroyed California. If you listen to him on Sean Hannity, I listened to him, and he talks like California. People are leaving California. I hate to say that because I have property in California. Maybe I'm hurting the value of my property, but I have to tell you, he's destroying California. And he may be the next one up. He could be the next one up. I don't think so, though, because his record is so bad. But something's happening, I do believe, because I can't believe that this gentleman is going to be allowed to run for office. And if he is, we have to have the greatest victory. We're going to take back our country. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let it happen. Think of this. A week ago, I woke up and I heard that Russia has nuclear-powered submarines in Cuba. That's 60 miles off the coast of Florida. And they have what you call destroyers, very destructive ships, actually, missile-carrying ships, numerous of them in Cuba. Now, that's a total lack of respect. And because the fake news is so fake, they don't want to report it. Because when you think about how bad that is, Putin would never have done that with me. He never would have gone into Ukraine with me. He just wouldn't have done it. And of course, when the oil price hit almost $100 a barrel, that gave him the right to do it also. He's the only one made money prosecuting a war. But all of those things would have happened. You would have never had October 7th in Israel. You would have never had that. There was no attack because Iran was broke. When Trump was president, Iran was broke. I told China, you can't buy. I told other countries, you can't buy the oil. Iran was broke. They were ready to make a deal. We would have made a deal. We would have been very fair. We would have made a deal. And now Iran is rich as hell. They have $250 billion, which they made over the last 3.5 years. They're a rich country now. It's unbelievable. They could have made a deal. We could have had a deal. If that election wasn't rigged and stolen, we would have had a deal with Iran the first week after the election. Instead, we have a very hostile country that wants nuclear weapons. Can't let that happen. We just gave $6 billion to Iran for 5 hostages. You saw that? $6 billion. $6 billion. And once you do that, then all of a sudden lots of other people are going to go missing because it's crazy. Think of it. $6 billion for 5 people. It's unbelievable. We will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and cut taxes even more for working families and small businesses. You know, it's interesting. We cut taxes, the biggest tax cuts in history, bigger than Reagan. Because Reagan had big tax cuts. We had bigger than Reagan. So the rates were cut way down. For business down to 21% from, including state and city and everything. Many companies were paying much more than 50. So they were cut way down, 21%. In fact, I'd like to bring them down further, and for the middle class, bring them down even more. They're going to let them expire. They're going to give you the biggest tax increase you've ever had, ever, by 4 times. But the amazing thing is we cut the rates way down. And we took in more money than we ever took out before. So with a lower rate, the incentive was so great. People were doing things. Businesses were thriving. So with a much lower rate, we took in more revenue than we ever took in before. It's an amazing number, right? Who would think? As part of those tax cuts, I have announced that I will eliminate taxes on tips for restaurant workers and hospitality workers and anyone else relying on tips. No more taxes on tips. No taxes on tips. None. None. In fact, on your receipt, when you get your receipt for a restaurant, you know who sent me one? Kid Rock. How good is Kid Rock? Isn't he great? But he sent me a receipt. And he wrote on the receipt, vote for Trump and you won't pay taxes on tips. He wrote that on the receipt. I said, that's very smart. That's very smart. Smart guy. So for restaurant workers, for hotel workers, for caddies, for car people, it's a lot. But anybody receiving tips, there's no more tax on tips. And I think that's going to be a great thing. You know, they earned it. A lot of people don't get tips. You don't like the service, you don't give them anything, right? You don't like the service, but somebody does a good job, they're supposed to pay tax on it. No, so we're ending that immediately, effective immediately when we get in. As we rescue our economy, we'll also seal the border and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home. We have no choice. It's not sustainable by anybody. We have no choice. Less than 4 years ago, I handed crooked Joe Biden the strongest, most secure border in U.S. history. We built 571 miles of border wall. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud like nobody's ever thought even imaginable. We had remain in Mexico, safe third agreements, and Title 42 all done and all agreed by Mexico. You think that was easy? It wasn't easy. It was nasty, actually. And we paid nothing for it. Nothing. Just like we gave Macron nothing, I was going to say. He was going to put a 25% tax on everything, anybody doing business in France. I said, you can't do it. He said, oh, Donald, we would love to do this. It was passed by our legislature and our parliament, or whatever the hell he calls it. And I said, no. So I gave it to Mnuchin and some people. I said, go deal with France. Tell them they're not going to do it. And they came back. They couldn't make the deal. And then they came back again. I said, you have one more day, make the deal. They couldn't make the deal. I called up Macron. I said, Emmanuel, how are you? How are you, Emmanuel? You saw the way he was toying with Biden 2 days ago. He was toying with Biden. Got Biden to sign things. I can't even believe it, what they're signing away. But he was toying with him. And I said to him, listen, Emmanuel, if you don't drop that tax immediately, no, I cannot do that. I said, yes, you can. If you don't tax it immediately, all wine, every bit of wine, every bottle of wine and champagne that you send into the United States, we're putting a 100% tariff on that wine or champagne. We don't want your wine and champagne. We make great stuff over here. And he said, Donald, that is not fair. I said, yeah, it's not fair to charge American companies 25%. I got to stick up for the companies. They're our job producer. He said, that is not fair. I said, Emmanuel, you have 24 hours to tell me. 10 minutes would be better. He calls me up 5 minutes later. Donald, we have agreed to terminate the 25% tax on America. I do things like this. You have no idea how many deals you could make on a phone. I don't even have to spend. How about Mrs. Biden and Joe Biden? They're back and forth like it's a taxi cab from Europe. They come back. Let's go to the trial for a day. Back, forth. On Air Force One, like it's a taxi cab. It's not a taxi cab. It's serious stuff. But that's endemic of where they come with the country and how they run the country. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They really don't know what the hell they're doing. The entire world is emptying out their prisons and jails, their insane asylums, their mental institution, and our country's being turned into a dumping ground, and the entire world is laughing at us. They say, how stupid are the leaders of America? And they are stupid. Earlier this week, ICE arrested not one, not two, but 8 suspected terrorists. They're pouring in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we're going to pay a big price. We got to get them out fast. One of the first things I'm doing, we're getting them out fast. According to reports, many of these terrorist savages entered through Joe Biden's open border, and Crooked Joe released them immediately into the United States. He set them loose to spread their terror network all across America. Under Biden, there has been this is, by the way, Border Patrol. This isn't me. Somebody would say, oh, that's Trump. This is Border Patrol. There has been a 3,000% increase in the number of people on the terror watch list crossing the southern border. 3,000%. 3,000%. The choice for every voter this November is clear. You can have a president who lets thousands of radical Islamic terrorists into our country, or you can have a president who throws radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country and gets them out fast. Crazy. On day one of my new administration, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. This is not sustainable. And it doesn't make me happy to say that either. And you know what's going to happen. We'll get 10 terrorists and then one woman with 2 children that are beautiful children and everything, and that'll be the front page of every newspaper. It's never an easy thing to do, but we have no choice. Dwight Eisenhower, which people don't think of him in these terms, had the largest deportation effort by far in the history of our country, because he said, they're destroying our country, we can't let this happen. That was Dwight D. Eisenhower, president, much stronger president than people give him credit for. But we're going to have no question, we're going to have no problem. You know, they wouldn't take, as you know, we have MS-13, the worst killers of any gang anywhere in the world, and they were pouring into our country, and I said, we want to get them out. I said, I want to bring them back to their country, because you don't want to put them in our jails. It's so expensive and everything. They killed 2 girls in Long Island. They sliced them up with a knife. They didn't want to use a gun. They didn't want to use a gun. They sliced them up with a knife. 2 young high school girls walking to school. They killed them, sliced them into pieces with a knife. They're animals. And Nancy Pelosi said, we shouldn't call them animals. These are human beings. I said, no, they're not human beings. These are animals. They sliced them up with a knife. And by the way, ICE and Border Patrol, you know, ICE came in. This was in Long Island. ICE, for some reason, they like Long Island. But ICE came in, and these are great patriots. These are tough cookies. I know some of my friends up here in the front rows. They're tough, but they're not doing the ICE. They're not doing that. And you'll see ICE come in, and they'll run into what they call a pack of MS-13 tough guys. And you'll see for 2 minutes, fists are flying and everything's flying. Who the hell wants to do that? Matt Gaetz wouldn't do it. Byron wouldn't do it. Byron's tough. He wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I think Mike Lindell might do it. I don't know. He may be the only one. He may be the only one. I wouldn't do it, Mike. And they go in there, the hands are flying, and then they grab them. They're gaga. They're all knocked out, and they put them in paddy wagons. But my people told me that we couldn't get them back into their country. So Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, they come from countries just beyond Mexico. Some come from Mexico, actually, but the countries won't take them back. They clogged up the runway so that a plane can't land. They blocked all the roads so the buses couldn't get in. And the generals came to me, sir, we have a problem. We have them all, but we can't get them back in. We haven't been able to get them back in for many, many years. During the Obama administration, they could never get them in. That was Obama-Biden. Biden didn't have a clue then either, by the way. We cannot get them in, sir. I said, really? How much money do we pay them a year for their economic development stuff? See, I was going to use another word there, but I can't do it because of the man that I respect so much. You know who it is? Franklin Graham. I can say that. Who's a great guy. He wrote me a note. President, you don't have to use foul language. You just don't have to use foul language. Your stories are so great. your crowds are the biggest crowds ever assembled. Nobody's ever done this. You don't need foul language. I said, sometimes you do, for emphasis. He said, you don't, sir. So I'm trying it without foul language today for Franklin Graham. And I say that these stories lose 10.2% effectiveness. But I do it for Franklin Graham because he's a great guy, and those are great people. They're great people, what they do. The pastors, the preachers, the rabbis, a lot of great people. We have a lot of great people, so I'm doing that. I said, you know, maybe he's right, but think of it. So they bring these people out, and they can't get them back into their country. So I said, call the presidents of those 3 countries, inform them immediately. They get $750 million from the stupid United States. Inform them that we're not paying them any longer because they didn't fulfill all of the obligations under the agreement. Namely, they're sending a lot of, you know, they send them because they don't want them in their country because they're smart. And you know what? If it was me running those countries, I would have done it faster than them. Why wouldn't you do it? I would have cleaned out the prisons. They've only gone down 50, 60, 70%. Venezuela, crime is down 72% because they've taken all of their criminals, most of them, and they've sent them in to have the rest of them in within a year. I would have done it much faster if I were them. I would have done it much faster. I said, tell these countries that we're no longer paying them $750 million. And they did. And the next morning I get to the office early, 7:30. I get 3 calls separately but simultaneously. Mr. President, may we speak to you? I would like to speak to you. I don't understand. There must be some miscommunication. You stop payment on all of the money you send us. But I ask why? Because you're not taking your criminals that you sent to us. They send them. By the way, they send them. You're not taking them back. Oh, sir, we would be delighted to take them back. It would be our great honor to take back 400 MS-13 savages. It would be our great honor. Sir, please send them back. We would love to take. We can fly them in. We'll send airplanes. Ay, ay, ay. For years, they weren't able to do it. You know that, Matt Gaetz? They weren't able to get it. I said, we're not going to pay them anymore. As soon as I said that, they all called at the same time. I spoke to them separately. It was like the same conversation. We would be delighted to take them back. And that was the end of that. We sent out thousands and thousands of MS-13 back to their country. But it's out of control now because whatever we sent back, they're coming back in at levels that nobody's ever seen. I won in 2016 because of the border. We had a really bad border, but that border was nothing compared to what you have now. That border was peanuts. It was nothing. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it. And it was just announced that they withdrew their lawsuit, the laptop from hell lawsuit, right? The fake. Remember where they said it was Russian disinformation? It wasn't. They withdrew their lawsuit against the greatest mayor in the history of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, which accused him of everything under the sun regarding the laptop from hell. They withdrew it on the basis that everything that he said was true. For years, he's been fighting for himself. Everything Rudy Giuliani said was true. It was not from Russia. It had nothing to do with Russia. It only had to do with Hunter. Think of that. They try and destroy people. But think of that. It wasn't Russian disinformation. It was a made-up story for election interference purposes, and I assume we're going to be talking about that at the debate. Is anybody going to be watching the debate in this room? You know, they gave me an offer that I couldn't accept. They said it's fake Tapper is the moderator. They said it's a sit down. It's a very sterile room, nobody in, nobody allowed in, nobody allowed, not even your family, nobody allowed in. There'll be no audience whatsoever. and they turn off your mics when you finish speaking. They're trying to make this very exciting, right? They turn off your mics so that you can't talk while the other man is talking, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's positive. Let him talk. But so they assumed that I would say no because, you know, you got CNN, fake news, which their cameras just went off. Look, their cameras just, the light just went off. The CNN. Their light just went off. I watch their light all the time. If I mention anything about voter fraud, they turn their light off because they know it's true. It's unbelievable. No, their light just went off. I can't believe I got about a minute and a half. That cameraman is toast. He's going to be fired immediately. But they gave me, it's like the mob. They gave me an offer I couldn't accept. I said, I accept. Because we want to get him to a debate. Because here's what happened. They made an offer that was so ridiculous, and they knew I was going to say no. And then they could go, they say, Biden wanted to debate, but Trump refused to debate, right? But Trump refused to debate. He wouldn't do it. But I said yes, and now they don't know what the hell to do. But remember this. All of their persecution of me and others is only happening because I'm running for president and leading very big in the polls. And since the rigged trial in New York, my numbers have increased substantially. And fundraising, by the way, is, I believe, the highest numbers in the history of politics, just like these crowds. Because you know what? The people of our country know, they know it, they watch it, they see it's fake, it's rigged. There was no crime. The greatest legal minds in the country, Alan Dershowitz, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett, all of them, great. These are great legal minds, all of them, every single one of them. Greg Jarrett wrote the most beautiful report. Every single one of these legal minds, I have 15 of them. Not one of them. Jonathan Turley has been unbelievable. Great. Very talented guy. The great one. You know who the great one is? Mark Levin. Mark Levin. Mark Levin came out. He said, this is the most horrible thing. They all come out and said, there's no crime, there's no trial, this trial shouldn't be had, etc., etc. And then I couldn't defend myself because I got a gag order. This is the first time in history a president, a former president, and now the guy that beat all the Republicans in a record fashion, faster than anybody has ever done it. And now the candidate, Republican candidate, big deal, Republican candidate, that's big stuff. The President of the United States has a gag order where I'm not allowed to speak because the judge doesn't want the truth to come out. And he knows I'm the one that when I talk, they listen, people have listened. And that's why the polls went higher. I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up. I'm the only one in history who got impeached and my numbers went up. There's never been another candidate in history. When you get indicted or you get impeached, the following events take place. You call for a microphone immediately. Please set up a microphone. Could you do it like quickly? Yes, sir. He then gets to the microphone. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great honor to serve you. But I will be leaving office. I have to be careful because they'll put this on as though I'm saying it. So I have to intersperse it with statements like, this is just sarcasm. But they get up to a microphone and they say, I'll be leaving office now. I will fight for my name and reputation. And I will bond and get closer to my family. And you never hear from the poor guy again. That's the end of him, right, Mike? That's the end of the... I've seen it about 200 times. I'm the only one that told the truth. I'm the only one that explained it. And I didn't have to because the people knew it. And they know me so well. They know me so well. They get it. I got indicted. more than the legendary Alphonse Capone. Has anyone heard of Alphonse Capone? Scarface. He was so mean that if he had dinner with a person and if he didn't like him, he would kill the person. They would never find him again. Like Mike Lindell, he wouldn't like Mike. Because, you know why? He'd say, those ads, they are driving me crazy. Let's get rid of this guy. He couldn't stand those ads. Al Capone would take Mike out in 2 minutes. Mike's beautiful new wife would say, what the hell happened to my husband? You'd never be found. He'd be buried under the World Trade Center. But think of it, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was the meanest of them all. He had a scar that went from here to here. Scarface, the meanest, the toughest. I got indicted more than he did, and I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Even these great scholars, Jonathan Turley said there is no crime. Andy McCarthy said there is no crime. There's no crime. There was no crime. It's a rigged deal. We have a rigged country. We have rigged elections. We have open borders. Think of it. And the court system now is under siege. It's under siege. We have a lot of problems in this country. On top of that, we could end up in World War III because we have an incompetent leader that should never have been there. He's an incompetent man. As of today, we're leading Biden nationally and in every single battleground state, including the wonderful state of Michigan. Have you heard of Michigan? Did you ever hear Biden get up and give the wrong state? This happened. If that ever happened to me, it would be the end of my political career. I always be very careful. Like the wonderful state of Michigan, supposedly went. So he's in Florida, and he goes, "It's great to be with the people of Iowa." Iowa, the palm trees are all over. Iowa's not known for palm. I mean, he got Idaho and Iowa mixed up, and that you can sort of understand. Of course, potatoes are different than corn. But that, Idaho, it's great to be in Idaho. No, sir, you're in Iowa. You got New Hampshire mixed up with Massachusetts. But maybe you can understand, he thought he was, he thought he was across the line. But can you imagine if I did that? So when I say, it's great to be in the wonderful state of, and I always think, I say, I better get this sucker right. I'm thinking about it. Long before I make the statement, I'm thinking about, we sure this is Michigan? You're sure? Now the fake news will report tonight, Donald Trump wasn't sure that he was in Michigan. And only the people in this room will understand how dishonest they are. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. I will tell you, 2016 was that the coolest evening maybe in history? Maybe. The only thing that's going to blow it away will be November 5th. If we win on November 5th, I think it'll be the greatest political event in history. I actually think a victory on November 5th, which actually starts much earlier. Remember, Pennsylvania, September 22nd. North Carolina, September 6th. They start earlier. You know, it's sad when you have to go months early. It's crazy. What are they doing with all these votes? What are they doing? But Michael Whatley's doing a fantastic job, along with Lara, doing a fantastic job at the RNC. I said, we don't need votes. And Charlie Kirk is helping. He's got his army of young people. These are young patriots. These are young patriots. They don't want to see happen what's been happening in our country. Thank you, Charlie. Well, thank you, Charlie. And I said to Charlie, and I said to Michael, I said to everyone, listen, we don't need votes. We got more votes than anybody's ever had. We need to watch the vote. We need to guard the vote. We need to stop the steal. We don't need votes. We have to stop. Focus. Don't worry about votes. We got all the votes. I was in Florida yesterday. Every house has a Trump sign. Trump, 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 Trump. We have to guard the vote. When that vote comes in, from the moment they say they're going to sign, you know, these mail-in ballots are treacherous. They're treacherous. These boxes, these lock boxes are horrible, horrible. And we'll change it, but we have to win the election in order to change it. What they're doing, they have these boxes all over the place. People are walking up. Who the hell knows what they're doing? It's a horrible thing to watch. It's a horrible thing to watch. You know, when you have a real election and you walk in and they look at you and they check your photograph and they do you can't do much. But we have, like in the state of California, they send out 38 million ballots. Who the hell knows where they're going? They do. They go to a lot of Democrat neighborhoods. And you're told you can't win. I go to California, we have 100,000 people show up. I said, why are we losing California? Why would we lose it? It's so corrupt, the whole election process. And what we want to do is we ultimately want to go to paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting. And we want to make sure you're a citizen of this country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because, quite simply, I will never let them take away your freedom, and I won't. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in their way, and I always will. From the very first day that it's we, not me, it's we, that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We're going to get it settled and stop the death. Under my leadership, we had no new wars. Hillary Clinton, she used to say, look at him, listen to him. He's going to start wars. No, I stopped wars. We defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. We brought our troops back home. I had no new wars. I started no wars, first time in 78 years. Instead of a globalist warmonger, and that's what you have. In the White House, you finally had a peacemaker at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. These terrible wars, these horrible wars that were started, they never end. We call them the endless battles. Biden's weakness and failure are putting us in grave danger. As president, I will restore peace through strength. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country like Israel has. A dome like has never been seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely built in America and create jobs, jobs, jobs. It will be the greatest dome anywhere in the world. Israel has a dome. Why shouldn't we have a dome? We're going to have the greatest and most sophisticated. And by the way, Ronald Reagan wanted a dome. He was right, but the technology wasn't anywhere near that. You could never have done it then. Today we have technology. Look at Israel the other day. 300 missiles shot, and everyone but one was knocked out of the air. 300. To further secure America's future and create opportunity for young people, I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto, and we will ensure that the future of crypto and Bitcoin will be made in America. If we don't do it, China will. If we don't do it, other countries will. I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. And you know, your Social Security and Medicare are under siege because of the people coming over the border. And the people coming over the border, all those millions of people, they're inflicting tremendous harm to our black population and to our Hispanic population. Those people are suffering because their jobs are being taken, their hospitals are being taken, their schools are being taken. They're the ones that suffer most. You know who else suffers? Unions. No union's going to be able to be sustained like this. We will end the weaponization of our government. We will bring back law and order to our country. We will take care of our police officers and our great law enforcement. Joe Biden is out the other day trying to claim that crime is down, but actually crime is way up. They don't report crime properly anymore, as you probably have heard. Crooked Joe is citing statistics that no longer include data from 30% of the country, including the biggest and most violent cities. Oh, I see. That's nice. Meanwhile, Joe Biden still supports no cash bail and sanctuary cities. I'm probably the only one that has to pay bail. Think of it. I'm the only one, I think. He's responsible for the deaths of countless African Americans from crime, and he also devastated black families in 1994 with the crime bill. Super predators, remember? That was Joe Biden came up with that. Super predators. The black people have to remember when they go to vote. That was 1994 crime bill. Super predators, Joe Biden. When I'm president, we will end sanctuary cities. We will once again support our police. We will be going and rebuilding our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they ever have been before. We will take over our horribly run capital in Washington, D.C. We will clean it up, renovate it, rebuild our capital city that no longer will we allow it to be a nightmare of murder and crime. It's a nightmare of murder and crime in our capital. You leave Michigan, you want to go see the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial. You want to see something in Washington, you end up getting killed. You end up getting shot, beat to a pulp. But our capital will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world, and it will be safe from crime. We owe that to our country. And we will replace the people that are running our capital, who are running it into the ground, who, by the way, were offered 10,000 soldiers or National Guard on January 6th, along with Nancy Pelosi. Oh, did you see Nancy Pelosi? Her daughter's in trouble. Her daughter is a semi-professional photojournalist, so she calls herself. And she has Nancy on tape saying it was Nancy's responsibility to secure the Capitol. I hope the congressmen and women remember that little tape that was released 2 days ago, because the fake news doesn't want to talk about it very much. She took full responsibility for it. She's angry as hell at her daughter. She may cut her daughter off from all of the millions and millions of dollars that she scammed as a congressperson. Think of it. She has better returns on her money than the smartest people in the history of Wall Street. Look at that. I wonder how she did that. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. And I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment. NRA endorsed me, gave me their full endorsement. Thank you to the NRA. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore a thing called free speech. It's being taken away from us by these radical thugs. And I will secure our elections at a level never seen before. And as I said, our goal will be One-day voting, paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But we have to win. Republicans have to win. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. Remember that, too big to rig. How do you win it? There's a point at which they can't cheat. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. You know, we're leading in places that we've never led for 40, 50 years. Minnesota, we're leading by 2. We're leading in Virginia. We're leading in a lot of states that were not states that people even think about. No, we want a landslide. Remember the term, too big to rig. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Take the 10 worst, add them up. He's worse than the 10 worst put together. The only good thing is Jimmy Carter is happy because his presidency was brilliant by comparison to Biden. So if you want to save America, I'm asking everybody to go out and, quote, swamp thevoteusa.com to make a plan to vote either by mail or early in person or on election day. Get out and vote and watch your vote. If you want to volunteer to help us turn out voters in your neighborhood, sign up. Get trained at TrumpForce47.com. You got to watch your vote because they destroy votes. They terminate your vote. They do all sorts of things. Watch your vote. You can do it. In conclusion, from Marquette to Midland, from Lansing to Flint, and from Grand Rapids to right here in Detroit, we stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the fields, forged the steel, fought the battles and won the victories that built the Motor City and made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. And we're going to bring back your auto industry at a level greater than it was 30 years ago. But now we are a nation in serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed and can be fixed quickly. Every problem can be solved and every wrong can be rectified, and we will do it all so fast. You will be so proud of your country again. You will walk outside and your chest will be out there. You will be having that beautiful red hat. We have everybody with that beautiful, beautiful red hat that says, "Make America Great Again." We love it. By this time next year, America's borders will be shut, sealed, and secure. And again, people will come into our country, but they'll come in legally. They're going to come in legally. And by this time next year, inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. American pride will be soaring. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading, horrible memory of the past. And our great silent majority and the once forgotten men and women of our country will be the ones shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Michigan. God bless you. Thank you very much. God bless you.